What is up guys, Blue Spooky here. Just wanted to let you guys know this is the end of the week compilation. So this is a compilation video of all the previous stories I've read so far this week. If you missed any of those stories, or if you like longer videos for you to put on in the background while you're doing something else or trying to fall asleep, this is the video for you. There will only be ads for the first part of the video, and for the latter part there will be no ads at all, so you can watch the stories without interruption. If you guys appreciate these long compilations and the daily videos, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you end up enjoying the video. If you have any thoughts about the stories while listening and want to share them as well, please leave those in the comments below, as those are always my favorite comments to read. Either way, I hope you guys enjoy the video, and I hope you guys have a great day. This happened when I was in the 2nd grade. I felt sick in the morning, but I still wanted to go to school that day. I managed the first period okay, but then I was sent home. I was running a very high fever. Luckily, we lived on the same street as the school, so instead of my parents having to come out of work and come pick me up, I could just walk straight home. It was fine to walk home alone for me. I didn't ever worry about it. It was only a short walk anyway. I let myself in and went straight to my bedroom. I climbed into bed and fell asleep. Before I knew it, I drifted away and was sleeping soundly. Some time later, though, I was awoken by a noise coming from downstairs. At first, I honestly thought it was my mom returning from her part-time job or whatever. Maybe the school had called her to tell her I was sick. Since she'd woken me up already, I figured I might as well go downstairs and greet her. I crept down the stairs quietly. I kinda felt like surprising her that day. I likely had a big smile on my face as I slowly went down the stairs. However, that smile instantly disappeared. I realized that my mom wasn't down there at all. It was someone else entirely. It was our neighbor, a man of 50 years. He lived next door, and we rarely interacted with him. I stopped and stared at him. He had a knife in his hand. Seeing me at home, he began to immediately panic. I'm old enough now to know that he probably didn't expect company. He would have assumed the house would have been empty, or I dread to believe this, but that my mom would have been home alone. Before I could even begin to process what I was seeing and begin to question what was happening, the man called out to me in a friendly voice. "Hey there, buddy. You can keep a secret, right? No one needs to know I was here, okay, pal?" My eyes were glued to the knife in his hand the whole time. While he was speaking to me, my brain was now kicking into gear. Remember, I had just woken up, and I had a big fever as well. My brain was beginning to put 2 and 2 together. Well, trying as best as I could, really. I was only a kid when this happened after all. I stared at that knife as he brandished it toward me. I thought to myself, I'm in danger. I was so scared as the gravity of the situation set in. All I could do was nod yes. He smiled at me and lowered his knife as I nodded. Then to my surprise, he turned around and left. I ran over to the door and locked it. I guess I must have forgotten to do so when I got home from school earlier. I wanted to tell my parents about this, but I thought my neighbor might kill me if I told them. He'd scared me so much with that knife he had in his hand that there was no way I could break the promise I had with him. I had to keep that promise no matter what, so I didn't say anything to my parents. About a month went by, and life was sort of returning to normal. I thought about that neighbor often though, and I didn't like being home alone after school, waiting for my parents to come back. I was at least surviving though. One afternoon after school, I heard a knock at the door. I went over, and it was the old man from next door. He had a load of sweets and said he wanted to give them to me. I was so stupid to open the door while I was home alone, especially after what happened. I know that now, but I reluctantly accepted them back then. I slammed the door on him. From then on, he would run into me often and come to the house about once a month. He would hand me candy and give me a big smile. "You're a good kid, huh? You go eat these." I didn't understand at the time why he was bringing me these sweets, but I guess it was to try and bribe my silence. I'm not really sure. I think that's what it was. I didn't like being rewarded for no reason. I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't like him giving that fake smile to me while holding his candy. But whenever I would think about telling my parents, I would always picture him holding that knife toward me. One time, he happened to come over with his basket of candy while my mom was home. My mom made excuses for me, saying he's just shy, he doesn't want to come to the door, and stuff like that. I didn't want to talk to him or make eye contact. She didn't know the secret yet, the one I'd been keeping for him. Months and months went by when I heard the news that the creepy old neighbor of ours had passed away. It was like a weight had been lifted off of me. My parents thought I would be in absolute bits, because to them it looked like the old man and I had a deep connection. Inside, I was celebrating though, not mourning. I didn't shed a single tear for that man. Life moved on after that. I grew up, moved away, and began a life of my own. I've always been a little edgy about being the only one at home, though. Over the years, it's gotten a little bit easier. I went back to my hometown last weekend and was reminded of our neighbor, though. I was at some neighborhood party with my parents when someone mentioned him. I listened in and heard the old guy loved betting on horses and playing slots. Another person chimed in. "Yeah, I remember he was an alcoholic. Used to break into our home uninvited all the time. Had to have strong words with him once to get him to go away." Another neighbor chimed in as well. "Hey, don't you think it's kind of funny that all the thefts in the neighborhood went away after he passed on?" And that's when it dawned on me. He was there that day to rob us, and possibly do more than that. The man must have known my mother would usually have been home alone at that time, which was very likely because she worked a part-time job. If he had encountered her, I don't even want to think about what would have happened. That's the reason he was so intent on bribing me with sweets. I can still picture his face, even to this day. That knife in his hand being a pretty traumatic memory for me. This is something that happened a few years ago that really stressed me out. I'm a guy and was in my 20s and living home alone at the time. My next door neighbor was an older guy who was probably in his 40s. He was also living alone. On the night that this experience took place, I got home from work at about 11 p.m. As I was walking down the hall to my apartment, I suddenly heard a loud scream coming from my neighbors. That scream was undoubtedly a woman's scream. I stopped in place a little ways away and listened in for a while. It didn't sound like a scream of pain, though. It sounded like one of anger. I could hear muffled syllables of words, but couldn't make out what was being said. It sounded like the guy next door was having an argument. Well, he didn't seem to be doing all that much arguing himself. I didn't know he had a girlfriend, but he was a pretty serious, kind of rigid guy. So I guessed if he did have one, I could see her arguing with him. Oh well, not my issue, I thought, as I walked into my apartment. While I was in my kitchen heating up my dinner, I heard the woman next door start laughing hysterically. At that point, I thought they must have made up with each other. She was certainly a very loud lady. Again, though, not my issue. I ate my dinner, and after a little while, I heard the woman shouting again. Only this time, it sounded like she'd pressed her body right up to the wall that joined my apartment to his. I was surprised when she said something very audible. "Hello, hello, I'm coming to see you soon." I found that very weird. I couldn't help but pay attention to this voice. I noticed that the old man also wasn't saying anything. It was really suspicious now. What the hell was going on next door? I stood still in my kitchen on edge. I had the feeling that something big was about to happen, and then something did. There was a sudden knock on my door. I went and put my eye to the peephole and saw a woman I'd never met before standing outside. I guess she must have heard me coming because she spoke to me through my closed door. Hello, please, can I use your phone? The phone next door is broken." This was very unusual, but since I was friends with the man next door, I felt as if I shouldn't refuse. I mean, what if the quarrel they'd had escalated somehow? What if my neighbor had been hurt? I didn't want to take that risk, so against the uneasy feeling in my gut that I had about this woman, I opened the door. Immediately I regretted it. The woman began shouting at me. She was extremely worked up and seemed to be really anxious. She was shouting for help, saying something about being killed or killing someone. She wasn't making a great deal of sense. She had become so escalated that she was shouting out gibberish. She was so animated. I understood that she wanted to use my phone to call the police, so I showed her to my home phone. I told her to wait there, whilst I went to check on my neighbor. His door was open ajar. I'd never been in his apartment before, but I was shocked by what I saw inside. Everything had been turned over and thrown upside down. It looked like an absolute mess, clearly not the usual kind. It looked like there had been some sort of struggle next door. Had his fight with the woman in his apartment gotten physical? I called out my neighbor's name from the doorway, but no one responded. I decided that time was of the essence, so I entered his apartment. I looked in each room before him, but he was nowhere to be found. I heard a robotic kind of beeping noise and quickly realized what that noise meant. It was the noise a phone would make when not placed properly back on the receiver. I went over to his phone and placed it back on the hook. I then realized the woman, who was now alone in my apartment, had lied to me. I cursed myself for leaving her alone in there. I thought she must have been ransacking my apartment, just like she had done to my neighbor. I raced back and went straight in. I looked everywhere for that woman, ready to throw her out at a first glance, but I was shocked to realize she had already fled. Nothing in my apartment had been stolen, nor had anything been messed up. I guess she wasn't a thief after all. I decided to lock the door and not inform the cops. In my mind, it was clear that the neighbor and his girlfriend had had some sort of lover's quarrel, and I was way too tired to be filling out paperwork with the police that night. I just wanted to unwind. I got ready for bed after a little gaming, but for some reason, as I was lying down on my bed, I just couldn't bring myself to fall asleep. Whenever I would nod off, I would immediately wake myself up again. I knew tomorrow at work would be really rough due to the amount of times I was randomly waking up. Something just didn't quite feel right. At one point, I was staring blankly at the ceiling when I sensed something. I had that horrible feeling, the feeling of being watched. I turned my head to the left, and my eyes were drawn to the closet. I hadn't thought to check there earlier. I tried to focus my vision and noticed the door was slightly ajar. I jumped out of bed instantly. As I looked closer, I came eye to eye with someone hiding in there. There were eyes peering out of my closet door. I wondered if our eyes met for a split second. From the darkness of my closet, I heard a dark chuckle, forming into a laughing cackle. It was the woman from before. She hid in my closet. She hadn't left at all. I launched myself to my feet, unashamedly screaming as I did. I ran out of my apartment only wearing a t-shirt and some shorts. I ran and hid in a laundromat. When the sun came up, I returned to my apartment. I planned to call the police when I got in, but when I climbed the steps to my floor, I noticed they were already there. Apparently, my neighbor was the one who'd called them. I told them about the strange events of that night and said that my place hadn't been robbed at all. He didn't say much, just seemed to look somewhat apologetic. My neighbor came around later that afternoon with a gift certificate and a big apology. He didn't tell me who the woman was or why she'd done the thing she did. I ended up feeling so awkward about it, I couldn't bring myself to ask more questions. I still live next door to that guy, and there hasn't been another incident like that one. Well, as far as I know. By the way, my apartment had been ransacked the second time I came back in the morning. Things were all in disarray, but nothing had been stolen at all. It was just a complete mess. The one odd thing, though, was that for some reason, just like my neighbor, my phone had been left off the hook. This story is from 2017, when I was a freshman in high school and bored in class one day. I was in my third period, and I was happy I would be getting out of class later. I had an orthodontics appointment to get my braces adjusted, and my mom would be coming to the school to pick me up. The class I was in was math, and it was quite boring to me. To be honest, I was just not really a math guy. In high school, I would usually just sit and look out the window, not paying very good attention. I sat in the back corner of the classroom, which was on the second floor of the school. That's what I was doing on this day, just looking out the window. The teacher was talking about math, and I was distracted, looking out the window to the front parking lot below me. I was hoping that time would pass, and I would soon be able to leave. My mom would be there to pick me up, and I wouldn't have to notice all this anymore. As I was looking out the window, though, I noticed several police cars driving down the street. They ended up turning into the front school parking lot. I thought that was a little bit strange. Me looking at this was interrupted when the classroom door opened. It was a student with a pass, and I knew it was for me. The teacher paused, took the pass, and then called my name. I got up from my desk, packed up my things, and headed for the front of the class. I took the pass, and the teacher gave me my homework assignment for the day, which I then shoved into my backpack. I left the classroom and headed down the hallway. As I started walking, I got a text from my mom and saw she was there at the side door. That's where you would get picked up from. It happened to be at the opposite end of the school, though. As I walked the empty hallways, suddenly I heard a sound come over the school intercom. I wondered what it could be. Immediately I had a bad feeling. This was all out of the ordinary. What followed was a message saying we were going into lockdown. I was still a ways from the side doors, but I really wanted to get there before I would have to stay in school. I didn't want to have to wait in a lockdown classroom and miss my orthodontics appointment. It wasn't really the appointment I cared about. If I went with my mom, I would be able to take the rest of the day off from school. Plus, I was a little bit worried about why we were going into lockdown in the first place. If it was a danger being in the school, obviously I wanted to get out of there, and fast. I sped up my walking pace as I kept going down the halls. I hadn't seen anybody since I'd left my classroom. I was hoping I wouldn't either. If a teacher saw me, they would likely make me go into their classroom. When I was about halfway to the side doors, but still upstairs, I heard the sound of somebody walking down an upcoming hallway. I didn't have to go down that hallway myself, but I had to go down one that would intersect with that one. I did not know who this was. I chose to try and avoid them. I stopped still a ways back from the corner and kind of hid behind some lockers. The footsteps got closer and closer, and I decided to move and start going in the other direction. When I started walking, though, the footsteps suddenly started going along a lot faster. I ran to the nearest corner and slipped around it. I didn't think whoever it was would chase me, but they did. I heard them still coming closer. I literally ran for the stairs and flew down them. Now I was thinking there was no way the person behind me would continue following me, but they still did. I wasn't sure who this was, but I was in real deep now. It was clear they were chasing me. I turned at the first possible place I could and went down another hallway. It was very long and straight. There was complete silence, other than my footsteps and the ones behind me. I ran to get to the end of the hall, and I heard the person behind me reach the bottom of the stairs. They then started running down the hallway after me. When I got to the end, the only thing I had to do was go around the corner, then make one more turn to the side exit. As I looked back before turning the corner, I saw a random man with long, stringy black hair covering his entire face. He was wearing a black leather jacket. I had no idea who this guy was. I got even more creeped out when I saw him. I initially thought this must have been a teacher, but this was no one I knew. I turned and sprinted away. I ran all the way to the side doors as fast as I could. When I got there, I burst out of them and ran for my mom's car. I was able to make it there and get inside. I told my mom we were in a lockdown and some guy was chasing me around the school. She called the school and reported it. As we left, we saw the several police cars out front. I remembered seeing them enter the school grounds. It had to be connected. We went to my orthodontics appointment after that, but by the end of the day, I learned more details. Apparently, the man from the school was fleeing from the police. They tried to pull him over earlier, and he led cops on a big chase. After his car got stuck in a ditch, he got out and fled on foot. He ran for a while and was able to momentarily get away until he was spotted on school campus. Nobody thought he would actually go inside the school. The cops were mainly searching the area around it. Eventually, they did send some officers inside, and he was located in a hallway. Nobody was harmed, thankfully. I don't think anybody knew about him chasing me around, though. I'm glad I got away from that guy. Not sure why he was after me. I don't know if he was dangerous or what, but that's my scariest experience from high school. I'm currently a high school history teacher. This is something that happened a few years ago. It was a normal school day, and I had just finished teaching a class. It was going into the third period for the day. During this hour, I did not have a class to teach. Each teacher in the department would get 1 hour where they didn't have a class. It was different for every teacher, though. Usually, I would use this spare hour to grade assignments and prepare lessons. On this day, when class ended and the next period started, I left my classroom. I was headed to the teacher's lounge to make some coffee. Then I would go back. Each department had their own teacher's lounge. The history department at school had 5 of us, so when I got to the room, it was empty. It was just a little ways down the hall, and was between one hallway and another. It was sort of a weird room. It had 2 windows in it that looked out to nothing but the hallways. We had curtains inside as well, that were always closed so nobody could see in. I'm not really sure why those windows were even in that room in the first place. Nevertheless, inside the lounge were a few couches, a table, some chairs, a fridge, a TV. It was basically a break room. The floors were also carpeted, and it was very comfortable in there. I took my time making my coffee, because I didn't really have that much work to do. As I was in there, though, I heard over the school speakers that we were going into a lockdown. I was really surprised. In all my time being a teacher there, I had never seen a real lockdown. Sure, we'd had several drills, but never a real one. I was wondering what the reason was. Up to that point, it had seemed like a perfectly normal school day. I decided to go to the doorway and open it up. If there were any kids in the hallway, I would make sure they got to safety. When I looked out, I didn't see anyone. It was eerily quiet. I went back into the lounge and prepared my coffee. I was going to head back to my classroom and lock it up, but when I arrived at the doorway to leave, I looked out the window into the hallway. I actually saw someone there. It wasn't a student or a teacher. It was a man who was on the younger side, but he was way too old to be a high school student, probably in his mid-20s. He was walking in my direction. I decided to take shelter in the teacher's lounge. My instincts were telling me this guy was bad news. After I got inside, I locked the door to the lounge. Seconds later, somebody tried yanking it open. It was obviously that guy I'd just seen. I was really surprised he'd try going inside this room. Why would he want to go into the teacher's lounge? The strangest part was when the guy then knocked on the door. Well, obviously, I was not going to answer that. That was when I heard him speaking on the other side. "Let me in." It was a demand. Well, I was not going to let him in. I didn't answer. Instead, I got my phone out and called the principal. I asked him specifically why we were in a lockdown and wanted to know who this guy was. The guy already knew I was in there, so I didn't bother staying quiet. I called out to him and demanded to know who he was. He didn't answer me, just demanded I let him in again. When I called the principal, he didn't pick up the phone. I waited a minute or so and called again. Meanwhile, the guy who just tried to get in didn't knock or say anything. I thought maybe he had left. At least, that's what I was hoping. I tried to call the principal again. As I was dialing, I heard the sound of glass shattering. I looked over and saw that one of the windows to the break room was being broken open with some kind of blunt object. The curtains were still closed, so I couldn't see to the other side very well. Soon the entire window had been smashed in. I stood there kind of in shock. I saw the man who had been in the hallway suddenly start to climb through the window and into the room. As he was doing that, I sprinted to the door. When I got to it, I opened it and ran out, and kept running until I made it back to my classroom. When I got there, I slammed the door behind me and locked it. I did all of this without looking back once. Luckily for me, I didn't see that guy anywhere on my way there. I finally felt safe, now that I was back in my classroom. This obviously suspicious guy was still inside the school, though. I called police on my phone and was told they were aware of the lockdown situation at the school. Officers were already on the way. After that, I didn't hear or see anything else. I waited inside my classroom, and the lockdown finally ended 20 minutes later. The guy was caught by police. When they found him, he was still inside the teacher's lounge. He had snuck in somehow and was on drugs apparently. Aside from that, I don't really know many other details. I can't say for sure what his intentions were, but I'm really glad I managed to get away from him. I used to work for a security company in Sendai. It was a pretty good job if I'm being honest. The day rate was not to be sniffed at. It was pretty perfect for what I needed at the time. I liked the job, but if I'm sharing my story here with you, you know that it's not going to be all smooth sailing. I want to tell you about the incident that made me decide to quit this near-perfect job. About a year on my security company's books, I was given more and more work. Some jobs were really great, but some I didn't like so much. My last assignment was the one that made me quit. It was a road construction job. The construction company had site offices that I had to patrol. Basically, just had to go up and down a stretch of the highway. As I drove to meet my colleagues and take over for the night shift, I was told by one of the security guards that he'd really had enough of working there and didn't want to come back for any amount of money. At the time, I just thought to myself, wow, something must be going on. He mentioned something about it being haunted. I was like, oh, okay, fine. I wasn't all that worried. I clocked in, not paying what he said much mind. Later that night, or maybe I should say that morning, it was about 4 a.m. or so, when I heard a voice start coming through the radio. It wasn't a ghost or anything weird, though. It was just one of the guys who worked for our security firm on the night shift with me. Hey Ken, I'm seeing someone. Geez, I really hope you can see this man, because otherwise I think I'm losing it. There's someone standing on the surface of the lake directly in the middle. Verification, please. Over. There was a lake that was nearby the construction workers' offices, so I looked in that direction. I'm not really a lover of pranks if I'm being honest, so I was expecting to be irritated by whatever he was trying to spring on me, but I looked over nonetheless. It was my job. "I don't see anything, man," I replied through my radio. "I'm telling you, there's a person out on the lake and they're walking towards you. Over." Coming my way. Had this guy lost his mind? He came rushing over to where I was, absolutely shaken to his core. I didn't see anything myself, but clearly this guy really thought he did. It had him really worked up. I've seen people frightened before, but this was a whole new level of fear on his face. It made me want to leave my post. So we all did for a brief period. We called the other security guard to see if he had heard or seen anything, and we all met up. The security guard said he had seen a woman wearing white clothes earlier that night by the lake. I later found out this location was famously home to some spirit. I looked it up online. I don't know if that's what my friend saw, but legend says that a woman was staying in a hotel nearby, and her life had been taken very violently. Her remains were chained to cinder blocks and cast to the bottom of the lake. They called her the Lady of the Lake. Like I said, I didn't see her myself, but I didn't want to see her really either. Honestly, I didn't want to see anything that could make a grown man be as scared as my colleague was that night. So that's why I ended up quitting. Some things really just open your eyes. A long time ago, I had a job at my local convenience store. It was only a part-time gig, and I was grateful for the money it brought in. I was new to work at that age. One thing I wasn't so keen on was the fact I had to work the night shift. It wasn't my very first job. I don't want you to think that. I was young, but not that young. I was about 20 at the time. I'm a guy, if that matters at all. This incident happened one night, during one of the colder months while I was cleaning. It was sometime after 3 a.m. I know that because that was the time I had to empty out the old containers and clean them. These containers were usually pretty oily by the time you had to empty them out. You really had to put some elbow grease into cleaning them. It wasn't a 5-minute job. I knew I would be in the back of the store for a while. The convenience store policy was to clean these out when it was quiet, which was about 3 a.m. for me. I was in the back carefully washing them out, making sure not to splash myself with any of that stinking oil. At that point, I thought I heard someone come into the store. I naturally shouted out, "Welcome!" I turned to face the door. I was facing the sink at the time, so I was kind of surprised when I turned around and saw that no one was there. I didn't overthink it though. Sometimes these things can happen. I just put it down to the fact I must have been half asleep or something. I went back to washing up the containers. I kept scrubbing for a while, but then I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up through this window we had in the back and saw a woman with long black hair standing by the magazine rack. I guess someone really did come in. Now I was aware of her, and I would react should she approach the counter. More often than not, though, people who headed right for the magazine rack were just there to browse. At least in my experience. I finished cleaning all the stuff and set it out to dry. I figured I might as well set out some water, in case she wanted to have a cup of ramen or something else. I hung out in the back, busying myself as much as I could, but she didn't show any signs of coming to the register. I stuck my head out from the back and looked for the black-haired customer who'd entered the store, but she was suddenly gone. There was no one there but me. I said to myself, okay, that's weird. I decided it would be a good idea to look for her. Just make sure she hadn't collapsed or something. I went down the aisles, but she was nowhere to be seen. I even gave the ladies' door a knock and asked if she was all right. The sign was showing it as vacant. I opened the door and looked in and saw there was no one there. I thought, okay, whatever. I started back toward the register. I must have been more tired than I'd realized. As I looked up, though, I saw the woman with the black hair standing in the back just behind the window. I froze. I had just done a sweep of the entire store. I had checked all the places she could have been. For her to be back there without me knowing seemed like an absolute impossibility. I panicked. Impossible. That word just kept coming back to me. I ran to the first safe place I could think of, which was our warehouse store area. It was good that I did, because in our storage area there were these surveillance cameras which covered all angles of the store. I stared at the 4 camera angle feeds for the longest time, but couldn't find any sign of the woman. I knew that she was somewhere in the store, though. I couldn't trick myself into doubting what my eyes had clearly seen. I couldn't do anything about the situation I was in. Those very same eyes that had seen that woman were now telling me the store was entirely empty. I timidly returned. I still had the rest of my job to do. I wasn't going back there empty-handed, though. I carried a mop with me, at the ready. Yeah, sounds a little lame. I didn't want to use it as a weapon, and I had no intentions of hurting anyone that night. I just didn't want to be without something to defend myself. If it was a customer and I was just overreacting, then I could just say I had a perfectly friendly mop to mop up the store with. I made it back to the cash register. It was somewhat comforting to have the barrier of the counter between me and whatever might be here. I realized quickly that I needed to occupy my mind, so I began to count the bills in the register. When I got bored of that, I went over to the magazine corner and decided to borrow a magazine, a men's magazine. Reading that made me feel a little better, if I'm being honest. I calmed myself down a little. I was engrossed in my gentleman's reading when I heard a truck approaching. It was the garbage truck. I quickly went out to the back to grab all the rubbish we had. Then I returned to the front of the store. For the second time that night, I froze in place. I saw someone's feet in front of me, but they were head height. I couldn't help but stare at these feet that seemed to be suspended in the air before my eyes. The ankles were facing me. I slowly looked upward toward the dangling feet, belonging to the woman with black hair. She was softly swaying left and right. She had something around her neck that extended to the ceiling. In a matter of seconds, I understood the situation. I saw a woman suspended from a rope by her neck. My eyes showed me her pale face, and her eyes gave me a bloodshot glare. She wasn't there. She couldn't be there. Yet there she was. My work had turned into a freaking haunted house. I ran for it. I ran out screaming. I only stopped screaming because I was aware of the fact I was. Worse than the screaming, though, was the fact I couldn't control my arms at all. They were just uncontrollably shaking. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and made what I knew would be a very embarrassing call to the police. I was out of options. I knew that what I would be about to tell them would be completely unbelievable, but I didn't know what else to do. A couple of officers arrived, and I spoke with them outside. I was not going back in there alone. They initially had looks of doubt and concern on their faces. As I explained the situation, they went into the store and looked all over the place while I waited outside. I was pacing up and down. I peered in when I thought they weren't looking my way. The 2 officers had a conversation that I couldn't hear, and then one of them came back outside to speak with me. "Hey kid, are you sure you didn't imagine it? Maybe working alone reminded you of a horror film or something like that?" He gave me a smile. "Yep, that's it, isn't it?" It was as if saying that was some kind of case-closed moment for them. To be honest, I didn't argue at all. I didn't think anyone else would ever see what I saw. I didn't like the way they spoke to me, so I was glad to see the back of them while they left. I didn't mind that at all. I made sure I stood by the door for the remainder of my shift, just in case anything else strange were to happen. I was going to make sure I could get out of that door as soon as possible. I got through the rest of the night without seeing anything else strange. When I saw my manager next, I told him I didn't want to work the night shift anymore. Thankfully, I got a switch to an earlier shift, and that was my last night shift in that convenience store. It's something I could never do again after seeing what I saw. Just the image of seeing that woman suspended in the center of the store gives me chills. I dreaded work, but I needed the money. My town was not known for the opportunities it gave our youth. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen, and eventually realized I wanted to find out more. I looked into the building's history, and when that came back with nothing, I looked into other buildings that had been built on that plot of land before. It wasn't long before I discovered that a block of apartments had stood there before the convenience store did. I looked up the address and found an incident of a woman taking their own life. I know I saw something that night. I saw the woman who ended it all. I don't know what to think. I know I saw something there. There were times after that night, even on the morning shift, that I thought I caught a glimpse of that woman through the window when I was in the back. I had to leave that job eventually, and I'm glad I did. I hope that if that woman's ghost really is there, her spirit can find peace one day and rest before I ever see her again. I used to work at a movie theater for a few months when I was younger. This was years ago now, but I sometimes still think about the crazy experiences I had. My coworkers were fun and interesting, but even more so were the customers. Our theater would get pretty busy sometimes. Most of the people were very nice, but one time I had an experience that was truly a horror story. I was working an evening shift. I don't remember exactly what time I started or got off. It was probably something like 4 to 10. Everything was going fine until around 8 p.m. or so. Things were kind of busy, and there were a decent number of people standing around in a big line. It had formed at the concession stand where I was working. Usually we had 2 lines when things were busy, and that's what we had on this night as well. I was at one line and my coworker Amanda was at the other. I served a few people when a guy got to the front of my line. He was a bigger dude with short blonde hair and glasses, asked for a large popcorn and a water cup. I told him the price, and when I did, he didn't believe me. Now, most people know that movie theater food is overpriced. I don't like it, but it's not exactly my choice either. There's a lot of people that try to sneak food into the movie theaters as well. When I worked there, I saw multiple times people bringing stuff in that they were not supposed to. But it's not like I was going to stop them or anything. It just is what it is. Well, this guy objected to the price greatly. He told me there was no way popcorn should cost that much. I was already scooping it up and filling the bucket for the guy. I said back to him that I knew the price was a lot, but that's just kinda how things were. At first, I thought he might have been joking or complaining for the sake of it. Then he said he was not paying. I finished getting his popcorn and put it down on the counter. "So, you don't want this anymore?" The guy told me to give it to him, but he wasn't going to pay for it. Surely he must have been joking, but apparently he was dead serious. I laughed a little bit and saw the guy did not have a joking look on his face at all. In fact, he seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. I told him the smaller sizes were obviously cheaper if he wanted that. He looked up at the sign and read them, then yelled at me that they were all a scam. There was a line forming of people behind him that were all waiting for their items. He continued to look at the menu and said everything on it was a scam. He started reading the prices of everything out loud. The more he read, the louder his voice became. Some of the other people standing around started to take notice. The guy then raised his hands as if to make an announcement and yelled that we were the biggest scam ever. Some people started to laugh, and others looked like they just wanted him to stop. I told the guy if he didn't want his damn popcorn, then he should just leave, because a lot of people were being held up behind him. He reached forward and snatched it, then threw it right in my face. A bunch of popcorn went flying past my head, and some of it hit me as well. I couldn't believe he'd just done that. The man then sprayed the remaining popcorn around, throwing it at a bunch of people standing around him. He then poured the rest over his own head, as to give himself a shower. He then slammed the container on the ground and rushed over to a little stand holding bags of chips. He knocked them over, and finally walked off down the hallway toward the theaters. Everyone was just standing there stunned. A few people laughed, and then some guy came over and picked up all the chips off the ground. Everything resumed back to normal. Another employee came over and started to sweep. I didn't see the guy for the rest of the night. I think I got off before whatever movie he was at finished. Looking back sometimes, I think I should have just given it to him for free to avoid all the trouble, but I do not regret doing it. The man was a jerk and looked like he was absolutely about to go off his rocker. He certainly didn't deserve anything for free. That's my biggest movie theater horror story. A few years ago, I went to the movie theater to see Uncharted with my friend. I don't remember why, but we drove separately to the movie. We met each other there and went inside. The movie theater was probably less than 10 minutes away from where I lived, in an area of town with some other stores around. It was the most popular movie theater in the city. I arrived that night and met up with my friend for the movie. It was pretty busy. We watched the movie and had a lot of fun, and when it was over, we left. My friend and I said our goodbyes to each other, and then went our separate ways. He was parked on the other side of the parking lot, which was pretty busy. I was parked kind of in the back area. I walked to my vehicle, and when I got to it, I saw there was a car parked right next to me, with the engine still running. It was an SUV. I walked around it towards my driver's door, when out of nowhere, a guy popped up from around the corner of the SUV. He blocked my way of getting to my car. He looked to be pretty young, about 19 or 20. The way he approached me out of nowhere really took me by surprise. He walked over aggressively. When he got right up within a couple feet of me, he said his car was having some problems and pointed to the SUV parked right next to me. He asked me if I could help him. I told him I didn't know anything about cars and pointed out that it seemed to have a perfectly running engine. I didn't know what the problem could even be. The guy said he didn't know what was wrong either and asked me desperately for my help. Honestly, this really seemed suspicious. As he was talking to me, I looked next to me at my car. Through the window, I could see somebody on the other side. They were crouched down, hiding right up against my vehicle. I was really weirded out by this. The guy was kind of in front of his car now. I took out the keys to my car and put it in the keyhole at my driver's door. I was afraid to hit the unlock button because the guy at my car would probably get inside of it as well. I unlocked it manually as fast as possible. As I did, I jumped inside and locked the door behind me. The guy that had been in front of the SUV came over and went right up to my window. Meanwhile, the other guy backed off a bit and kind of went behind my vehicle now. I started trying to back up. Both guys continued to encircle me, and the man at my front window knocked on it. I ignored them though and kept backing out. The other guy had no choice but to move away from my vehicle. I drove away and went home after that. I feel like I escaped some sort of setup. I don't know exactly what those guys were doing, but it very clearly was not anything good. My hometown is in Iwanai, Hokkaido, which is about a 2-hour drive from Sapporo. There's a river along the coast called the Nezuka River, which is where my experience took place. The area I grew up in wasn't exactly bustling with life and activity. It was basically just full of fishermen, their homes, and seafood processing plants. I had a bunch of good friends at the time, and we always tried to find ways to have fun. We had a band and used to have this practice room, which was loaned to us. No one used it at night, and it wasn't close enough to any houses for anyone to complain about the noise. It was actually a part of one of those processing plants I mentioned. It wasn't the easiest to access, but it was perfect for us. The smell wasn't great, sure, but we didn't really care about that. This happened on a night where 4 of us friends and band members got together for some band practice. We had been playing a few songs and having a good time. At some point, though, the practice room was getting so hot that I decided to go and get something to drink. It turned out everyone else wanted something to drink as well, so we did rock, paper, scissors to determine who would have to go. I ended up losing, obviously, and so did my other friend who played the drums. We'll call them D. Off we went to go and get drinks. There was a small store near the Nezuka River, but it closed at about 8 p.m. It was well beyond 8 p.m. now. I think it was about midnight or so. We usually hung out there until quite late at night. We were all in our teens, and being in the band was a whole lot of fun. Even though the store was shut, we knew there were some vending machines right outside of it. That's where we decided to go. In order to get to the area we were seeking, we had to cross the bridge over the Nezuka River. For some reason, as we were going over the bridge, I decided to take a look underneath it. I was surprised when I saw someone under there. I didn't really expect to see someone down there that late at night. I thought it could be someone doing a spot of night fishing or something. We bought our drinks from the vending machine and turned back to cross the bridge. One of those late-night long-distance trucks happened to go over at the same time we did, and its headlights illuminated the area. I could now see the man under the bridge a lot more clearly. He was obviously not fishing. To me, it looked like he was digging a hole of some sort. As a prank, me and my friend threw some stones in the water to get his attention. Just see his reaction. I don't know why we were being stupid like that. The man went completely nuts and started shouting at us. We ran back to join our friends in the practice room. All the while we were running, the man was yelling all these bizarre threats. We told our friends all about it. They didn't seem interested, though. A few days went by and we were practicing again at the processing plant. We were there almost every day. One day, we saw a bit of commotion going down by the river. We were a countryside community, so when people gather and clamor about like that, you think, oh man, there has to have been a fire or something. It was cause for concern is what I mean. We went over to the people gathered by the bridge, and I asked an older lady what was going on. She said that a body had been discovered, buried underneath it. My friend D and I looked at each other, and back to our bandmates. Even though none of us said a word, we all understood at the same time. What me and D had seen that night, when we went to go get drinks, was the killer burying the body. We made sure we reported what we saw to the police. I don't think they needed much assistance, though. We saw a news report the very next day that they'd already caught the guy, and he confessed to everything. The news report said the man had apparently murdered a woman, and after killing her, placed her body in a trunk. He then drove to that area and buried the body on the riverbank. Hokkaido police searched the Nezuka River as per his statement, and found a body. The suspect was detained for murder and abandonment of a corpse. After that, we didn't like to stay out too late by that river, or even in the band practice spot. We preferred to hang out in areas where there were a lot more people around, shopping malls and the like. After a while, 3 of us got jobs in Sapporo, whereas D stayed in the local area and got a job there. We're all still in touch, and it seems like the bridge has become some sort of a tourist spot or something. He says people show up there ghost hunting and to test their courage. I don't want to go back to that bridge if I'm being honest. I pray for the soul of that woman who was buried there, and I hope there's no ghost at all. It was a really traumatic event, and one I don't think I'll ever forget. Uncle Owen was always a bit of a weird guy, but we loved him as kids. He lived out in the woods in a cabin that he'd supposedly built all on his own. When we were younger, we always loved going out there because it was a much different experience than living in town. It was so quiet, except the sounds of animals and bugs in the forest. Those could actually get surprisingly loud. During the day, it was fun to play outside in the woods, but at night it could get really creepy. Uncle Owen would also tell us these ghost stories, and as kids, those sorts of things really scared the hell out of us. No one ever really minded, though. It was actually a ton of fun. When I was 10 years old, I remember being at the cabin with several other cousins of mine. It was a regular summer day, and we had spent the day playing outside. Our families would sit and talk after dinner, and that was generally when Uncle Owen would begin telling one of his scary stories to the group. They always, not surprisingly, took place out in the woods, in an area similar to where he lived. They were long and rambling stories that you could never expect to be over really soon. We didn't care, though, because he was such a good storyteller. Anyone could just sit there and listen to him talk for a long time. This night it was very windy outside. It had been like that throughout the entire day, but it seemed to get much worse at nighttime. We could hear the wind's gusts howling outside, which gave even more of a scary element to the story he was telling. The funny thing is that although this was the most important storytelling that I remember, I don't really remember anything of what the story was actually about. What I do remember is the howling of the wind and Uncle Owen stopping the story several times as if he was listening to something that was happening outside. The older boys were sure that he kept listening because he was trying to add some scary element to the story he was telling, but he shushed them every time they piped up about it. He seemed sure that he was hearing something outside and figured after a while that maybe his shed door was open. The wind might have been blowing the door open and closed, causing these strange banging noises. Uncle Owen said he was going to go and make sure the door was actually closed. Said it would be terrible to try and fix the door if it got blown off its hinges. He told us to sit tight, and he would be right back and finish telling his story. Well, the older boys were at it again. As Uncle Owen left, they began telling us he was just messing with us all. Uncle Owen would surely come back to the house and try to find a way to scare us. The only adults there were my mom and aunt, and they knew we liked the scary stories, so they didn't do anything to try and shut the boys up. We all waited in anticipation for the inevitable scare that would come when Uncle Owen came back in. The only problem was that moment didn't come. We waited and waited, and thought that Uncle Owen must be trying to ratchet up the suspense. After a while of him not coming back, though, my mom and aunt began to get very concerned. The older boys, 115 and 116, decided to go out and see where he was. Perhaps the door really had broken, and he was out there trying to fix it. After a while, the boys came back, though, and they were no longer joking around. They told my aunt and mom that he was nowhere to be found. The shed door was open but not broken, so they closed and secured it. They looked around everywhere, expecting him to jump out and scare them, but he never did. There was no trace of him anywhere. My aunt went out with the boys and grabbed Owen's shotgun to take with them. They were out there for a while, but when they came back there was no further news, no trace of him at all. They had called out for him and received no answer. They looked all around the property and found no trace of him at all. I wish this story had a happy ending, or at the very least a resolution, but I can't give you either of those. Uncle Owen just disappeared on that windy night as he went outside in the middle of telling a ghost story. He was never found. A body was never found. Nothing was ever found. I remember that Uncle Owen did have some enemies out there, and some people think he was killed by them for owing money or something like that. I don't remember all of the rumors. All I remember is missing him dearly and never finding out what happened on that windy night. This happened a long time ago, roughly 22 or 23 years ago, I believe. I recently discovered a bunch of message boards where I enjoyed reading about other people's creepy experiences, so I decided to share one of my own. I was a single man at the time this happened, and loved going on long drives roughly once a month or so. It was mid-autumn, and I decided to go for a drive after work. I headed to a spot I liked a lot at the time. I worked a job that allowed me to finish early on Fridays if I made up enough hours throughout the week. Well, usually I would have finished earlier, but there was a deadline I needed to work, so I had to stay a bit later than expected. I'm quite a stubborn person. I was looking forward to my monthly drive, so I was going to go on it no matter what. Just because I was heading off a little bit later than expected didn't mean that it wouldn't be fun. My destination was a convenience store about 2.5 hours away. The roads were nice and quiet, and there were some long winding roads and highways which allowed me to really build up some speed. I arrived at the convenience store and parked in one of the corner spots. That store was a little unusual because it had a large number of parking bays. I think the convenience store owner had bought the piece of land it sits on, and previously it belonged to a hotel or something like that. As a result, there were way more parking spots than necessary. That's my guess anyway. I liked using that store as my marker to turn around and head back. I would park, grab a drink and some snacks, and maybe even take a quick nap as well. Since it was autumn and was at a much later hour this time around, I thought I would just take a nap until the sun came up. I kept a sleeping bag in my car for situations just like this. I locked my doors and my windows. I was a lot more tired than I thought it would be, so it didn't take me long to pass off to sleep. I reclined my seat and drifted off into a dreamless rest. I remember that I was suddenly jolted awake when I felt a pair of hands grab me from behind and attempt to pull me backward. I immediately thought this couldn't be possible. I'd locked the doors, and I was alone in the car. What the hell was happening? I was in a state of absolute confusion and shock. In the chaos of me trying to cling to the steering wheel and whoever was behind me trying to pull me backward, I heard something that still gives me chills to this day. It's been 23 years now, and I still remember this exact moment clear as day. As I was pulled back further, I heard a woman begin laughing hysterically. That was despite me having been alone in the car previously. The laughter slowly decreased in volume until it completely faded away. The grip on me released, and I tugged myself forward. I looked over in my rearview mirror, and I didn't see anyone behind me. Somehow I knew that I wouldn't. I got out of the car in a panic and stood by the side of it, taking deep breaths. I was shaking with fear. I had no explanation for what the hell just happened. I had a flashlight in my car, so I grabbed that. I wanted to have some light to accompany me. I was frantically shining it around the parking lot, hoping to see something, some sense of something normal, to take my mind off what just happened. My flashlight fell on an old, tattered poster, which had been tied to the chain-link fence. It read something like, "Information needed. Body of foreign national woman found inside suitcase. Suspect and victim unidentified." My heart sank. I thought the hands I felt and the laughter I heard must have belonged to the ghost of the woman. If it was her, it was an unfortunate final resting place. I know how crazy I must sound by saying that. It was a really scary as hell experience, and I was a real nervous wreck. I almost didn't want to get back in my car. I also didn't want to get back on the road either, because I was so tired. I really regretted going on a drive so late at night. I was so annoyed with myself. I went over to the convenience store and bought a bottle of tea. I went into the bathroom to calm myself down for a while, and then walked back out to my car. I had little idea of what to do now. I didn't want to die by a ghost, but I also didn't want to die driving while tired. I did the following. I poured a little of my tea out by the car and also poured some into the cab and left it nearby. I said a prayer and asked if they could please allow me to sleep a little while longer. I climbed into my vehicle and tried to get some more rest. Amazingly, I fell asleep without much issue, and I didn't wake up again until morning came. I have mixed feelings about that night. It was scary, but it truly was a very unique and memorable experience. This happened when I finished work early one afternoon. I had the sudden urge to go for a long drive, so I went home and quickly got ready to head out. I left home by the evening. Didn't really have a destination in mind. I just hopped onto the highway and picked some random streets and roads to turn off on. I remember turning off the satellite navigation as well. I don't know what really got into me that day. I just kinda felt like disappearing. I wanted to get away from everything and go someplace new. It was a really fun and spontaneous drive. I stopped off at random restaurants along my travels, had some udon noodles that were really fantastic as well. As I moved away from the cities and towns, I saw more of the countryside, which was great to see. I saw some wild vegetables growing and stopped to look at them. They looked pretty tasty to me. I drove for a good long while, almost through 2 prefectures entirely. That was when my sense of adventure slowly waned. I checked my dashboard clock and saw it was coming up on 1 a.m. or so. To be honest, it was much later than I expected it to be. I found a roadside station along the national highway and decided to pull in and sleep in my car for a few hours. I had planned on sleeping in the car that night anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I'd even prepared to use the roadside station's bathroom to brush my teeth. I pulled the sun visors down on the windshield and used a piece of cardboard I kept in the car to block out the street light. I wedged it under the sun visors and pretty much covered up the windshield entirely. It wasn't the brightest light, but the main idea with the cardboard was to stop people from looking in at me. I managed to block everything but the rear seat window behind me. I had an idea to cover that window, though. I hung my jacket on the little hanger thing on the door and thought that would be enough to put people off from looking in on me. With everything in place and total privacy, I got ready to go to sleep. I think that because of the mood I was in, I found it really difficult to get any rest that night. I couldn't shake the lingering sense of adventure I had in me. I was completely restless. I decided to search for local restaurants and sightseeing spots as well. I was already excited to see what I could find on my spontaneous travel. That was when I heard my jacket begin to slip off the hanger it was on. It was a pretty heavy jacket, so it made a lot of noise as it slipped down. I spun around to look as it was falling and received the shock of my life. As I turned around, I locked eyes with a complete stranger staring at me. It was a man. He was giving me this emotionless, cold glare. It really shocked me to see him staring like that. It was frightening as well. I paused for a moment, staring back at this guy's pale white face. What I saw made me unable to believe what was happening. I got my smartphone out because something was wrong with this guy's face. It looked like it was kind of pulsating or morphing in shape somehow. It's hard to explain. I turned on my smartphone's flashlight and lit up the dark car. I then aimed the direction at the back window where the man had been just moments prior. The face that had been staring at me had already disappeared. I sat there for a couple of seconds in complete shock. Then I unlocked my door. I don't know if this was the best decision I ever made, but I did it nonetheless. I stepped out and looked all around. I shined the light in all directions, but I could not find the owner of that pale face I saw peering in at me. There was no one there. I asked myself who that could have been and what could have possibly happened to them. I couldn't answer that question. Though I've never been a believer in the paranormal, that is something that really made me consider alternative possibilities. To this day, I have no explanation for what I saw, nor for what was wrong with the man's face. I drove to another lot immediately after that. There was no chance I was going to fall asleep again there in that parking lot. So, my hobby is sleeping in my car. I like to do it on days before public holidays, since I don't want people to see me. Usually if I do, they report me to the police, and the police inform me that I need to move. If it's not the police, then it's the youngsters. They peer into my car windows. It makes choosing a perfect spot all that much more difficult. It was around summer of last year. It was late at night and I was driving around, trying to find a decent place to sleep at. I was on a mountain road when I saw a turn for what looked like a disused building. There was an old rusty sign that said this used to be an observatory of some sort. I saw one other truck in the car park of this place. Figured that whoever it was must be taking a rest too. I pulled in. Perfect. There was another truck in the car park too. I parked away from the truck in the middle of the car park and pulled out my phone. I played with it until I became sleepy. I then put the seat all the way back and pulled my blanket over me and fell asleep. I woke up sometime during the night. My throat was so dry, I went to grab a drink from my bag, and just as I did that, I heard a small stone, or something like that, strike the back of my car on the rear windshield. I looked at my rear view mirror. There didn't appear to be anything out there. I simply took a drink and went back to sleeping. The second time I woke up was because I really needed to use the restroom. I looked at my phone. 4:27 a.m. I got out of the car and kind of hoped the abandoned observatory might have a toilet. I didn't want to climb over a fence and wander around in the middle of the night in there, though. I found a spot out of the way and relieved myself. As I was doing so, I heard one of the truck doors open and shut. Someone else was awake. As I came back to my car, I saw a man just standing there. He looked to be about my age, wearing glasses. "You couldn't sleep either, huh? Scared of something?" I looked at him a bit puzzled and asked him what he meant. "Huh? You didn't notice?" I was a bit spooked by his response. He began to elaborate. He said that he had been watching a DVD when I pulled into the parking area. He thought it was a bit odd since only truckers exclusively use this place to park and take a rest on particularly long drives. As his DVD finished up, he just so happened to look up and saw a woman standing on the front of my car with her hands on the hood. He said that seeing this really freaked him out. He took his eyes off the woman for just a second, and when he looked back, she was at my driver's side window, trying to open the door. He said that when she noticed him looking her way, she ducked down by the side of my car. He kept checking on me for a while to make sure she wasn't doing anything suspicious, but he didn't see the woman anymore. He then went to sleep in the back of his truck. After checking, all his doors were locked. I thought he was just trying to freak me out, so I questioned him. He said that if I didn't believe him, then I should check the outside of my car for handprints, as she had her hands cupped up against it and against the glass when she came by the side of my car. He came with me. The window didn't appear to have any handprints on it, so I thought this might be the kind of thing truckers did to make sure us non-truckers didn't use their parking spots or something. As I went to check the hood though, I noticed there was a small pair of indentations on it. I was pissed. I heard the trucker shout, "Hey, there's something worse around here, buddy." There were scratches and indentations, as if something had been striking at the door. I heard the door of another truck open and close, and another older man came over. He said he had seen the same woman before, that she'd done the same thing to him on many a night. I thought she was just after some company, but she never said a word. She just stared. I asked a local about her in a bar down that road. Turns out, apparently she did that all the time. They said it was fine, though. She wouldn't try to hurt you at least. I looked at the other truck driver in shock. I hightailed it out of there. I couldn't handle it. Knowing how dark and isolated we were in that location was enough for me. Someone arriving on foot in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night just to mess with people? No, not dealing with that. I had to go. I had a very creepy experience a couple of years ago. I'm an avid reader and have completed many a book series since I was a kid. Reading has always been one of my favorite hobbies, so I go to my local library all the time, especially to get some more books. There's one very close to where I live. I remember I went there one time trying to find some new books to read. I was interested in branching out the types of genres that I was used to reading. This time, I spent a lot more time there than usual. When I was there, I remember things started out average, then quieted down. It was around 6 p.m., and the library closed at 7. I was near a random bookshelf in a very quiet area. As I stood in the aisle all by myself, I found some books I was interested in. I picked one up and wanted to read a little bit to get a feel for the story. I was reading it for maybe 5 minutes or so. Everybody knows how libraries are extremely quiet, and this one was especially so. It was getting really close to closing time. I was lost in all my reading when all of a sudden I heard what sounded like a whisper from behind me. Somebody leaned into my ear. "Hey!" I turned around, but I didn't see anyone there. It seemed like the sound must have been coming from the next aisle over. Maybe they weren't talking to me specifically. Whoever it was, I decided to pay it no mind. I went back to the book, and about a minute went by. Then I heard it again, this time a little louder. It sounded like a man's voice. "Hey! Hey you!" I turned around again. This time, I thought I could see someone moving around in the aisle next to me. I couldn't see much, though, because of all the books on the shelves. The only things I could see were between the empty gaps. I decided to go over there and see what was going on. I walked past to the other side, but no one was there. They must have moved out of the way to another aisle. I walked past a few more aisles, and a man was in one of them. It could possibly have been the Whisperer, but he wasn't looking in my direction and didn't seem to be paying any attention to me. I didn't want to ask him directly, so I turned around and walked to where I had been before. I decided to just leave, because whoever was doing this whispering and hiding game was really creeping me out now. I got the books that I wanted to check out and then did so. I left. After I left, I drove home and arrived back safe and sound. Just minutes later, not long after getting inside my apartment, my cell phone suddenly started to ring. I didn't recognize the number. I picked it up and answered, wondering who it could possibly be. What I heard on the other end was the same whispering I had heard at the library. Somebody was saying hey to me, just like before. It was the same man's voice. I asked multiple times who this was and asked them how they got my number, why they were calling me. None of my questions were answered, though. After maybe 10 seconds of whispering, followed by 10 seconds or so of silence, the person on the other end hung up on me. I blocked the number after that and didn't go back to that particular library for several months. I only went back there during that time to return books. Luckily, I never got another strange call or had another eerie encounter like that. I've been back to that library since then, and everything's been perfectly fine. I still wonder who that was and how they got my number. I'm a single woman, and I live alone in the city. I work as a salesperson. Due to the nature of my job, I work what some would consider to be antisocial hours. I don't really mind the hours myself, to be honest. That's not why I'm here. I just want to share my experience. I usually stay up late on Sunday nights because of this, and sleep in on Monday mornings. I like having my working life be like that, in all honesty. There are a lot of people living in my building, and a lot of them look like they're office workers and salespeople just like me. I think that they work more normal hours though, because Sunday nights are always really quiet around here. Well, it always used to be, but recently I've been hearing some strange noises. What sounds like someone on my floor wandering around. At about 3 a.m., I remember hearing this strange scraping sound, accompanying heavy dragging footsteps. I hear these noises coming from the communal hallway, which passes by my apartment. I've been thinking of moving out, I can't lie. I don't know. Maybe you'll agree with me that it's for the best by the time you hear the end of this. I think that the floor plan of each apartment in my building is the exact same as mine, so everyone should have their back bathroom next to the entrance, then a small window at the front of each apartment. As you can imagine, I'm a night owl, so when I would hear noises out there, I would easily wonder, who is this, a newspaper delivery man? I thought that must be it, because who else would be coming to the building that early to walk through the communal corridors? After I thought about it a bit more though, that didn't make much sense. Newspapers get delivered a little bit later in the morning, not at 3 a.m. It just didn't seem feasible. Then I wondered if maybe someone was doing some early morning workouts. That couldn't be it either though. That scraping sound, what would they have been doing? And the long, slow footsteps didn't seem like someone who was working out either. Maybe some kind of rehabilitation training? It could be that, I thought to myself. Eventually I managed to convince myself that this strange noise I was hearing was some person doing rehabilitation training. I still thought of it every now and then though, and wondered why it always had to be at 3 o'clock in the morning. I had Mondays off work obviously, which is why I stayed up especially late on Sundays. Twice a month I also didn't work on Thursdays. I didn't usually stay up late on those nights though. I wondered if perhaps the same noises could be heard on Wednesday nights. I stayed up on one Wednesday to try and find out. Lo and behold, I heard it yet again. What was strange about it though was the manner of movement had changed. It made me feel uncomfortable. Now my rehabilitation training theory didn't make sense either. They were dragging their feet at a speed much faster, these little bursts of speed. I started to get a bit scared. We did have a prowler in our area, so I wondered if someone was coming here to scope out the place. Needless to say, I didn't really feel good when I started hearing these noises right outside my door. I went to make sure my door was locked because I was feeling so nervous. The dragging and scraping went down the hall to the end of my floor. I knew they'd have to go past my door again. They wouldn't be able to leave the building otherwise because the stairs and elevator were there. The footsteps headed toward the deepest part of our floor, the apartment at the end of the hall. I thought that apartment must belong to this late-night wanderer. It wasn't until later, though, that something dawned on me. The apartment at the end of the hall was vacant, and it had been vacant for some months now. No one was supposed to live there. I have no idea what could possibly be going on. I can't get any sleep at night. I've been looking for a new place to live recently. I'll take pretty much any place I can get at this stage, and I'll tell you why. Ever since the night I heard those steps on my floor, I've heard them going back and forth outside my door every night, before eventually heading down the hall. I have no idea why they've recently started targeting my apartment in particular, but I know I've got to get out of here before something happens to me. This happened about 10 years ago. My husband and I were really into overnight trips up and down the country. Back then, we lived quite a carefree lifestyle, and I miss those nights somewhat. Not the night I'm about to talk to you about, though. We usually drove back late at night after a trip. We liked it that way, as the roads were more clear, and the night was cool and calm along the way. Eventually, though, my husband and I both needed to use the restroom, so we decided to pull into a roadside station. I think it was about 2 or 3 a.m. or so. We were in a prefecture famous for being called the Sea of Trees. It had a lot of nature and was a really beautiful place during the day, but during the night it felt really wild. The roadside station we stopped at was very close to the Misaka Pass. There's a lot of nature in that area as well, very green. The pass itself is surrounded by a forest. Because it was the middle of the night, naturally the station was closed, and there wasn't much light in the area either. We pulled into the quiet parking area, and my husband and I trotted off toward the bathrooms. There was a separate building located a little away from the stores they had there for the bathrooms. There was a light on there, but like I said before, it was a very dim light. Honestly, more than anything, it made the area look kind of gloomy. I could see some brighter light leaking out of the building, but for some reason that night, I hesitated. I suddenly got the feeling I didn't want to go inside. I didn't know why I felt like that at the time, but I guess I do now. I didn't know when I would get the next chance to use the restroom, and we were a long way away from home. It's not like I really had a choice. My husband walked off into the men's side, and I headed into the ladies'. It was very clean in there. As I was gazing around, I noticed that the ceiling between the two was joined. Moreover, there was a little gap, allowing sound to travel. That actually gave me a sense of security, knowing I was in a space kind of connected to the one my husband was in. I still didn't like being in here, though. That strange sense of apprehension did not go away. The building had lots of glass in its design, and the roof was kind of cylindrical. In a sense, it kind of looked like a mirror on its side. It's really hard to explain. The structure was a bit, intimidating. I wanted to get in there and get out as quickly as possible. There was just this weird energy about this place. All the doors to each stall were open. I didn't need to see that, though, to realize I was the only one in there that night. I worked myself up, but I couldn't calm myself down at all. All I managed to do was make myself feel nervous. I could hear the sound of my breath growing heavier. I quickly got on with what I came there to do. I tried to keep my mind calm. I sure was good at making mountains out of molehills, it seemed. While I was in there, I seemed to be completely alone. It was absolutely silent. I quickly finished up, washed my hands, and ran outside to find my husband waiting out there for me. I ran over to him. The very first thing he said to me was, "It's good you weren't in there alone, huh?" I asked him what he meant. "Well, I only say that because you didn't want to go in there. You said you were scared, so I figured you might have felt a bit more at ease with someone else in there with you." I didn't understand what he was saying. I was alone in the bathroom, wasn't I? My husband noticed that strange look on my face. He said, "What? You know what I mean. As soon as we went into the bathroom, you must have heard those high heels coming in behind you. I mean, if I could hear it in the men's room, you must have heard it too." When my husband said that to me, my blood ran cold. As I've said many times before, I was certain I was the only one in there at the time. No one else came in, and I never heard any footsteps like my husband said. I was at a loss for words. My husband must have seen the confused and frightened look on my face because he stopped talking about the bathroom. In a much more serious tone, he said to get back to the car. He took me by the hand and led me back. Without saying a word, we got back on the road. We spent some time driving in silence, and then we started speaking again. After a few hours, we arrived home in one piece. My husband looked up the roadside station online and found out that at one time in the past, there had been many offerings of flowers and dolls in the bathroom as a kind of memento to commemorate someone's passing. It does make me wonder if I truly was alone in the bathroom that night. I don't know why my husband was able to hear what he heard, and I wasn't. Maybe I'm not so sensitive to spirits. I do remember those terrible feelings of nervousness and anxiety, though. Maybe those feelings were brought on by the presence in the bathroom with me. I don't know. We've never been back to that particular roadside station, despite having the opportunity to do so many times. When I was a little bit younger, I often went out after dinner and stayed out until it was really late at night. I loved playing catch with my friends. We were quite a sporty group back then. We loved to play tossing the baseball back and forth. We even found a secret access point into the schoolyard. It seemed like some other kids had cut a hole into the wire mesh fence that surrounded the schoolyard. When it was dark enough out to not be detected, we would slip in through that hole and go play catch at school. You can play catch in the dark if you're focused enough. Plus, the ball is coming at you at a high speed while your vision is impaired. It adds a thrilling element of danger to the game, and of course, a lot of fun as well. It's seriously dangerous though, so don't do that. I can't lie though, I really did enjoy the thrill of it. The night this happened was no different than any other night. We snuck in and were having a good time. After a while though, one of us picked up on a noise that seemed quite unusual. Actually, I think it might have been me who noticed it first. Actually, it sounded like there was a ball bouncing in another part of the schoolyard. We didn't ever play anywhere near the area it was coming from. We played in a place near the hole in the fence, so we could leave immediately if security or the cops came. Of course, we hadn't ever met anyone else there during those times. As I looked in the direction I heard the sound coming from, I saw what looked to me like the vague outline of another kid. This kid looked younger than me and my friends though, just based on the stature. He was far away from us though, so it was difficult to see him clearly. It was about 1 a.m., and we were playing in the high school kids' playground. We had never heard anyone coming or going, and were trying our best to listen out for things like that, so we wouldn't get in trouble for trespassing. It was seriously weird how we hadn't heard this kid at all until that moment. My friends and I were kind of freaking out. This kid was all alone in a place he shouldn't be, and he had gotten in without any of us realizing. He was in a completely dark area too. There were basically no lights at all. The only reason we could see him at all was because of a dim light in the area nearby us. The kid appeared to be playing catch all by himself. He was picking up the ball and throwing it. It would bounce off a nearby tree, then roll back to him. Suddenly, the kid launched the ball in our direction. We watched as it slowly rolled into the light and down by our feet. We were creeped out. The kid didn't say a single word, but the intent was clear as day. He wanted to play with us. Not knowing what to do or how to react, we just stood there in silence, watching as the kid made no attempt to come closer at all. He just stood there in the dark looking back at us, waiting. One of my friends broke the silence, saying, "Let's go home, guys." We agreed with him. This was way too weird, and we didn't want to be there anymore. What kid would be playing alone at 1 a.m., and why did he want us to go into such a dark area with him? We thought we were crazy being out as a group so late. We never expected any company, and certainly not a solitary kid. As we turned our backs to leave, we heard a rush of oncoming footfalls behind us. It sounded like someone was rushing at us. Out from the darkness, I was so scared I started running. My panicked friends joined me in the sprinting, and we all scrambled to get out of that hole in the mesh fence. As we turned around, nobody was there anymore. After we escaped, we didn't really ever mess around at the school grounds after hours again. It just didn't feel right. One of my friends said that when we were all rushing to get out of the school area, he had dropped his catcher's mitt. He saw it the very next day, hanging on the top of a tree branch, the very same tree the kid had been throwing the ball at. It was a scary night indeed. My friends think it was a spirit we encountered that night, some lonely soul, maybe someone who had been bullied in life, now seeking friendship in the afterlife. If that's truly the case, then that makes me feel a bit sad that we ran away. However, now that I'm older and a lot more cynical, I wonder if maybe it was actually an adult. The person was so far away, and because we were much smaller and younger back then, we didn't have a full perspective. Maybe we just thought it was a kid. If option 2 is what's true, it's a little more sinister with what he did with that ball. Whoever it was, they were surely trying to entice us into coming out of the light and into the darkness by offering to play with us. I don't know which one is true, but I know that it's a memory that's a pretty damn spooky one. I've heard dozens of stories about the dangers of online dating, whether that be looking for love or looking for something a little more casual, we'll say. I never cared much for the warnings, though. Since my identity is hidden behind a computer screen, I have no problem admitting that I've been an avid user of a certain dating app for a long time, and the app I'm referring to is Tinder. I've used this app for years now, meeting women and going on a ton of dates. I'm always upfront and honest with the woman I match with on Tinder. I tell them what I'm looking for, and if they're looking for something more serious than me, no hard feelings. We end the conversation and everything's fine. A couple of months back, though, I had my first real scare with the app. I got lazy and didn't care as much about being careful who I met. I matched with this beautiful girl named Teresa. She reached out to me before I could even message her. Right away, the conversation turned in a direction that, let's just say, I was looking for. Teresa didn't pull any punches at all. She was very upfront and to the point, and I liked that about her. I eventually asked her if she wanted to come over and hang out, and that's when her tone finally changed. In so many words, she basically said she didn't want to leave her house because her dog was sick, and she wanted to stay with her dog. She then said she was embarrassed to have me come over because she didn't live in a great area. I reassured her I didn't care about where she lived and didn't mind at all coming over to her place. She seemed flattered and agreed to have me come over. Then she dropped a new wrinkle into the operation. You see, she said that she lived with her aunt, and that if I was going to come over, I needed to come over tonight, when her aunt was not going to be home. I should have seen all the red flags, but I did not. I was just excited to hang out with her, so I agreed to come over that night, and asked for the address. She told me that I had to wait an hour, and then I could finally come. That was certainly weird. I didn't realize that at the time, though. She didn't send me the address right away, after she said to come over in an hour. She never responded, actually. I asked for the address twice, and never got a response. About an hour later, she finally told it to me, and told me to message her when I got there. She said something about the door being stupid or something, and it would be easier for her to come outside and get me. I put the address into my phone and made the 20-minute drive to her house. She wasn't kidding about the area. It was a street of old, broken-down homes with garbage and refuse everywhere. There was one street light that worked for the entire street. When I stopped the car on the road, I messaged her right away. While I was waiting for a response, I noticed none of the houses in the area had any lights whatsoever coming from them. Most of them were boarded up and looked to be completely abandoned. It then dawned on me. I didn't even see numbers on the houses. I had no clue which one belonged to Teresa. She messaged me back. "I see you." There was a big smiley face emoji as well. I scanned the area from inside my vehicle, but I didn't see anybody. I messaged back, "Hey, can you come outside? I have no idea which house is yours." A moment later, I saw a figure come to the door of a house across the street. I couldn't see their face, but they were waving at me. I messaged her, "Is that you in the black sweatshirt?" I didn't see the figure message back to me, but I received a message almost instantly. "Yeah, it's cold here. Hopefully I'll be a bit warmer soon." She added a winking face. I turned my car off and started to get out. I saw she wasn't standing where she was a moment ago. I slowly started making my way across the street, and as I approached the front door, two men emerged from the driveway. I instantly threw my hands up in self-defense, but it was no use. Before I could even react at all, one of the men began beating me with a bat or something like that. The other guy just started kicking me while I was down. The person inside, who I thought was Teresa, then ran outside. Not only was it not her, it was a huge guy. He grabbed my wallet out of my pocket, and the three men ran down the road into the darkness. Thankfully, I'd left my phone locked in my car, and the guys didn't steal my keys for some reason. I was able to crawl back and dialed the authorities. I told them what happened. Never in my life had I felt so disoriented. Eventually, one officer basically said he couldn't do anything. The profile on Tinder had already been deleted, and since I didn't get a good look at any of them, there was no way to identify them. The only thing that really sucked about losing my wallet was replacing my ID. The joke was on them though, since they'd pretty much robbed a broke man. I think I only had $4 in cash in my wallet, and my debit card had virtually no money on it. I canceled my card immediately and went to the ER. Turns out they'd broken two of my ribs. I think all things considered though, I was pretty lucky that's all I walked away with. I do think about that night all the time. I can't believe how stupid I was. There were tons of red flags right in front of me, and I ignored them all for some fake girl. It makes me angry that those monsters are still out there, tricking idiots like me into similar situations. I wish I could say I learned my lesson about Tinder and meeting people online, but I did not. I'm still out there meeting new people. I'm just extra careful now and using my head more often. You can never be too careful when it comes to online dating. I'm from South Africa, and most of my family still lives there. It's a really gorgeous country, with some of the most stunning natural beauty imaginable, some of the best food you'll ever eat too, and some of the friendliest people you'll ever meet. Any Afrikaans viewers will be able to vouch for South African hospitality. Unfortunately, it's also one of the most dangerous countries in the world, for residents and tourists alike. The majority of the population lives below the poverty line, and the education system is in real bad shape. Petty to moderate crime is basically a way of life, with very few consequences at all. Crime there also tends to be particularly needlessly violent, often escalating to assault, indecent assault, and even murder. No one has any faith in the police, who are often corrupt and incompetent themselves. The people live in a constant state of heightened awareness and paranoia. It's not really something you even notice about yourself, that underlying tension, until you spend a little bit of time somewhere else. You realize that while you're away, you've stopped holding your breath. Every building has bars on the windows, every business has security cameras and guards, and every home, even the most modest ones, have an alarm system and panic buttons. Most cars have a tracking device installed. This is the normal I grew up with, and even though I had been the repeated victim of pickpocketing, car thefts, and one attempted hijacking and burglary at my mom's house when I was a kid, I figured that was what life was like, and I didn't consider it strange. It was at the age of 21 that I met my future husband, Carl. We didn't exactly waste any time. We had a real whirlwind romance. A few months after we started dating, we had rented an apartment together, and within 6 months we got engaged. We moved from the city to a small house in Cape Town, almost on the opposite side of the county. We were married another 6 months after that, and I was working as a graphic designer. Carl got a job as a programmer. Carl and I were both used to a certain amount of crime being part of daily life in Pretoria. Like I've mentioned, things were no different in Cape Town, of course. The place where Carl worked was robbed in broad daylight, and a bunch of his valuables were stolen right out of his office. My workplace was also broken into twice in a 3-month period. Once when a couple of ladies were still in the building at night, and we had to hide in a bathroom. One night, after getting off work very late, I was followed by a car with tinted windows, and whoever it was tried to run me off the road. I did everything you're supposed to do in that situation. I didn't stop at red lights, slowed just enough to check for cars before speeding through, and made random turns. I floored it and then finally turned into the nearest police station. It worked, and the car sped off right after I pulled in. My car's window got smashed in our driveway one night while we were asleep. Obviously, I didn't keep anything of value in there, but it didn't stop whoever it was from trying. It turned out every car on the street not in a garage had been smashed into that night, probably by the same group of thugs. These are just a few examples of a very long list. If things hadn't escalated from here, who knows how long we would have continued to live there under that state of normal. During the early hours one Saturday morning, maybe around 4 a.m. or so while it was still dark, I was woken up to the sound of a loud pop, like the sound of a light bulb exploding. I shook Carl awake and asked if he could hear anything. While I was still whispering that I'd heard a strange noise, our bedroom door creaked open, and beams of flashlight shined into our eyes. Carl shouted something, and I let out a scream. Our bed was surrounded by 3 men. They ordered us to get out, and just kept telling us to shut up and be quiet. Carl was in his boxers, and I in a t-shirt. I thank God we don't sleep naked. I don't remember what we said to them, but I remember feeling strangely calm. One man began rummaging through our closet. Another left the room to ransack the rest of our home. I remember having my wedding ring pulled off my finger, and the same being done to my husband. We were forced into the bathroom and made to climb into the bathtub. One of the men made us sit back to back before tying our wrists together. I knew anything of value we owned was about to be gone, and that we might die. I still pleaded with the men not to take our wedding rings, to take anything we had, but to please give the rings back. I guess they just meant so much to me as a newlywed in that moment. He seemed eager to keep me quiet. He kept pointing the knife at me, saying, Okay, we'll give them back. Just shut up already." He told us to stay there and not to move, then locked us in the bathroom. We stayed there in silence for a while, listening to the commotion in our house. When it sounded like they were gone, Carl worked his hands free and broke out of the bathroom, then hit the panic button in our bedroom. That set off the house alarm and an emergency alert to the local police station. It was starting to get light outside. As we looked around the house and waited for the police to arrive, we realized the place was an absolute mess. Drawers and cabinets pulled open and emptied all over the floor. In the spare bedroom we used as a home office, everything of value was totally gone, except for my enormous iMac, my pride and joy at the time, which was laying face down on my desk after its cord had been cut. We couldn't figure out why they hadn't taken it. We realized that cut must have caused the electrical popping sound that woke me up in the first place. Us waking up must have interrupted their little mission. The scumbags were actually caught in the end. We were so afraid of something like this happening to us again that we slept in shifts from then on. Every little sound put us on high alert, and I kid you not, 2 weeks later, one night while we were in bed, Carl heard voices on the other side of the wall, surrounding our small yard. And peering out the window, we saw the tops of 3 shadowy heads moving toward the neighbor's wall. We called the police, and not long after, we had the satisfaction of seeing the men who'd invaded our home being arrested on the street. That was enough for us. We set things in motion to get the hell out of Dodge. 10 years later, we now live in the USA and Tennessee. We have 2 beautiful little girls. I really wish I could recommend South Africa to tourists, but we never plan on even taking our kids there to see where we grew up. It's just not worth it. We're really lucky the scum who robbed us weren't looking for violence that night. By the way, we never did get our rings back. I'm at work right now, so I'll keep this pretty brief. Today, I was reminded of something very creepy that happened in my office. It all happened about 5 years ago. It was right when we moved into the building. I've got to say that from the moment before I even got my desk all set up, I just felt something off about this place. Let me try to explain what I mean. The first thing I noticed was that the elevator seemed like it was much too modern for the building. It was really high-tech compared to everything else there. In the bathroom, there were also sensor-activated lights, which seemed out of place too. I don't know how to explain it. It was like there was efforts made to replace individual things and not renovate the entire place. The interior didn't match the exterior. It was just kind of weird. I could sense that a lot had happened in this building. It had been the offices of multiple businesses in the past. I had to do quite a bit of overtime in the coming days after we moved into the new building. I was always fine with doing overtime though, so I didn't really mind to be honest. This was something else though. It was more than I'd ever done before. I guess I wasn't very good at listening to my body at the time, because looking back on it, I was really overworking myself. It wasn't just work though. Every time I finished late, I stayed up even later. I was surviving on less and less sleep. I would stay up late because I needed to eat, shower, and try to mentally switch off for a little while. One day during this busy period, I felt some incredibly intense stomach pains at work. I had been feeling rough and worn down, but the stomach pains were a new thing for me, a new, very concerning thing. I decided to make use of the bathroom on the second floor. That was the more modern of the 2 bathrooms. Normally, the bathroom lights are usually on, but they were off that time. I guess because it was a weekend. Yep, I was at work on a Sunday. It was a dark day. I remember it being in the late stages of autumn, the kind of day where it gets dark out very early. It was a little eerie, but as soon as I went in there, the sensor light picked up on my movement and lit up the whole bathroom. I really shouldn't have been in the office over the weekend, but I was. I had a big project presentation coming up that I needed to work on, probably why I was having those stomach pains. My stress levels were very elevated. I pushed open the stall door and got the shock of my life. There was already someone in there. I had never seen them before, and they certainly didn't work in the office. I was so stunned I almost forgot about my stomach. He had white hair and seemed kind of old. I remember he was wearing a shabby shirt. He stood with his back facing me. My brain went on autopilot, and I remember blurting out something like, "Oh, sorry." It was like I was so embarrassed to see someone in there. I didn't really question it in the moment. I just slammed the stall door closed and darted out of the bathroom. I headed up another flight of stairs to use the one on the 3rd floor. My initial thought was that whoever I ran into the bathroom must be doing overtime as well. Halfway up the stairs, though, my tired and confused mind threw up a question that really woke me up. The question cut right through me. If someone was in there, why was the sensor light off? Why didn't it detect his motion? The light usually stays on for ages when someone goes in there. I didn't understand. I wondered if there had been some kind of malfunction with the light. I went home, and nothing else happened that day. Whoever was in the building at the same time as me came and left without my knowledge. Flash forward a couple of days, or maybe even some weeks, I uncovered some disturbing news. There were rumors about our new building circulating around the office. The rumor I heard was there was an elderly person who had collapsed and died in this building due to overwork. They said he had collapsed in the bathroom, and that's why the previous occupants had left. Ever since I heard that rumor, I haven't been able to go anywhere near the bathroom I saw that old guy in. I've been trying to convince myself he was nothing more than a figment of my imagination, a hallucination conjured up by an overly tired mind. I tried to tell myself that's what that was I saw that day, rather than something completely paranormal. I just can't shake the feeling it was something more than that, though. Perhaps if the rumors were true about the old man dying due to overwork, then the reason I saw him that night might have been him giving me some kind of grim prediction of what's in store for me if I carry on with overworking myself. I can just imagine him in the bathroom, hyperventilating, sweating, and shaking like me. It made me realize I really have to listen to my body more often. Since I saw that man, I've taken little steps to back away from all the overtime, but it's a bit tough. I always use the restroom on the 3rd floor now. This is something that happened back when I was about 10 or 12 years old. I'm an adult now, so it was a long time ago. I still think about it sometimes. That's how weird and scary this situation actually was. To start out, I will mention this was sometime in the early 2000s or so. Cell phones weren't the most common back then. My parents did have them, but it was far more common to use our home phone, which was connected to our household landline. I think we had 2 or 3 of them. The main one was in the kitchen, and there was another one in the living room as well. We didn't have any caller ID back then, so when a call came in, you wouldn't know who it was unless you answered. I was an only child, so I didn't have any siblings. One night, my parents left to go shopping, and I stayed home because I wasn't interested in going. I would go with them about half the time, but most of the time it would just be really boring. My parents would leave me home by myself all the time for small trips and things like that, so I was somewhat used to it. That night, about an hour after my parents had left, I was in the kitchen when suddenly the phone began to ring. I figured it was most likely my parents calling, so I picked up the phone and answered. "Hello?" I expected to hear my mom's voice responding to me, but it was not my mom at all. It was a man's voice. It sounded really weird too. Definitely was not my dad. The man on the other end spoke very slowly and asked me who I was. I was kind of creeped out, but I figured the person must be calling for one of my parents. Because I was so caught off guard though, I couldn't really think of anything to say, and just hung up the phone right then and there. Afterward, I went back to whatever I was doing. I don't remember a whole lot of the rest of the time my parents were gone that night. I do know that when they came home, The guy hadn't called back or anything. Only a few days later, though, the guy called back again. This time, my parents were asleep in bed, and I was up late watching some TV. It was a Friday night, so I didn't have school the next day, and could stay up however late I wanted. I'm guessing it was around 11 p.m. or so, when I heard the phone start ringing. It was really strange. We never got phone calls this late at night. I wondered who it could possibly be, but I had no intentions of answering it. I wasn't the type of person to answer the phone unless my parents were gone or I was expecting a call. I let it continue to ring as I continued watching TV and sitting on the couch. The living room phone was just a little ways away from me, and after the phone stopped ringing, I heard a beep. I could tell somebody was going to leave a message. When somebody left a voicemail back then, you could hear it in live time as they recorded it. When I heard the person start to speak, I felt instantly creeped out. It was the same man as before, speaking in a deep and slow voice. "Hi, I thought you were home tonight." There was a little pause before he hung up. I wondered who this guy was. Sure, I didn't know all the people my parents did, but I was really close with them. If they had talked with this guy on the phone before in the past, I feel like I would have known. Why was he calling so late at night anyway? I went over to the phone, which now had the flashing light showing there was a new message. I played it back once more, just to make sure I was not imagining things. It was certainly very strange. I only stayed up for a little bit longer that night, before going to bed. The next day, I'd completely forgotten about the strange phone call, and so I did not tell my parents. Later that night, we were all at home and in the living room, when the phone began to ring once more. It was late again, after 9 p.m. or so. My mom walked over and answered the phone. I really didn't think too much of it, until my mom hung up the phone immediately. She hadn't even said anything. She walked back over and said when she answered the phone, she heard nothing. Then whoever was on the other end hung up. My dad suggested it was probably a wrong number, but that's when I remembered the strange phone calls I'd been receiving. I told my parents about them. They were completely unaware of who that could be. We played the message from the previous night, and all found it very strange. All we could assume was it was someone who had the wrong number, or some kind of creepy prankster. That night, we didn't get any other calls, and we didn't receive any further for about a week or so. In that time, I basically forgot about it again. One night, though, I happened to be staying home alone once again. I think my parents were out shopping, but I can't remember exactly. It was dark out and I was in the living room when the phone began to ring. I heard the man's voice again. He started to say something, but I slammed the phone down on the receiver. I was too creeped out to listen to whatever this guy had to say. Moments later, the phone began to ring again. I just knew it was him calling back. On the slim chance that it was actually my parents, they could just leave a message. When the phone stopped ringing, I started to hear the man's voice again, leaving a message. He said he could see I was home right now. This was really weird. How could he really know that I was home alone? I went over to the window and opened up the curtains a little bit. I looked out onto the street and saw there was a suspicious car parked on the side of the street a little ways from our house. It was unusual for any cars to be parked there. I couldn't tell who was inside or anything else. The engine was on though, and the car was running. I watched for 10 or 15 seconds, and it didn't move at all. Was this possibly that man? After seeing this, I ran to the phone and called my mom on her cell phone. I told her what was happening, and she said she would head home immediately. I was too afraid to look out the window again. I hid behind the couch until my parents got back home. They arrived 10 minutes later, and when they did, the car had already fled from my street. I'm not sure where that guy went. I was just happy he was gone. After this happened, my parents didn't leave me alone for a long time. Everywhere they went, they insisted I come with them. We also unplugged our home phone for about a month or so. When we finally hooked it back up, whoever that guy was didn't call again. I don't know for sure if it was actually him parked on the side of the street, but I have a strong feeling that it was. I also don't know who that guy was or why he kept calling us. I grew up taking regular vacations with my family. Now that I have my own family, I like to keep that tradition alive. Every summer when my kids get out of school, we take a trip somewhere. We don't usually drive more than 8 hours, and more often than not, we'll stay in one of the coastal cities, since we live on the East Coast. The specific year my kids turned 7 and 8, my husband and I figured they were mature enough to drive through the night. This day, we could arrive at our destination in the morning and not waste an entire day driving. We started the 8-hour drive to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina at around 11 o'clock at night. After stopping for bathrooms and gas, we planned on arriving at our destination around 7 in the morning. The plan was that when we arrived, we would take an hour or two nap and then spend the rest of the day at the beach. However, we almost didn't make it to Myrtle Beach at all. At some point during the night, it started to downpour outside. It was raining so hard, it was almost like driving through a snowstorm. You literally could not even see 2 feet in front of you, not to mention it was pitch black on the highway. Add those two together, and you have a very dangerous drive. I was starting to notice that my husband was kind of swerving back and forth a little bit. Thankfully, the girls were sleeping, because I wouldn't have wanted them to see me like this. I was a wreck during this part of the drive. After some quiet arguing, I finally convinced my husband to pull over and wait out the rain. I could tell he was really annoyed, because he just wanted to get there. He hated it when he was behind schedule. Our family's safety was more important, though. He realized that eventually. While we were parked, I suggested we switch spots and told him that while it was raining, he could shut his eyes and take a nap for a little while. I told him if it stopped raining, I would drive to the nearest rest area, and then we could switch back. Within seconds, he was already snoring. I put my headphones on and started to listen to an audiobook while I waited out the rain. I would occasionally lift my head up and look around to see if the rain had subsided, but it seemed like it was never going to stop. While I was sitting there, I noticed a light in the rearview mirror. They were those super bright halogen lights. They seemed even brighter as they reflected off the rain. I knew it wasn't a cop or anything, because I didn't see any flashing lights. I made sure the doors were locked just in case, and continued listening to my book. I honestly didn't think anything of this vehicle with bright lights. It now slowed down, and eventually parked right behind us. I just assumed that whoever this person was, they were doing the same thing we were doing. 10 minutes passed by, and the lights behind me turned off altogether. That alerted my attention, and I looked up at the rear-view mirror. I could see the vehicle was still there, because my red flashing hazard lights were still lighting up some of the area behind our vehicle. I was trying to see if I could make out any details of the driver, but the rain was coming down too hard. As I was looking, I noticed the door of the vehicle quietly whip open. My heart started to race. I was thinking about what I would do if someone walked over. My worst fear was becoming a reality. A huge person seemed to emerge from the driver's side. I continued to look in my rearview mirror as the person started to approach our vehicle. I turned on our car just in case. As the car turned on, the man was now standing right next to my window. He lightly tapped on the window and gestured for me to roll it down. I cracked it open and asked if I could help him with something. In a deep voice, the man said, "Oh, yeah, my car broke down. I need a ride down to the gas station. Think you can help me out?" I told him I would call the police, and they would be able to help him. I pointed to the back seat and told the man I had my kids back there, and there wasn't any room at all. The man bent down and looked into my vehicle. As he looked into the back seat and saw my 2 sleeping children there, he said, "Oh, you have children. Never mind then, ma'am. You have a good night there." He walked back to his vehicle, and I kid you not, he just drove away. His car was not broken down at all. He lied to me in order to gain access to my vehicle. I was sick to my stomach, thinking about what reason he could have had for doing this. I shook my husband immediately and told him what happened. We decided to call the police. I didn't really know what to say other than that it was a very suspicious encounter. I told them it was a black truck, but that was all I could really tell in the rain. The cops kind of brushed off what I said, since I didn't really have any evidence, and the guy technically didn't do anything wrong. I was just worried that whatever intentions this man had, someone else may fall victim to his game. Not long after speaking with the police, the rain subsided, and we continued with our trip. We decided not to tell the girls about the strange man, because we didn't want to freak them out before the vacation had even started. This was a few years back now, and I still haven't told the kids. I plan on telling them someday, but right now I just want them to enjoy life and not worry about all the creeps in the night. I grew up in a very poor rural family. Even though we lived out in the country, there's one thing I'll always remember my family telling me. If you see anything weird when you're out there in the country, it's best to avoid it altogether. There are some really weird and dangerous people out there, and it's best to leave them to their own devices. I didn't really give it much thought when I was younger. My dream back then was to be an FBI agent, and if there was trouble, I always felt like law enforcement could handle anything. I guess maybe I just didn't think there might be some things they didn't want to put their noses in. This isn't about law enforcement or anything, though. It's about a scary experience a friend and I had while we were out exploring one time. We were teenagers at the time this happened, about 16 years old or so. My friend Joey actually saw our explorations out into the woods as hunting. He would always take his rifle with him when we went exploring. I almost never shot at anything, though. I think he was one of those guys who really just liked his gun and liked having it with him when he was out in the woods. Once he had a car, we began taking much farther trips out into the countryside. There was never any traffic on these old hill roads, so we could park right by the side of the road and go out and explore without worrying about the car. We would find new places to go and check out, and many of these took us pretty far from home. We were driving way out because we were pretty curious to see something entirely new. Joey was talking about hunting squirrels or something, but I had never seen him even take a shot at a squirrel. I didn't think he was that serious. We didn't know the area we arrived at. In fact, the dirt road just ended altogether. There was a gate at the end of this road, but we didn't know the purpose of it. Mind you, there wasn't a fence around to keep you out of the woods, just a gate that clearly showed the end of the road. We decided to park there, get out, and look around. If you've ever lived out in these areas, you'll understand the sort of area we were in. There hadn't been any houses on our way for a while, although we did pass by several driveways that led off to places we couldn't see from the main road. These would have been the really rural people who probably did hunt to get all their food. As usual, we didn't know what we were looking for. We were just looking, really. Joey had his rifle with him, of course, but we always hoped we would find something interesting. In the past, we had stumbled across waterfalls, creeks, old buildings, and things like that. I guess deep down, I always hoped to find something historical, like an Indian burial ground, or something left over from an old war. Of course, I hadn't yet come across anything like that. The area we were in was pretty damn cool though. It was thick with trees and brush, and you really had to be careful where you were walking. There were all these thorny bushes that really sucked when you got a vine or something stuck in your pants. Joey kept telling me he was hearing some strange noises off in the distance. He thought it sounded like some sort of engine running or something. I didn't really hear it, but I could hear something. I told him it might have been someone living down the hill or something, but since I couldn't make out the sounds very well, it must have been someone quite far away. There were other noises that both of us could hear though, mostly what sounded like animals. It really looked like there were no traces of human life anywhere around us. That got my hopes up that I was going to come across something different, something new. I wasn't really sure how long we'd been out there without coming across anything interesting at all. That was when I guess Joey started getting bored with what we were doing. He took a few shots toward where he said he'd seen some squirrels. Again, for anyone worried about it, Joey never really shot anything. I believe he would have freaked out if he killed anything. Not long after he made those shots, though, I noticed something out in the woods. It wasn't off in the direction of where he'd been shooting, though. At first, I was just hearing some sounds, but then I noticed some movement and thought I saw someone moving around in the woods. Joey wasn't far from me, so I called him over. I mentioned that I thought I could see someone in a tree, and for him to come take a look. It would have been weird to come across anyone that far out in the woods, so naturally I was a little worried. When Joey came over, he noticed it too. He was mildly worried, trying to act macho with his gun. He kept holding it in a weird defensive posture, telling me not to worry if anyone really was out there. That's when I heard the sound of a motor trying to start. We saw a figure emerge from the trees. It was a pretty big man who looked like a hillbilly from hell. I don't know how else to put it, since I'm not the best at describing things. He looked like he probably hadn't had a shower in years, nor had he ever shaved in his entire life. He was walking pretty slowly in our direction, and had an obvious limp as well. He was dragging something on the ground with his right hand. "You been shooting on my property?" he yelled at us. "You been shooting on my land?" Joey just stood there and dropped his hand that was holding the rifle. It was then that we noticed what the man was holding, and we knew what noise we'd been hearing that day. The man had a chainsaw. "Don't be shooting on my land," he yelled at us as he tried to start it up. It took him a few tries, but he got it done and it roared to life. Joey looked too shocked to move. I grabbed him by the arm and told him we should run right now. Some readers may think I should have told him to just shoot the guy, but like I mentioned, I don't think Joey would ever do that, and I didn't want to have to resort to that either. I finally got him to turn and run off with me. We're fortunate that the guy hadn't been able to chase us very well before we started running. He had a limp and was carrying that chainsaw, which made it quite hard for him to run. The whole thing was very scary though, because he did start limp rushing in our direction. It was hard running through the woods. We got caught by thorns and burrs and all other sorts of things, but that didn't matter much while it was happening, because what we had seen after us, we just wanted to get back to the car. It was a horrible run, and we were both bleeding by the time we got back. It was a real bitch to get it to turn around too. When we did get it turned around, I looked to the side and saw the man out there in the woods. Fortunately, we were already in the vehicle and drove off scared half to death. We told my parents the story and were quite surprised by how they didn't really find it that odd. They told me it was a hermit who didn't want someone hunting on his property. Must have been cutting firewood when he heard the gunshots go off. They weren't surprised he chased us with a chainsaw either. People out there do some weird stuff, and it's best to just leave them alone. Around a year ago, my friend Ruth and I had been out looking at houses that we liked the look of, as we planned to live together and wanted to get a feel of what the areas felt like, especially late at night. I'm from a small town, while she had been living in the city, attending uni about an hour's drive away. For context, it was around 2 a.m. or so, and as we were driving along the main road that led to the entrance of town, we realized a yellow car full of men had been following us for quite a while. We didn't think much of it at first, but naturally it really creeped us out. We sped up, but so did the yellow car. By this point, we were low-key beginning to panic, as we didn't want to take them straight to my front door. Once we reached the entrance to my town, we tried taking random turns, just in case it was paranoia. We also wanted to see if they would get fed up and just leave us alone. Well, of course they did not. By this point, we had been driving around for a good 30 minutes or so, and we were quickly losing fuel. The plan had been to fill up at the gas station, but as we were currently being followed, neither of us felt safe enough to get out of the car to do so. We felt we had no choice but to head back towards my house. I called my dad in hysterics and told him to come walk us up to the front door. Neither of us felt it would be a good idea to have Ruth fill up her car and drive home alone. She never drove up the hill leading to my house, as it's very steep, but on that day we had no choice. If we entered the car park, we would have been trapped by that yellow car, but we still had no clue what their intentions were. Luckily, once they saw my dad, they drove off right away. Realistically, we should have just called the police. But in our minds, we were really afraid of what they might think, as we were just two young girls driving around in the early hours of the morning. Luckily, I haven't seen that car since then, but it still makes me worried to this day. What were their intentions? Was it just a little fun trying to scare some young girls, or were their intentions much more sinister? That's a question I'll never have the answer to. This is something that happened when I was a kid. I lived with my parents and my younger sister at the time of this story. I was around 12 or 13, I believe, and the neighborhood we lived in had a little bit more land. The backyards of all the houses were really large, but the houses were still fairly close together. I knew a few of the neighbors, but didn't know any of them super well. There was one house close to us that was next door to the west. Both our house and theirs had decks in the back, and the one next door was kind of small. I remember I would go outside in the backyard a lot, because I was a kid, and I liked to practice playing sports back there. I remember that I went outside one time and saw the woman who lived next door out on her deck. She was pretty far away and it was kind of hard to see, but it almost looked like she had a pair of binoculars and was looking right at me with them. This seemed a little bit strange for sure. I think it was just her and her husband who lived next door, and they didn't seem to go outside much at all. We rarely ever saw them, and they also didn't seem very friendly. I know that every Halloween we would go to their house, and they would never answer the door. I tried to ignore what appeared to be her looking at me, and just kept doing what I was doing. I think I was practicing some frisbee golf shots or something like that. I looked up a while later and saw she was still there, facing me with this pair of binoculars in hand. It seemed so strange that I just stopped and stared at her to see if I was really seeing this correctly. She didn't move at all. The woman was just steps away from the door to go back inside. I went back to what I was doing and looked again a few minutes later. This time she was actually gone. I was pretty glad to see that. I stayed outside for a while. Back then, I was basically outside every day. I'm not sure if it was the next day or a few days later though, but I soon saw her again. This time I was in the backyard once more, but the woman was inside of her house. She was at the window. I don't know which room it was in exactly. It was somewhere on the second floor that looked out to our backyard. I'm not even sure how I noticed this, because it was kind of hard to see. Once again, she had a pair of binoculars and appeared to be watching me with them. Now, our backyard wasn't that interesting. I had no clue as to why she would be looking out into it with a pair of binoculars. If she was watching me specifically, I found that very odd. I stopped what I was doing and stared at her again. I wasn't necessarily mad or annoyed with her. I was more just confused. I wanted to know what was going on. Why was she watching me? She stayed there staring at me, and I stared back at her. She barely moved at all. This went on for about 5 minutes. When I finally saw her move out of the way of the window, I went back to playing in the yard. Each time this happened, I never told my parents or anybody else about it. It didn't seem like that big of a deal to me, and by the time I would come inside, I would usually have forgotten all about it. A while after this, maybe a week or so later, I don't really know, I happened to be outside pretty late at night. It was around 11 p.m. or something. It was summertime, so I would usually stay up later. This also meant it was pretty nice outside. People were using both of the bathrooms we had in our house at the moment, and I really had to go. Being a guy, whenever this happened, I would sometimes just go out in the backyard into the woods, even though it was really late at night. I went downstairs and then went out the back door to the backyard. I was going to go behind a tree and do my business, but before I even got the chance to walk out to the tree, I saw something strange. I looked over and noticed the woman stepping out onto her deck. She then put the binoculars up to her face and appeared to start watching me. She was literally right outside the door leading to their deck, this late at night. It was really odd. I turned around and ran back inside. It creeped me out. All I wanted to do was use the bathroom. After that, though, there was no way I was going outside. Somehow, I still forgot to tell anybody. I'm not really sure how I did. It just happened. That night, I went to bed. My bedroom happened to be down in the basement of our house. It was a split level with 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 bedrooms downstairs. My bedroom was partly underground and had a window that looked outside. After going to bed, I fell asleep rather quickly. At some point, though, I woke up. When I did, I just remember I could tell it was in the middle of the night. I heard a noise coming from my window and looked over. I was expecting to see nothing. Maybe a big bug flying against the window, with it being summertime and all. But what I saw instead was the woman literally standing right outside my window, looking in at me. It was the craziest sight I'd ever seen. I'm pretty sure I rolled off my bed to the other side away from the window. I hid behind it. I didn't want to look back at her. I stayed there for a while, and when I was finally able to look up again, she was gone. I went upstairs and told my parents about everything. The next day, my dad went over to confront them. Her husband answered the door and denied everything. He said we were crazy, and the husband was really mad about the accusation. My dad ended up cursing him out and then leaving. The woman never came to the door. After that confrontation, she never did anything strange like that again. I did see her a couple of times, but she wasn't doing anything weird when I did. Those people moved away a year later, and a whole new family moved in. I still think about how bizarre that situation was, though, sometimes. I, 7 at the time this happened, and my best friend, who was 8 at the time, who I'll refer to as A, used to have a day in the week, Wednesdays specifically, when I went to A's house after school for about 4 hours. I'd have dinner there and then go home. A's mom, we're Australian by the way, didn't have a job at the time, so when we walked to her house, she'd always be there when we arrived. On this specific day, however, she just so happened to be out. I can't remember exactly why, since this was many years ago now. There was this guy I remember. He used to watch young girls at pickup time. He'd just stand there alone with this creepy hoodie pulled over his head. My school had kids of all genders, from ages 5 to 12, but he only ever watched the young girls under 10. Was a young guy too, maybe only 19 or 20. I never really paid much attention to him. I thought maybe he was an older brother or something of one of the kids there. On Wednesday, A and I got out of our class, and she reminded me I forgot my drink bottle on my desk in the classroom. I went back in to go and get it. The huge swarm of kids had dwindled slightly by the time I got back, but there were still a lot of kids around. My school only had about 400, but it felt like a lot. All the kids who got picked up by car were mostly gone now, and the ones that rode their bikes were gone as well. It was mostly just us kids who walked that were left. A's house wasn't that far away. It took less than 10 minutes to get there usually. We used to get distracted by some of our other friends who we passed when walking there. For context, these friends were all our age and were all boys. A and I started walking home, and it was completely normal at first. Nothing really seemed off at all. We crossed the first road and started laughing as I jumped along a brick wall and started walking across it. I was going a little slow, so A waved her hand at me and beckoned me to go faster. I jogged a bit, with my big clunky backpack weighing me down, and caught up to her. We crossed a very large road, and it wouldn't be long until we were at A's house. Just turn a corner, walk a bit further, and it was right there. We turned the corner and started walking the short distance. That was when I turned around, because I heard a car slowing down. That's when I saw that man, walking about 20 meters behind us. His hood was pulled all the way over his head. At first, I didn't think it was too weird. Maybe he just also had to go this way. When I looked at him, though, he immediately stopped walking and stood in the middle of the footpath. I told A this was really freaking me out. We started to walk faster. We got to her house and thought it was a funny little incident. We looked out the window and saw he was still standing back where he'd stopped earlier. He must have seen which house we went into. A's family made us take off our shoes and socks and leave them out on the front porch. We'd done that before we opened the door and went inside. Usually we only shut the flywire, seeing as A's mom was there, but today we closed and locked the second door too. I'm really glad we did. We decided to go play video games in the front room. The blinds were down, and we were sitting on the couch. 15 or so minutes must have passed by when there was a tiny knock at the door. We were smart kids and knew not to open it. A's mom would just unlock it and come inside if it was her. A decided to peek out the blinds though. She said it was some random guy, thought it might have been a salesman. I took a look and noticed it was the same guy from before. The knocking gradually got louder until he was pounding on the door like he wanted to break it down, and the door handle began jiggling. We were insanely scared. We hid between the wall and the back of the couch. The guy left after a little while. Maybe 10 minutes of attempting to get inside. When A's mom got home, we didn't tell her. We didn't realize how serious it was. When it was time to go home and my mom had arrived, I went to put my shoes back on. It was only then that I realized both mine and A's socks were gone, taken out of our shoes where we had tucked them. This is the weirdest thing to ever happen to me, but I swear it's true, and for the life of me, I've never been able to explain it. My grandma and grandpa lived in a holler way out in the country. Whenever I would visit, I would love to just go hiking and see what I could find. One day, when I was a teenager, I was there and had been out hiking for quite a while. There was a river that I normally followed, so I wouldn't get lost. On this day, I strayed away from the river and found an old abandoned dock in the middle of nowhere. It was falling apart. and looked like it hadn't been used in ages. It made me start to wonder if maybe there were some old campgrounds in the area, so I started moving away from the river and looking to see what I could find. Eventually, I came across what appeared to be an abandoned summer camp. Although there weren't any standing buildings, I did find a few foundations that had survived. I wasn't sure how old the place had been, but it must have been abandoned for a very long time. That was truly the coolest thing I had ever found when I was out and about. As I was walking around this camp, I noticed an old well set a ways off from it. I had always been a bit scared of wells. The thought of falling down in one had always been a terror that I had. I really had no idea how it developed, honestly. Teenagers are also fascinated by things that scare them, though, so I thought I would go and check it out. The well wasn't covered at all. I peered down into it. I thought it might be cool to call down and hear my voice echo back. I tried that, and I did indeed get a good echo. However, it was what happened after the echo that really frightened me. I heard another boy's voice answer back to me from inside the well. The voice called out for help. To make sure I wasn't hearing things, I called back down into the well. Immediately, I heard the boy's voice, calling for help yet again. He wouldn't say anything else, but he sounded so desperate. I figured somebody must have fallen down there. I didn't know what to do. I tried to find some ropes or anything, but I was unable to find something to lower down into the well. All I could think of was try to hurry back to my grandparents' house and try to get some help out that way. I made it back, but didn't really get any help from them. They insisted I had just imagined the whole thing. Back then, and even nowadays, I hate it when people say that. It's so condescending. I know what my imagination is capable of, and it's not capable of imagining an entire camp and a boy stuck in a well. I couldn't get them to help me at all. I took out my phone and called the police. They didn't take me seriously either. They said there were no abandoned camps or wells in that area. Plus, there were no reports of any children missing. They didn't think it was my imagination, though. They thought I was simply pulling a prank on them. I was really worried. I figured I would have to do something on my own. I grabbed some rope and went back out to the river to find that dock so I could get to the camp and rescue the boy. Only trouble was, I was never able to find that dock, no matter how much I searched for it. I thought I could find the camp without it, though, so I searched for the camp itself. I could have sworn I knew exactly where everything was, but I couldn't find the camp or the well. They were nowhere to be seen. I eventually gave up on the whole thing and headed back to my grandparents' house. I've never been able to explain it. In the following years, I've often hiked around that area, confident I would one day find that dock, or the camp, or the well. I've never come across any of them. I was also never able to find any information about such a thing online, and there were no missing children reported in the area during that time period. I really have no idea what I experienced that day, but I remember it all so clearly, and I know for a fact it was not my imagination. This is something that happened in the last apartment I lived in. I moved into it in June of 2021 and lived there for about 2 years before moving. After I'd lived there for about a year or so, a new neighbor moved in next door. For some details on the apartment building, it's relatively new and was built, I believe, less than 10 years ago. I lived on the second floor and was right before the last unit on one end of the building. On one end of it, the building just has straight hallways with units on both sides. My apartment had 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. The new neighbor next door got the very last unit at the end. In my time living there, most of the other neighbors were very friendly and kind. I got to know almost everyone who lived on my floor. The person who'd previously lived next to me was very nice as well. We would talk often and share our stories. A man moved in who didn't seem to be quite as friendly. I talked to him only once, shortly after he moved in. I didn't really see him much after that at all though, maybe like once or twice, but I can't really think of any specific time that I did. About 6 months after the new neighbor guy moved in next door, I was up sort of late one night when I began to hear some pounding on the wall coming from his side. It wasn't that loud because the wall seemed to do well holding sound, but I could hear something. I figured that maybe he was hanging something on the wall and didn't pay it much thought. The next night, though, I was actually woken up by hearing it again, this time a little bit louder. I'm also a light sleeper, though, so I tried to just go back to bed. Eventually I did and didn't really think anything of it. I was woken up again, though, in the middle of the night the very next night. I woke up to some sounds coming from my bathroom area. The bathroom is connected to my bedroom, and the door leading to it was mostly closed. All of the lights were out, so when I looked around, I couldn't really see anything. I was sitting up in bed trying to figure out what it was that I was hearing exactly. I was also a little bit confused, having just woken up. I soon realized, though, what I was hearing was somebody in my bathroom. How they got in, I had no clue. I was sure that I had locked my doors. I started to hear footsteps, and I jumped from my bed. I grabbed my phone, then on the way out grabbed my keys, and sprinted out of my apartment. I kept running down the hallway and went down the stairs. When I had made it all the way out to my car, I called up my best friend. Thankfully, she was actually still awake. It was around 1 o'clock in the morning. She let me come over and stay at her place for the rest of the night. The next day, we went back to my apartment and carefully looked around. I was expecting the worst. I thought maybe it would be all messed up and a bunch of my items would have been stolen, but surprisingly, everything was perfectly in place. Nobody was inside the apartment either, and nothing had been taken. I was so confused. I was sure I had heard somebody in there the night before. My friend asked me about everything that happened. As I was telling her, I walked into my bathroom to where I'd initially heard the noise. I realized that the sounds had been coming from near my shower. Next to my shower to the right was a very large storage cabinet. Maybe you might even be able to call it a closet. I didn't use it much at all. I just stored extra towels and blankets in there. That's where I'd heard the noise coming from. I opened it up, and when I did, I saw that some things were actually out of place. When I moved a towel to the side, I saw the wall had a significant crack in it. At least, that's what I thought it was. I hadn't remembered it looking at all like that before. On the other side of the wall was my neighbor, the new guy. That's when I realized that he must have been the one in my apartment. I moved the crack aside a little and realized that a big chunk of the wall had actually been removed. Horrified, I moved away from there as quick as possible, and my friend and I called the police immediately. We called up apartment management as well. They did an investigation, and the man next door admitted to creating a hole in the wall and entering my place. He never said what his intentions were, though. I'm glad I didn't have to deal with him for the last few months I lived there. I ended up moving away when my lease was up. I just couldn't bring myself to live there anymore, not after what happened. I'm really glad I heard the sound when I did, and was able to leave my apartment so quickly. This incident happened with my younger sister Sydney just a few months ago. One of her friends, Leia, was celebrating her 21st birthday and invited my sister and 2 other friends, Nancy and Jin, to the celebration. It was actually a girls' night out. They had planned to go for a short drive, have dinner, and end the day with a movie. They were all very eager to watch the particular movie they had planned. Leia had already declared all the expenditure was on her, as it was her throwing this party. She told them she'd booked the movie tickets online beforehand for the 8 p.m. slot. Then, by 10 p.m. or so, they would be heading back home. Everything went as part of the plan, and the four girls had an early dinner. At around 7:45, they headed over to the movie theater to catch that movie. That's when they realized that not everything was going as per plan. Leia had not booked the tickets. She claimed there were enough seats available, so she thought booking them at the counter would be much cheaper. My sister thought she might have just forgotten to book them. Anyway, the tickets were sold out, not just for that particular slot, but even the next one as well. The one after that still had plenty of seats though. Debating if they should book the much later one, which was about at 10:30 or so, or just watch it the next day, they decided to watch it that night. After hanging out in the mall for a few hours, they returned for the movie. The movie theater wasn't as vacant as they'd anticipated. There were a few couples and some friends and colleagues, but one group that really stood out consisted of 3 men, mid to late 30s. They were giggling, whistling, and making nasty comments throughout the movie. Nancy highly suspected they must have been stoned. Considering they were sitting a few seats ahead of them, though, they didn't really have to worry about it that much. That is, until about an hour later, Sydney had noticed that the seats were now empty. The men had left somewhere. She soon realized they had shifted a little bit back, a single row of seats separating them now. Again, they thought nothing of it. Weird, but maybe they just wanted a better view. 15 minutes later, Nancy, who was at the end corner, noticed laughter emerging from the other end of the row. There they were, now sitting in the same row as them. Out of all places, why were they moving closer and closer to their group? Leia wasn't really bothered. She told Nancy to chill out and not ruin the movie experience, as in 15 minutes it would all be over and they could just leave anyway. A few minutes passed by and the laughter and whispers from the men had only increased. They'd moved even closer to the girls. This time, though, it wasn't just Nancy that was concerned. Now all the others were as well. Before the credits even rolled, they jumped out of their seats and marched toward the exit. As soon as they were out, they tried booking a cab. Nancy and Jen had shared an apartment, and Sydney lived a few minutes away in the same locality. They planned to share the cab. Then, from Nancy's place, Sydney would walk back to hers. Leia stayed with her folks in the opposite direction. After a bit of a struggle, they managed to book a ride. Leia was unable to, as she couldn't find any riders willing to drive her that far to her destination. They stood on the sidewalk waiting for the ride to arrive. Nancy had spotted the group of men yet again, but fortunately they were on the opposite side of the road. They were also walking in the opposite direction. After 5 minutes their ride arrived, but Leia still couldn't find one. She declared she would just call her big brother to come and pick her up. She didn't really have any other option. She asked the girls to leave, but the girls were reluctant. It wasn't safe to wait there all alone at night, even for 15 minutes. What if that group of guys came back? Leia was sure they were gone at this point, and she was adamant on not going with the others, as it would be farther away from her house. About 2 minutes into the discussion, realizing they couldn't change her mind, they all entered the cab. After they were all inside, Jin informed the others she'd seen the men again behind them this time, and that they were coming from the direction of the movie theater, heading straight toward them. The girls managed to reach Nancy's apartment just fine. After a hectic day, they just wanted to get some sleep. Sydney, too, wanted to get back to her place and relax a bit, but Jin convinced her to stay back so they could play some games until they felt sleepy. Sydney reluctantly agreed to this. She's thankful she did so, because about 10 minutes after they entered the apartment, they began to hear a loud music from outside. When they looked over to the window and peeped through the curtains, what they saw gave them chills. There was a car just a little ahead of their apartment gate, stopped near the streetlight. 2 men emerged from it, and she was absolutely positive that it was 2 of the same men they'd seen previously. They all switched off the lights, then peeped through the curtains. At first, the road was deserted, but not long after, they saw the 3 men walking down the road, their car nowhere to be found. The men were all laughing and talking loudly, and were also looking around and scanning the buildings. This was not a coincidence. They were literally stalking the group of girls. Maybe they'd even tailed their car there. They couldn't find the exact apartment they'd gone to, though. As you can imagine, they were all terrified. Someone suggested calling the cops, but the others weren't as sure. They didn't have any proof of the men following them. A few minutes passed when they heard sirens and saw a police patrol vehicle. This made the men panic, and they sprinted in the other direction, then hopped into their car, which was hidden in an alleyway, and sped away. The police actually chased them. We weren't sure if they were ever caught. It was later discovered that some neighbor had already called the cops on them. Fortunately, they were never seen again in the locality, but that was the last time they ever went to see a late-night movie. It just wasn't worth the risk after that awful experience. I don't care how old I get. I love taking vacations with my family. I'm in my early 30s now, and I still look forward to going away with them every year. It's even more enjoyable now, actually, because my brother and I bring our families as well. Of all the years we ever went on a trip together, only 1 year did I have an experience that was less than stellar. When I was in my early 20s, can't quite remember the exact year, we took a trip to Maine. This was probably the last vacation I went on with my family, where it was just my brother and I and no girlfriends. This was the first vacation where we didn't go away to some beach town, which I was totally okay with. I love the ocean and the beach, but sometimes it just gets crazy in the summer. I was really looking forward to a relaxing getaway in a secluded Maine town. Before arriving at the house rental, I only had the pictures to go by, and let me tell you, the place looked incredible. When we were pulling into the long driveway, the pictures were becoming a reality. It was a giant white house, tucked way back into the woods. There was a huge wraparound porch that wrapped around all the way to the back of the home. The porch in the back overlooked a body of water, I believe a river of some sort, that actually flowed into the ocean. When we arrived, we were greeted by a man named Henry, an older man who seemed very friendly. He was the owner of the home, just letting us know he lived right up the road, and if we needed anything, we could call him at any time and he'd be right down. I noticed right away that everyone in Maine seemed to be incredibly friendly. Maybe it's just because I'm from New York, but I felt like every person I talked to while I was there was incredibly happy and pleasant to be around. The first day and evening were quite great. We ran into our first issue that first night before heading to sleep, though. We noticed that none of the doors had locks. The front door was an older wooden door with these worn-out metal doorknobs that didn't contain any sort of lock at all. The back house had all windows that overlooked that body of water, and at the end of the windows was a sliding door. No lock on that door either. We were a bit creeped out, but kinda shrugged it off. My dad said he would talk to Henry in the morning and try to figure out a solution. Morning came, and my dad and I walked down to Henry's house. My dad voiced his concerns and inquired about how to go about locking down the house at night. Henry laughed like he'd just heard the funniest joke of all time. "Brother, this is Maine. We don't lock our doors in Maine." My dad and I looked at each other, and my dad continued speaking with Henry. Basically, the conversation went nowhere, and we just made peace with the fact we wouldn't be locking our doors during our trip. A few nights passed by, and I have to be totally honest, I wasn't sleeping very well. Maybe I'm just a paranoid person, but knowing the doors were unlocked was giving me huge anxiety. One night, I heard a weird noise coming from outside the bedroom I was sleeping in. My brother and I were sharing a room. Since it was a huge room, it had multiple beds. Because my brother was only a few feet away, I woke him up and asked him if he could hear that strange noise as well. He was annoyed that he was awoken at first, but admitted that he could also hear something quite strange. I got up and slowly opened the bedroom door and started to make my way down the hall to the kitchen. I noticed there was a light on above the stove, and this didn't sit right with me. I was always the last one to go to bed, and I knew this light had not been on when I went to my bedroom for the night. I didn't completely freak out though. After all, it was possible one of my parents had woken up and grabbed a drink of water or something. I continued to tiptoe through the kitchen and make my way to the living room. Even though it was pitch black outside, the moon was very bright, so I was able to slightly see out the windows. I scanned every window, and I swore I could see someone running by. I jumped back and gasped out loud. I ducked down and continued looking at the windows. I didn't see anything now. Was it possible my eyes were playing tricks on me? I swore I saw someone back there. I told my brother, who basically told me to just shut up and go to sleep. He was convinced the noises were just the house settling, and my imagination was tricking me into thinking I actually saw someone out there. Nothing happened for the next couple of nights. On the last night, I could hear the strange noises again though. This time, I quietly snuck out of my room and looked down the hall. I caught someone running out of the house, closing the sliding door in the living room. This time, I knew I saw someone. I woke up the entire house and told them someone had been inside. They honestly didn't seem to believe me. My dad still called Henry, even though it was in the middle of the night. He told him I had seen someone in the house and asked if we should call the police. Henry said he'd already called them and he was going to head over to the house right away to make sure we were okay. Well, when Henry walked in, I felt sick to my stomach. I'd only caught a glimpse of the guy fleeing from our house, but Henry was wearing the exact same thing as him. I didn't speak up, but writing it down now, I kind of wish I did. The police showed up and my dad and Henry spoke to them. I don't know what they said or did, but it didn't matter too much to us since we were leaving in just a few hours anyway. Thankfully, nothing happened for the rest of the night. As I write this down now, I'm 100% confident that the person I saw in the house that night and the person I must have seen outside before was Henry. I don't have any evidence to back that up. I have no idea what he was doing or if he planned on doing anything. It's possible he was just some creep who liked to spy on people voyeuristically. Either way, I'm happy it's a distant memory now. After that trip, I'm happy to stick in with just the simple beach towns instead. A few years back, I got a new phone with a new number and everything. When I did, I called my best friend. I was pretty sure that I knew her number by heart and had memorized it completely. Calling her was just about the first thing I did when I got my new phone. Right as I heard someone pick up the phone, I said hello, but to my surprise, the person on the other end was a man I didn't recognize. I asked if this was my friend's number, and the person said no. I realized I probably had the wrong number and told them that. The guy got very irate though. He said something like, "No, who is this calling?" I just said sorry again and then hung up. I looked back at the number I had dialed and realized it was in fact wrong. I had mixed up one of the numbers. Everything else was correct though. I then called my friend, but as I was talking to her, I got a call from another number. It was the first guy who I'd called accidentally. He was calling me back for some reason. I ignored it and talked to my friend for about 10 minutes or so. The guy tried calling multiple times during the call. Later that day, he tried to call me 5 more times at least. I ignored all of them, but he just wouldn't stop calling me. He kept calling, so finally I answered it. The man on the other end acted like he hadn't been blowing up my phone all day and night. He casually asked me what was going on and how I was doing. I asked him why the hell he kept calling me, and he flat out ignored my question. Needless to say, I got a little bit mad and hung up on him after that. Then I blocked his number. Now I wouldn't have to worry about this strange guy contacting me ever again. Or so I thought. Just the next day, I got a text from a brand new number. "Why did you block me?" I asked who this was. I really didn't need to, though. I knew who it must be. The guy who kept calling me. He'd probably just made an account on one of those free texting call apps or whatever. He texted me back, confirming what I already knew. I went ahead and blocked this number as well. This didn't stop him, though. Whoever this guy was, he was very determined. A new number started calling me repeatedly later that day. I couldn't believe this guy was still trying to contact me. He just wouldn't give up. I texted this new number, asking him to stop harassing me, but he did not, obviously. Each time I would block the number, a new one would appear. He would call me 10 times a day and just wouldn't leave me alone. This went on for more than an entire week. I decided then that I was just going to get a new number. I only had my current number for about a week or so, and this guy would not leave me alone. After I was able to change numbers again, I was finally left unbothered. I'm sure that guy probably kept calling and texting my old number. If somebody else ended up getting that number, I feel really sorry for them, especially when the guy must have found out it wasn't me. Hopefully, he just left them alone. I still can't believe the sheer efforts he went through to get to me, though. I'm glad it didn't get even worse than that. This happened when I was in high school. I don't exactly remember how old I was, but I know I was a teenager. I'm part of a family of 9. Yeah, it's a pretty big family, I know. We all lived together in a detached house at the time. I don't really know how to cut to the chase in any other way than saying in a family of that size, it's inevitable there's a queue sometimes for the bathroom. In the morning, 7 a.m. in my house was like Shinjuku Station during rush hour. It was always busy though. We lived with it and it was just our lifestyle. One night during dinner, my mom said something a little bit strange. She said that morning the light in the bathroom had been on. She needed to use it, so she called out to see if anyone was in there, and someone replied that they were. My mom said she wasn't sure if it was my younger brother or my little sister, so she called out both their names to see if she could find out. She waited a little while, but no one replied. She said she was a little concerned by that silence, so she went to unlock the door. When she opened the door, though, she found it unlocked already, and she couldn't believe her eyes. The bathroom was completely empty, and no one was in there. She was completely adamant, though, that she'd heard someone's voice coming from the bathroom. I wasn't surprised when she told me she got the chills after that experience. Of course, my dad just shook it off and said she must have been imagining or hearing things. I guess that could be a possibility. We did live in a noisy home, and when it was quiet, sometimes it just didn't sound or feel right. I suppose that sounds a little weird, but it is true. My siblings agreed with my dad, said it must have been a street noise or the neighbor's dog, a TV being on in another room or something. I allowed them to sway me and convince me as well. A couple of days after, I'd kind of forgotten the incident even happened. One morning, a little while later, I was getting ready to go to school, and I needed to use the bathroom. It was just a standard morning in a family of 9. I saw the light was already on inside, so I called out, "Is someone in there?" I could hear the sound of a newspaper being unrolled, and I heard my father's voice say, "Yeah, I'm in here." I thought to myself, why are you reading the damn paper in there? You know how busy it is in the morning. I rattled the door handle and told him to hurry up. However, as I rattled the door, it opened by itself. It was not locked at all. I opened the door fully to reveal an empty bathroom. I was really creeped out by that sight. I was freaking out because I knew I had just heard my dad respond to me from in there. I feel as if I could pass a lie detector test on that. In my mind, it was so clear. I was certain he was in there. Only when I checked, no one was. I didn't know what to do, obviously. I quickly left my home. I didn't want to use the bathroom at home that day and decided to just use the one at school. I couldn't believe the same thing that had happened to my mom just happened to me. I'm sure of what I heard. I'm sure it wasn't street noise or some TV, and I know it sure as hell wasn't the neighbor's dog making that noise. That night, while we were all having dinner, I mentioned what happened that morning to my family. My sister was shocked because she said she'd also heard my father's voice in the bathroom directly after I'd left for school. And that just freaked me out even more. It was seriously weird. There was something in our house trying to mimic the voices of my family members by the sound of things. If that's not it, then I don't really know how else to explain it. It happened on a bright morning in a family home that had no history, as far as I know, of paranormal activity. It really creeped me out, and I don't know what that was at all. I still live at home there, but I'll be moving out as soon as I can. I've heard voices in the night coming from across the hall that sound like my siblings talking in quiet conversations. Sometimes I can't get myself to sleep because I don't know if I'm really listening to my brothers and sisters muttering at night, or if it's the same thing that talked to me before. This happened on my 23rd birthday. I'm now 45, and I live in Michigan. This happened early January. I was prepping for a night out with my girl and cleaning up, since we normally have parties in my house. My son was home since I was dropping him off on our way out. He was 4 at the time, and I was a single mom. I went to take out my trash, and I had left my door open a small crack, since I was heading out soon. Big mistake. Keep in mind, this was not the best area. All of a sudden, I heard my son say, "Mom, someone's here." That alone caught my attention. His voice sounded odd. I looked over and saw a man who had a mask on and a dark hoodie covering his head. He yelled out, "I got a gun. Give me all your money." I had literally just gotten paid on this day, so my first thought was to distract him. My purse was in my dining room downstairs. I told him it was upstairs, though. I lived in a townhouse at the time. He grabbed me by my shirt and ripped off my chain. Well, that really pissed me off. At that point, I had not actually seen his gun. I decided to fight him. Looking back, that was probably a terrible idea. He got some good blows in on me, but I really hurt him too. My son was now crying and screaming. My front door was still open. I punched the guy as hard in his neck as I could, and then pushed him out the front door. He literally went flying down my front stairs. I ran outside, screaming and yelling for help. A cop just so happened to be driving by and asked what was going on. I told him, and the man took off running. It was winter. They tracked him down and caught him easily. He went to jail, but didn't do any serious time, really. He was released soon. About a year later, I was walking into a grocery store when I saw the very same guy. My heart stopped, and I immediately grabbed my son and walked out. I followed up with the court, and they claimed they had sent me a notice, but of course I never got it. About 6 months later, he was on the front page of the local newspaper as he had killed someone. He's now serving 55 years. If they had just put him away for what he did to my son and I, a life would have been saved. I do still check on him occasionally, just to make sure he's still locked up. I was street smart, but this put me on edge for years. I would sleep with a knife in my front door until I met my husband, who finally allowed me to relax and trust again. I'm still so grateful to him. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to my story, and please stay safe. About 2 years ago, maybe a little bit more, I got out of a long-term relationship. Being that I'm the shy type, I wasn't good at asking girls out, and for some reason it gave me crippling anxiety. I'm not sure if it was the fear of rejection or the embarrassment of my peers, but either way, dating was not my strong suit. When I met my ex, Tinder was just becoming a thing, so I never used the app. Now that I was single, I had a chance to try it out for myself. I must admit, I was excited. I know a lot of my friends have had success on Tinder and various other dating platforms. I had the app for a few months, and nothing exciting happened. I did meet one girl at the park, but that date lasted all of 20 minutes. She did the classic phone call move, saying she had gotten called into work, and then I never heard from her again. I was just about to consider the Tinder experiment a failure when I matched up with Danielle. Danny for short. She was beautiful. I was half expecting that I was actually being played. Actually, at one point, I thought for sure this girl was a 50-year-old dude or something. I continued to talk to her anyway, though, and we agreed to meet at the local park in our area. The park is a beautiful place. There's a big lake in the middle and a massive series of trails that go all around the lake. We agreed to meet at 5 p.m. when we both got off of work. I showed up at 4 o'clock because I was so nervous. I waited around until I got her message, a little bit after 5. She messaged saying she was walking to the pavilion area where all the picnic tables were. I messaged her back and told her I was heading that way as well. Needless to say, I was beyond happy when I walked to the pavilion and sitting right in front of me was actually Danny, the same Danny from Tinder, and not a 50-year-old man. I sat down and we talked for quite a while. She had this way of calming me down and making me not be so nervous. Whatever she was saying and doing, it really worked. I was head over heels for this girl already. I thought that I may have been doing a good job on the date, since it had been a few hours now and she hadn't decided to leave yet. We decided to go for a walk on one of the trails, even though it was starting to get dark out. Ordinarily, I would have never agreed to do this, but I felt alright with Danny for some reason. I reached for her hand at one point and nearly melted into myself when she allowed me to hold it. For the first time, I felt something special. We walked for a long time until it was dark, and she suggested we turn around and start making our way back to our cars. We had no idea how much longer this trail went on for, and it was almost pitch black out now. The walk back was quite nice for a while. Danny was holding my hand and cuddling up against my arm. We weren't far from the lot when I noticed somebody standing in the walkway. I could barely see him, and if it wasn't for the faint light of the moon shining through the trees, I would have probably missed him altogether. I stopped abruptly and asked Danny if she could see him too. She said she could, and shouted and asked the guy if he needed any help. The person just stood there, not doing anything. I was terrified, but I didn't want to seem too scared in front of her. I suggested that we move. It was probably just some fool trying to play a joke on us. We slowly continued walking toward the person. As they became more visible, it was becoming more scary. The figure hadn't budged an inch. Now we could clearly see that he was concealing something behind his back. When we were about 10 feet away, the man finally moved his hands from behind his back and in his hand appeared to be a knife. I wasn't sure with how dark it was, though. In a low and rough voice, the man commanded us, "Turn around and put your hands above your head." I had no idea what to do. Danny, being the little spitfire she is, started to argue with the man. Before I could even realize what was happening, she shoulder charged into him and knocked him over. She yelled at me to run. I did so, and could hear the man running after us as we made our way off the trail. We both ran to her car. She got into the passenger side, and I drove off. I could see the man in the parking lot as we were departing from the park. My car was there too, along with 3 other cars. That made me think, was this guy alone, or were there more people in danger in that park? When we were a safe distance away, we called the police and reported what happened. The man was obviously long gone, and the only car in the lot when the police arrived was my vehicle. I remember distinctly having the thought at one point that Danny might have been setting me up or something, but thankfully her apparent heroic action put that thought to bed. After that horrifying event, we went to a late-night dinner and stayed up all night talking. That event somehow brought us closer together. In a lot of ways, I had mixed feelings about the Tinder app. It almost got me killed, but I also met Danny there, and now she's my fiancée. Whenever I tell people how we met, it's always funny to watch the reactions of people when we tell them that we met on Tinder and almost died on our very first date. I still can't believe what she did that night, and that we were actually able to get out of there unharmed. It just goes to show you, sometimes good things really can come out of the bad. A few months ago, I was bored at work one day. When I don't have as much to do, I just go on my phone or browse the internet on my computer. Sometimes I go on Craigslist and look at cars or other things for sale. One day, I had about an hour until I got off work and had nothing more to do. I went on Craigslist and noticed the missed connections section. I clicked on it just for fun, because I thought it might be an amusing read. This is a section on Craigslist, by the way, where people will post about if they saw somebody and maybe had a conversation with them in public or something. It's for if they didn't get the person's name or any information, they reach out and try to contact them. That's why it's called missed connections, obviously. The whole idea just seems sort of weird to me. I clicked on a few and read them all. On like the 4th or 5th one, I saw one that seemed like the person was talking about me. The ad said blonde female, then mentioned the name of the city I live and work in. When I clicked on the ad, it said, "I saw you walking on your street last Thursday night. Saw you again at Target the next day, wearing a Braves hat. Let me know if I can come over sometime." This really shocked me. Not only had I gone for a walk in my neighborhood Thursday night, but I had also been in Target the next day as well, wearing a Braves hat. It made me a little bit suspicious. The fact the person had seen me in 2 places. Were they stalking me? That's what was going through my head immediately. But maybe it was just someone who happened to live in my neighborhood, and it was a pure coincidence. They were definitely describing me. I knew that for a fact, but I decided not to answer the ad. I finished up work for the day and then went home. I lived by myself in a smaller house on a fairly busy street. One of my best friends, Avery, came over after work. We would hang out quite a bit. After she came over, I told her about the strange Craigslist ad and decided to show it to her. I got on my laptop and logged on. When I got on the missed connections part, I saw there was now a new post. The title said Blonde Woman in My City Yet Again, Part 2. This post was very recent. In fact, it had been made less than an hour earlier. It said, "I saw you leaving work today. Hope you see one of these ads and get back to me." Avery and I looked at each other in shock. This was very crazy. This post indicated that whoever it was possibly stalking me. We both ran to all the windows and looked out into the street, just in case this guy was out there somewhere, but we didn't see anything out of place. I had never noticed anyone watching me. My work parking lot is pretty large though, and had lots of other cars in it. It would have been easy for somebody to hide there without being caught. For the next couple of days, I was extremely worried. I checked Craigslist multiple times, but there were no new posts about me. I paid close attention to my surroundings, but never noticed anything out of the ordinary. I suppose it would have been difficult though unless it was fairly obvious. It never seemed like I was being followed or anything like that. One day, when I got home from work, I was moving from my kitchen to the living room. When I got into the living room, I saw a car parked in front of my house. I went up to the window and looked out to see if I recognized it. I did not. No more than 10 seconds later, I saw the car drive away. I didn't get a good look at the driver. The very next day, when I was on my way home from work, about halfway back, a car started to drive behind me. This was the same car I had seen in front of my house. I got a bad feeling, and the car made the same 3 turns in a row that I made. I feared it would follow me all the way back home, but when I got to the turn right before my street, the car went the other direction. I was able to make it home without seeing the car again. I decided then that I would respond to one of the ads. I could not take this anymore. When I got home, I got into my laptop and contacted the person. I asked them why they were seemingly stalking me and asked them to please leave me alone. After I sent the message, I hoped the person would either reply and have an explanation or actually just leave me alone. I waited and went on with the day. Several hours later at 9 p.m. or so, I checked again. There was no response from the person. I closed my laptop and went into the living room. That's when I noticed the same car out front again. It was parked in the same spot it had been before. I went over to the window and looked closer. I saw nobody appear to be inside. That's when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye to the right. I looked over and saw a man in my front yard, at the far side of it by the driveway. He was walking up toward my door. I was terrified. I didn't waste any time. I ran away from the window, got out my cell phone and called the police. As I was waiting for the operator to answer the phone, I heard the man try to enter my front door, followed by a soft knocking. I ran into my bedroom and closed the door. I told the 911 operator what was going on, and then just had to wait. I did my best not to listen outside my room, because I didn't even want to know what was going on. About 15 minutes later, the police arrived. The most unbelievable part is that when they got there, the man was actually still there. He was in my backyard, and they found him trying to get in through a back window. Well, I was certainly glad I'd called when I did. I showed the police everything and told them about all the things that happened. It seemed like the man had been stalking me for a while. I guess that when I asked him to leave me alone, he felt like he had to take matters into his own hands. Since that happened, I moved away and now have an apartment across town. I also haven't been on Craigslist at all. The strangest and creepiest thing that's ever happened to me in my life happened when I was back in my hometown to visit my parents last summer. I met up with some of my friends from school and spent some good time with my parents. After a couple of days, though, I ended up sat down on the veranda with nothing much to do. I grew up in the countryside, and nowadays I live in a big city. It was really nice to come back and take in a bit of nature. Summers are always really pleasant in my hometown. That afternoon, there was a gentle breeze sweeping through the rice fields that our veranda looked out onto. The cicadas were chirping in the distance, and I was thinking about how we didn't really hear much of them in the city. Just for some context, my parents' home is in the Fukushima Prefecture. It's such a rural place that sometimes you can see wild bears out the window. It's really peaceful. I laid there on the deck chair and shut my eyes. The warm sunlight felt nice against my eyelids. It was so relaxing, so what happened next really seemed inevitable. I fell asleep in my chair. I woke up after an unknown period of time. I had this exact thought in my mind. Huh? What's this? Something feels ticklish. I first thought it might be a bug. I hate bugs, so I opened my eyes. Needless to say, I was shocked to see an old woman, who I'd never seen before, holding my arm and rubbing it. She looked to be in her 70s or 80s and was wearing a really dirty-looking tattered kimono. So dirty I couldn't even make out what the original color was supposed to be. She was looking downward at my arm. I couldn't make out her face. I thought to myself, what the heck are you doing? Stop it! It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe this total stranger had entered our property to grab me and rub my skin while I slept. I felt gross and frightened, to be honest with you. Those two feelings after waking up are very hard to process. With that in mind, you might understand my next actions. I was groggy as my brain began to throw itself into gear. I knew I needed to get this woman off me, but I found I couldn't coax the words out of my throat to speak to her. All I heard myself produce was a very hoarse and wordless groan. Moreover, I found I couldn't move my body at all. I couldn't shove her away. It was like my brain's waves weren't reaching my limbs. This had never happened to me before or since then. I heard the strange old woman begin to speak, and the phrase she kept repeating had constantly creeped me out whenever I remember. I love soft things, especially when it's young skin. It didn't make much sense, but she kept on repeating it. I love it, especially when it's young skin. Get off me, you hag! I wanted to scream, but the words still wouldn't come out. My arms and legs continued to disobey me too. I was straining as hard as I could to get away from this woman, so much so that sweat began to gather on my forehead. She muttered something about how young skin was so irresistible. I couldn't do anything about her. I hated it and was disgusted by what was happening. The old woman then began to turn her head and attention away from my arm. She slowly raised her head to meet my gaze, while raising my arm slowly towards my face. That was the moment I got a good look at her face. I can still see it in my mind sometimes, usually whenever I'm in a dark place or something. Her face was so swollen that all the features were barely distinguishable. Her eyes were almost closed. She was spewing a mixture of blood and foam from her mouth down onto my arm. I couldn't handle it anymore. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm assuming I fainted. It was like my brain went into safe mode. Next thing I knew, I woke up, and it was already dark outside. I was still out on the veranda. My parents were saying something to me. The first thing I felt was an intense burning sensation, a feeling of pain. I figured out what my parents were saying. They were asking me what happened to me. It was all very alarming. I didn't even think about the old woman at that point. All I could focus on was the pain. I looked down toward the area of pain in my arm and saw that some of my skin had been peeled away, and there were various cuts and scratches. My arm was covered in blood, and there was no sign of the old woman. She definitely left with a piece of my skin. I have no explanation for what happened that summer afternoon. I know that's something that people often say when they feel something very strange has happened, but I honestly completely mean it. I can't understand what happened to me on that afternoon. I don't know if that woman was real or if it was some kind of sleep paralysis or hallucination, maybe even a ghost or something more sinister like a demon. I've been back to my parents' house since then, but I do not go anywhere near that veranda anymore. By the way, I got myself fixed up at the hospital and told them I wanted some antibiotics just to be safe. I hope it was just a hallucination, but even if it was, then how did my skin get cut and peeled off, and why was my arm covered with blood? It turns my stomach to even think about this. Like I said, it was the scariest thing that ever happened to me, and I pray I never see that old hag again. I used to be a janitor for a high school. It was a job that I only had for about a year. This was back in 2019. The job itself was not too bad, but I moved on to other things later. For the most part, when I worked as a janitor, I would work overnights in the high school. I was typically all by myself. I would start at 9 o'clock at night and get off at 5 in the morning. The high school was large, but not so big that I couldn't manage it. With all that time and the whole place to myself, I could clean everything that I was supposed to a few times over. Due to events on school campus, there were often some people still around by the time I started, but they would usually all be gone within an hour or two. I would do the things that you would expect to do: mop the floors, vacuum, sweep, maintain the bathrooms. Not every room in the school required attention daily, so it's not like I was cleaning every single classroom every single night either. I would have a lot of downtime where I would just go on my phone, or do whatever I wanted really. It was honestly a really decent job. The only downside was that I had to turn into a nocturnal creature and work overnights. I had to sleep during the day. Another thing that could be considered a downside was that I had to do it all by myself, and I had to spend all night in the school, which sometimes felt sort of creepy. Most of the lights would be off by then, and a lot of them were motion detected. A single area would light up when I got near them. One night I was working in a random hallway, cleaning the floors. It was about midnight or 1 a.m. I think. Suddenly, I thought I could hear footsteps coming from not that far away. I looked over, but I didn't see anything immediately. The footsteps might not have been from someone in my sight though. Maybe they were coming around the corner. It was hard to tell. I walked over, wondering if another person was here. As far as I knew, I was supposed to be all by myself at this time of night. I made it to the end of the hallway and looked around. I didn't see anything out of the usual. I went back over to where I'd been and continued with my work. Maybe I had just imagined it. I wasn't 100% sure. They hadn't been super loud or anything. About 10 minutes later, I began to hear footsteps again though. This time, I knew for sure I was hearing it. I looked over at the end of the hallway and was surprised when this time I saw a man walking by. I only saw him for a couple of seconds because he walked past that hall and down to another. In the short time he was visible, I could tell that it was a grown adult though. Beyond that, I couldn't make out any details. He was kind of far away. I started walking over. I called out asking who was there. Nobody was supposed to be here at this time. Of course, the man didn't answer me. When I got to the end of the hallway and looked around, he was gone. There were other hallways he could have gone down though. I walked a little ways farther in, looking around and calling out to see if anybody was there. If they were, they weren't keen on responding to me. After that, I wasn't really sure what to do. I ended up going back to work, where I had been. Some time went by, and eventually I moved down another hallway. It was probably 3 hours or so after the last time I'd seen the guy. Something else happened. This time I was facing the end of the hallway, when out of nowhere I heard a noise from behind me. I couldn't really tell what it was. I turned around and saw a basketball rolling in my direction. It went past me and hit a locker. When I looked up to where it had been rolled in from, I didn't see anybody. I suspected that whoever was in the building stood at the end of the hallway I was in and rolled the ball toward me, then moved out of sight. Why they would do that, I had no idea. I picked up the ball and walked to the end of the hall, where it had clearly been rolled from. I called out once more, asking if anybody was there. Still, nobody answered me. I stood there in silence, looking around for 5 minutes. I didn't see or hear anything at all. Somebody was clearly messing with me, but why would they do that? I mean, they weren't even supposed to be here in the first place. Once more, I went back to work. From that point on, I wasn't bothered again for the rest of my shift. When I was finishing up, just before I was done, I decided to walk all around the school to look for this person. I went into every wing and hallway and asked if anybody was there in each one of them. I even checked all the bathrooms. Nobody ever answered me, and I didn't see anyone either. At 5 in the morning, I got off. Another janitor arrived. I told him about what happened and asked him to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. I then left the school and drove home. During this time, I was living in a small house by myself, about 10 minutes away from the school. I arrived back. My typical routine was to go to bed and get some sleep. It was strange to go to sleep at 6 a.m., but I'd gotten used to it. On this day, it was 5 minutes after I got back home. I was in my kitchen when I heard a knock at my front door. Instantly, I was confused. I walked over to the living room and looked out the front window. Nobody was there. As I looked a bit closer, though, I could see that off in the distance, a guy was walking down the street away from my house. I saw him for just a second or two before he ducked out of sight. It looked like the same guy who'd been in the school earlier. I was so creeped out, I couldn't fall asleep for hours. Luckily, the man never returned, and after that day, nothing like that ever happened in the school again. I still wonder who that man was and why he was doing all that. About a year ago, I was asked if I wanted to play some online MMO by one of my friends. At the time, I didn't know just how much trouble a game would be able to cause me in real life. Let me start off by saying that I haven't ever really been an avid gamer. I wasn't even aware you could have in-game chats with people. I didn't know what to do, really. I wanted to give this online gaming thing a try, though, since all my friends said it was so much fun. I joined a fairly large guild, and some veteran players were kind enough to show me the ropes. Thanks to everyone's help, my character grew, and I ended up enjoying my new gaming experience. One of the best players was this guy named Masaru. He seemed to be a pro or something. He was amongst the highest rated in our guild, and boasted about his armory of rare and difficult to obtain items. He seemed to have all the rare and best stuff, and everyone looked up to him. Masaru seemed to care about me the most. I don't know if that's because I was the only girl on the team or what. He helped me raise my level and gifted me loads of cool weaponry and armor that he said he didn't need anymore. Everyone in the guild was surprisingly close to one another. They had regular Skype calls after they were done gaming and even met up in real life as well. We used Skype to speak to one another while we played. Eventually, we exchanged email addresses as well. Most of the members lived in Kanto and Kanai. I lived in Hokkaido, so I never attended any of those offline meetings. It was just too far for me to go. There were too many meetings for me to attempt to go to any of them as well. Just too frequent. Just to let you know, the distance between Hokkaido and Kanai is about 24 hours. That's 1,500 kilometers, or 956 miles. I wasn't really careful enough about what I was doing online, though. I realize that now. Without a single thought, I shared bunches of personal information about myself with people I had never met before. Thankfully, I didn't reveal my exact address or my phone number. I'm really glad I didn't do that. Let me tell you a bit more about Masaru. He was a student living in Kanai, and it seemed like every time I logged in to play, he was immediately there, ready and waiting for me. He was super eager to spend time with me, and I would get messages from him from the moment I logged in. "Ah, I found you. Oh, by the way, what are you doing at the moment? Are you alone? Or maybe not. I guess you could be with someone." He would send messages to me in the one-on-one chat, excluding all the other members of the guild. He would send them to me while we were playing as a group, and when we were doing our own solo plays. I responded dutifully to begin with, but one day I was busy playing with another one of my friends in another group, and I forgot to reply. When I saw I'd missed his messages, I just thought to myself, well, I'll reply later. He then sent a message to the main chat everyone can see who plays the game that he was supposed to be playing with someone, but they ditched him. He then went off in search of me to see what I was doing. I know it's only a game, but this was a little bit weird that he did that. I probably should have realized that was an early red flag. He started talking to me in the open environment anyone could see. It felt as if I needed to apologize for not getting back to him in our private chat. I said sorry, and he replied with, "It's okay, Maury. If you have more fun playing with others than playing with me, then..." After replying to me, he logged out. This guy was always logged in. I was shocked by his lack of embarrassment. My friends were shocked by his weird behavior too. It was so creepy to come over and follow me everywhere in game and do this lame sulky quitting thing. I began to realize at this point that he had a bit of an unusual obsession with me. Every time I logged in from that day forward, I would immediately get a message from him. I'm certain that he would sit there waiting for me to log in and monitoring my location in the game every day. Needless to say, this was very unsettling behavior. I didn't feel like dealing with him for a while, so I planned on turning the game off and giving it a break, not logging on for a couple of weeks or so. Well, after a day at best of not having logged on, I got an email notification to my phone. I bet you can guess who those emails were from. "Hey, why haven't you logged in for a while? I feel lonely without Maury. I guess you hate me, but I don't understand. I like you so much." At first, it was just the chat in the game. Now it was getting closer to harassment in actual life. I wasn't interested in Masaru becoming part of my private life. On top of it all, he was a college student and I was a fully working adult. I didn't really have time to deal with someone who seemed to have endless hours of free time. The emails began coming in on the hour. It was a nightmare. Sometimes they would come in the middle of the night and wake me up. Other times he'd spam me hundreds when I was away at work or on a break. It was way too much. I decided I needed to do something. Hey, when I'm playing games, I want to have fun with everyone. I don't want to give you special attention. I had no intentions of doing that, and if you felt that way, I'm sorry, but I have no special feelings for you, and I want to make that clear. And please, stop sending me all these messages at all hours of the night. It's so annoying. In a matter of seconds, I immediately got a response from Masaru. He sent an emoticon that he used all the time and nothing more. I sighed at the sight of that and blocked my phone. I was just really tired. From that day onwards, I stopped speaking to him entirely and stopped playing the game online. I just couldn't enjoy it anymore. After 3 weeks of quitting playing, I got an email from someone else I used to play with. "Hey, haven't seen you online recently. Maybe you got busy, but we all miss you here, so if you ever get lonely, log back on." Masaru seems to be a lot busier these days. He quit university or something, and we don't see him log in at all anymore. I felt a bit of an ominous feeling reading that email. Having said that, though, I decided I would log back in when I was free. I replied that I'd completely forgotten about the whole thing because I was so busy working as a certified instructor. Basically, I visited educational bodies and gave them free trials of products as a means of my company to get work. At the end of each free trial period, participants were asked to fill out a survey. It was a simple questionnaire where you could enter your thoughts on the instructor, me obviously, and what you made of the class and the content. We asked our participants to fill this out online. One day, I was looking through the questionnaires at the office and compiling the results into a data chart. That was part of my job. As I was scrolling through the entries, I froze. My hand stopped rolling the wheel of my mouse. I saw one had an attached picture of Masaru's emoticon he used all the time, and his email address attached as well. It felt like all the hairs on my body were standing on end. He'd somehow found me. He had attended my class in person. I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it. I racked my brain to try and remember incidences in which I might have revealed such personal information about myself to him. I think I may have told him I worked in Hokkaido's largest area, but nothing more than that. I couldn't be too sure I'd never given him any other information, though. I was so scared that day I ended work early, and instead of going home, I decided to see my parents. They lived a good 200 kilometers, or 125 miles away. I stayed with them that night. It helped that I wasn't supposed to be working the following day. It was a scheduled day off. In the coming days, I informed my guild friends about Masaru and let them know I had to leave the game for good. I was told that he'd informed the guild he was looking for a job in Hokkaido, right near the area where I lived. I knew I needed to do something about this, so I changed my phone number, email address, and quit my job as well. I moved away from Hokkaido a few months after, and met a guy that I ended up falling in love with. We got married and everything's been fine so far. Although some of what went down was my fault for sharing too many personal details about myself online. It was truly frightening to discover that some person I'd only interacted with in a game would go to such lengths to track me down in person. I had no idea someone from a game could be capable of acting like that. I guess for some it may not seem as scary written down, but to me, the person who lived it, it was truly terrifying. I don't think I'll ever be as shocked as I was in that moment when I saw the online questionnaire filled in by him and found out he was prowling around my area. That's the reason I'll never play online games again. I was driving home from work pretty late one night. I often worked later hours, and during this time would leave work at about 10:30, then get back home at 11 p.m. or so. My job was in the city, and I lived a ways outside of it, in a much more quiet area. After leaving my job, I would take a freeway back for most of the drive, and then exit onto a highway. Well, one time when I was working earlier, there was a traffic jam. I found a shortcut to get home a bit faster. It was a few more turns, but no stoplights at all, and in my opinion, much easier driving. Or, at the very least, driving that I liked better. Depending on traffic, it could be slightly faster or slightly slower. On a night like this, when there was virtually no traffic on the freeway because it was so late, it was probably a slower route. But I was in the habit of driving the shortcut already. The habit had started when I worked earlier shifts and got off when the roads were busy. On this night, I was taking these back roads to my house. These roads were very quiet, with some woods and occasionally the quiet neighborhood or person's house off to the side. I was probably about 10 minutes away from my own home. The roads I was driving on were really quiet, so I wasn't expecting to see any other vehicles at all. This was exactly how I liked it, really. It made for easy driving. As I was going down a straight spot in the road, I noticed something up ahead. There was what looked to be some kind of construction going on. As I got closer, I saw many orange cones and a person holding a sign on the right. It was one of those stop signs that lights up, and a construction worker holding it directs traffic to where they're supposed to go. There was a man in an orange vest holding the sign and standing on the side of the road. This was a one-lane road. There was a lane for traffic going in the opposite direction as well. However, the lane had been blocked off by two orange construction cones that were there. I began to slow down as I got closer. When I did, I was starting to wonder what exactly was going on here. There was only one person that I could see, the guy holding the sign, and no other construction workers at all. Other than the few cones spread out, I didn't see any kind of work being done either. Still, I didn't pay all that much attention. I was tired from a long day at work and just wanted to get home. I slowed my car down. I came to a stop as the man held the stop sign up, and when I did, the man holding the sign started walking into the middle of the road, right in front of my car. I remember he was about average height and had long, dark brown hair. When he started walking over to my car, I started to really wonder what the hell was going on here. The guy stopped about a foot away from my vehicle, directly in front of it. He was just kind of staring at me, not saying anything or communicating in any way. I was sitting there with what must have been a puzzled look on my face. I saw the guy looking back behind my car and saw something else out of the corner of my eye in my side mirror. I looked back. I saw another man, this guy obviously not a construction worker. He emerged from out of the woods on the side of the road. It was really bizarre. But even more strange was that this man was holding what appeared to be a baseball bat and was quietly approaching my car from behind. He was about 50 feet away if I had to guess. I wondered to myself, what on earth was happening here? I just wanted to drive away. It seemed there was no real construction going on at all. The whole thing looked like a trap. The guy holding the sign was still there, stopping me from going forward. I rolled my window down just a crack and asked what was going on. The man didn't answer me. The other guy with the bat was still approaching from behind and now getting much closer. I knew I needed to get out of there right now. I put my car into reverse and backed up. As I did, the man with the bat was less than 10 feet away. I veered to the left extremely fast and swerved away from the man holding the sign. He tried to get back in front of me and block my path again, but he was not fast enough. I drove away as I ran over the orange cones. Luckily, they were the smaller kind. As I sped away from the area, I saw the two men now standing together in the middle of the road. I felt lucky to have narrowly escaped that situation. Before I got home, I called the police and reported what I'd seen. I'm guessing by the time an officer got there, though, the men were already long gone. I continued to drive that same route home, even after that experience. It was just so routine that I didn't want to change it. Well, just about a week after the initial incident, I was driving home once again. It was around the same time, maybe 10:30 or 11 p.m. at night. I came up to just about the same part on the quiet road, and I could not believe my eyes. I saw the very same guy in his construction clothes, holding the stop sign again. The two cones were on the road in the exact same spot as before. How could this be happening? It was literally the exact same situation as the week prior. This time, though, I didn't slow down at all. I sped up. As I got closer, the man went to take a step into the road and started waving his arm to try and stop me. I pressed on the gas even harder. The man had to jump out of the way, and I mowed down the two small orange cones they'd put out. I kept driving as the man stood on the other side of the road. I called the cops once again. That situation made me really angry. How could the same guy be back out there in the exact same spot, doing the same trap again? I really don't know if they were found after, because I didn't hear anything about it. I didn't see them again, though. It was surely a trap. I'm not sure what the guy's plan was, maybe to steal my car, or something else. The area on the road where they had set up was a very quiet area. No houses or buildings or anything like that in the immediate area. Plus, it was a long straightaway. I'm hoping they were never able to actually stop anybody. A few years ago, my husband was laid off, so I began working part-time to help out until we could get back on our feet. I worked at several places during this time, but my longest-term position was at TJ Maxx. Even though the job could make me crazy sometimes, my boss treated me very well and allowed me to work extra hours if I needed them. Because of the nature of the job itself, the turnover rate was very high, and most of the employees were young. They didn't last long. Those who did spent most of their time complaining and screwing around on their phones. Not that I can say I blame them. All in all, I stayed there for over a year or so. I think I was the longest-lasting employee when I finally moved on, except for 2 young men. They had been at that location ever since it opened, and probably would both still be there had one of them not lost control and done something terrible to the other. For the sake of the story, I'll call the 2 men Joe and Steve. Joe was tall and boastful, while Steve was short and fat, with a strange speech impediment that made him sound like he was using baby talk all the time. I honestly can't think of a better way to describe it. Both barely showered as well, which made it very difficult to be around them. I think management even brought this up to one or both of them more than once, but it did very little good. They didn't seem to understand why anyone would care. I gradually came to the conclusion that they were both probably on the spectrum somewhere, especially Steve. Mind you, I don't say this to mock them at all. I just think it helps to grasp why maybe they did some of the things they did. Steve was a very kind person once you got to know him. This was made difficult by his hygiene issues, of course, but on the rare occasion I was able to stand being around him for more than a few minutes. I really got a kind vibe coming off of him. While Steve gave everyone who knew him a good vibe, Joe certainly did not. He was everything you pictured when describing a quote-unquote neck beard. I'm sure he would have had the beard had management allowed it. Although his aversion to bathing made him unapproachable, his cocky attitude made things even worse. There wasn't a single subject that he wasn't apparently an expert in, nor a person he didn't vastly outpace in intelligence in his mind. Had he actually been as smart as he claimed, he may have been somewhat interesting to talk to. But within minutes of meeting him, you could immediately tell he knew very little about anything at all. I remember at one point hearing him getting into an argument with an African-American customer, where I heard him calling her a slur. This incident, along with a few others, showed me that Joe was certainly not a nice guy. As you can probably tell by now, I couldn't stand the guy myself. For some reason, even though Steve was the complete opposite of Joe, they were pretty much inseparable. I suppose when you feel unable to navigate the world around you, it's comforting to be friends with another person just as lost as you are. As sweet as Steve could be, his inability to sometimes grasp the norms of society could really bite him in the butt. For instance, I hadn't been working with him long before I noticed how much he loved pretty girls, especially their hair. I remember one specific occasion where he really lost himself and started touching and sniffing a girl's hair. Luckily, she had an autistic son of her own and realized he meant no harm. After a discussion with the manager, it was decided to move him to the back where he wouldn't have to interact with people. He didn't mind it much, though. In fact, before long, Joe got moved to the back too, after his aforementioned clash with the African-American customer. I guess this is the point in the story where I should address the event that led to Joe losing his job. It wasn't something that anyone could see coming. Steve and I were in the back discussing a stalking issue when he made a certain comment I really didn't like. The subject involved the race of a customer, if you get my drift. I'd had enough of all his crap and called him out on it. A sneer grew across his face and he said something to the effect of, "Shut your mouth, you fat cow." That was when something surprising happened. Steve interjected himself and told Joe to leave me alone. They started fighting. Witnessing the argument between these two best friends was a bit disorienting. Steve was really getting the upper hand on him though, which made me chuckle a bit. That made Joe furious. He lunged at me to attack me. Steve placed himself between us, but Joe didn't lose a step at all. He shoved Steve onto the floor. He then grabbed his best friend and began pummeling him mercilessly. He continued beating him in the face until a few other employees managed to pull him off and threw him into a rack of clothes. Now his face showed it all. He knew he'd screwed up and nothing could save him. With an indignant smirk, he stood up and dusted himself off. Steve was curled up on the floor crying. Joe actually had the audacity to spit on him. We all stared back in shock as he turned and walked out the back door of the store. Now that the immediate threat was gone, I went over to Steve to check on him. He had a bloody nose and a badly bruised face, but thankfully that was about it. He had curled up into a ball almost as soon as the attack began. I figure that's what saved him from being injured even more. It was so sad the way Steve kept wiping the tears from his cheeks and saying it wasn't right what Joe was saying, because we were all supposed to be friends here, and friends don't talk like that. It was very heartbreaking. The decision was made not to call the police in the end. Once he'd gotten all his anger out, Steve was back to his regular kind and caring self. He didn't want Joe to go to jail. The rest of us were just happy that jerk was finally gone for good. Joe obviously knew he was fired because he never returned or contacted anyone at the store. A new person was eventually hired to take up Joe's spot, and we never brought up the incident again. As far as I'm aware, Steve is still working there to this day. I left about 6 months after, when my husband was called back to work. In spite of all the times I complained about his hygiene and stubbornness, I sort of find myself missing Steve sometimes. His simple view of life really made him especially kind, and as complicated as it could be, I wish more people were like him. Maybe the world would be a little bit nicer to each other if they were. I was up until around 3 a.m. at night when I received a strange call from an unknown number. I shrugged it off, since the week before I'd bought a new phone. I thought nothing of it. The same person called over the next few days though, always at the exact same time of night. Eventually I gave in and picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the line warned me of a strange figure watching me every night through the window. I didn't recognize the voice of the caller, and even if it was somebody I knew, messing with me in this way was too much. I was way too tired to recognize their voice, therefore I just kinda shrugged it off. I didn't actually believe there was somebody watching me, and why would an anonymous person call me up and try to warn me? A couple of days later, after returning home from work, I noticed a black van parked in a very strange spot, not too far away from where I live. The reason I thought it was weird, though, was because the van was parked in such a way that anybody who looked out through the windows could possibly peer into my bathroom. At the time, I didn't really think anything of it, though, since again, I was too tired to actually care. 2 nights later, I received a phone call again. The person on the other end said, "The very memory of my face will cause a manifestation of my being in the future. You will be asleep in bed, and I'll be there watching over you. When you wake up, you'll not be able to move any part of your body. When the doctors eventually find you, they won't see me, but you will. I'll see you too, forever. I'll see ya." After that strange call, I decided to go to the police and ask them if they knew anything about other strange calls happening around town. The police said nobody but me had reported any such thing from an unknown number. After that, I decided to move out, as I didn't want to risk my own life. At that point, whether it was a prank call or not, it was just something I did not want to risk with all the strange events going on. Once I left, nothing like that ever happened again. I'm typing this on my phone, so sorry for the grammar or any mistakes, and for the length of the story itself. I know most other stories shared are a bit longer, so I don't know. Sorry, I just wanted to share my own. Well, I say it's mine, but maybe that isn't strictly true. I heard about this from a friend of mine who doesn't have any interest of sharing their own stories online. So I said I could do it for them. My friend's a nurse, and this happened while she was working at a certain general hospital. In this certain hospital, there was an open secret among the staff. Unpleasant things was how some described it. Others said it was paranormal activity, and others plain just didn't want to talk about it at all. Most of the alleged events happened during the night shift. It was common that nurses would get calls from empty rooms, as if someone unseen was pressing the nurse call button next to an unoccupied bed. Because of the strange phenomenon going on, the nurses asked and were granted permission to walk the wards in pairs on the night shift. This is my friend's experience of what happened when she was working the night shift that night. She was doing her rounds of the wards with a colleague when they got to a room they knew was unoccupied. Since they had been called, though, they were duty-bound to go in and check it out. They arrived at the empty room, and before they even walked into it, they knew they would find it empty. They were right, of course. They scanned the room as per the rules. It was only when they were about to turn to leave when my friend noticed something that was certainly out of place. She looked down toward the floor for some reason, and that was where she spotted something sticking out from below the curtain. The curtains were attached to rails that ran along the ceiling, the type that could be pulled to separate space for patients, a sort of room divider, if you will. There, just creeping under the curtain, in the gap between the floor and the bottom, appeared to be someone's hand. It was grasping and searching for something. My friend said the hand looked unwell. The two nurses had just looked over every inch in the room, and there had been no one in there. They were seeing something their eyes couldn't believe, and their minds could not explain. My friend isn't the squeamish type at all. I mean, what nurse is? She kept her cool and pointed out the disembodied hand to her colleague. They both quickly and calmly exited the previously unoccupied room and went back to the nurse's station. Her colleague, who by the way was her senior in every sense of the word at work and in age, told her not to worry about what she had just seen. What did she mean by that? Don't worry? Who wouldn't worry about seeing something as strange as that? My friend pressed her colleague for an explanation of what they had just seen. Reluctantly, her colleague shared some information. It said that disembodied earth-colored hands were spiritually signs of organ failure. Did they see some manifestation from a previous patient? It gives me chills to imagine seeing that grasping hand underneath the curtain that might have belonged to a previous patient who had passed away. Maybe it was a spirit trying to get the attention of the nurses in their final moments, but who can really say? This story takes place back in the summer of 2021. During that time, I had just recently gotten a new car. Before that, I had been driving an old 2004 Chevy Trailblazer. If you don't know, that's an SUV. I didn't think it would be worth that much, but I still decided to sell it on Craigslist. After all, that's where I'd bought it from years earlier, and I had taken very good care of it for the most part. I took some pictures out of my driveway and then listed the car. It ran pretty well and was very reliable, so I knew somebody was bound to be interested. I listed it for $2,000 and waited. I wasn't in that much of a rush to sell it, really. It took about 2 days before I got the first response to the ad. The response was someone asking if the car was still for sale. I said yes, and they texted back, asking if they could come take a look at it. We arranged a meeting for after the person got off work the following day. I asked for their name, and they said it was Barry. Said they got off work at around 8 p.m. I suggested we meet in the parking lot of a nearby Walmart. It was a really big lot and would also be a public area. I certainly didn't want a random person to show up to my house. Barry agreed, and the very next day I drove out to the Walmart. It was only about 5 minutes away from my home. I got there early and looked around the parking lot. I told him I was in the very back corner, and you really couldn't miss me. The parking lot was always empty in the back half, so it was often used for truckers and RVs to park overnight. The first red flag happened before Barry even showed up at all. I should have driven away right there and then. He texted me, saying he was already there and asking what my car looked like. I was thinking, seriously, you're the one interested in buying this car and you don't even remember what it looks like? I gave him a description of my gray SUV in the back corner. He then replied saying he saw me and was driving over now. I looked around and saw a much newer looking car approaching me. It looked to be a red Ford Focus that must have been only a few years old. He parked right next to me, and I watched a man get out. He was younger looking, maybe 30 or so, had dark brown hair and black glasses. I got out of my car and walked over to him. We met in front of my car and shook hands, and I told him some basic information. As he looked at it, less than a minute later, he asked me if we could go for a test drive. I said yes. Barry got into the driver's seat of my car, and I got into the passenger seat. I noticed he was on his phone a lot in the short time since he'd gotten out of his vehicle. Something just seemed a little bit strange about this guy. When he started driving, I asked him if he knew this area well. I said he could drive down some roads close by. He said he knew it very well, and we left the Walmart. We headed to a quieter area. Barry went down a road I had only been on a couple of times before. It was a somewhat quiet road with a speed limit of 35. There were patches of woods here and there, and some buildings that appeared to be industrial in nature. During the drive, things were very quiet. I talked about the car for the first couple of minutes, but Barry didn't really respond or say anything back to me. I remember him looking at his phone once while driving, and I told him he shouldn't do that. He said sorry and put it away. I asked him how he thought the car was driving and if he liked it. He said yes, it was good. After 5 minutes of driving around, I was starting to think that we should begin hitting back now. And that's when Barry suddenly began slowing down. He pulled off the road and into this really creepy-looking parking lot. We were surrounded on all sides by woods, and the parking lot itself was in disrepair. It looked to be for some sort of warehouse. When he got into the lot, he drove a little ways in and stopped the car. I noticed there was one other vehicle parked in this lot already. I thought at first maybe Barry just wanted to turn around in there, but when he stopped the car, I was really confused. He shut off the engine and took the key out of the ignition. He then opened his driver's door and started to get out. I was really confused, watching him and wondering what was going on. As he was getting out, he yelled at me to get out of the car. I looked to my right and saw 3 men getting out of the other vehicle that was also in the parking lot. The 3 men were advancing towards us. They were about 50 feet away. These men started moving at a fast pace, and Barry stepped out in front of my car. He began yelling at me to get out again. I knew I was in trouble at that point. I didn't know what these guys wanted, but I realized something quickly. My car had 2 keys for it, and I had brought the spare just in case. It was in my pocket. After Barry saw I was not getting out of the vehicle, he started walking over to my passenger door. I figured he was going to try and force me out. Meanwhile, the other 3 men were only 20 feet away. I reached into my pocket and hit the button for the lock on the doors. I moved over to the driver's seat of the car. He reached the door and tried opening it, but it was already locked. In that moment, I put my spare key in the ignition and started the engine. Barry had the other key still and would be able to unlock it if he got it out again. When the car started, I saw him reaching into his pocket and saw the other men begin running. As soon as it was started up though, I threw it into drive and slammed my foot on the gas. The car jerked away from everyone and they gave chase on foot for a short time. I sped away and made a quick U-turn. As the men were now running for their vehicle, I drove out of that pothole-filled parking lot as fast as I could. When I was back onto the road, I took the very first turn I saw. The men were not able to reach me in their car on time, and I didn't see them behind me. I was able to get away just fine. I went straight back to my house, and when I made it back home, I called the police. I reported the whole thing. I told them about the car at Walmart as well, that Barry had left behind. I gave as much information as I could. I later found out the car Barry used to get to the Walmart was found still there and came back as stolen. I'm not sure if Barry and those other guys were ever found. I know I'm just really glad I brought the spare key with me and was able to get away from them. Okay, so this was a long time ago, when I was quite young. I'm 21 now, and I must have been around 11 or so at the time this event took place. It was so traumatizing that I actually thought it was a nightmare I had as a kid. That is, until I recently found out it actually happened to me. My mom told me a bit more details on this story, and I thought it would be a cool one to share. Here goes. This took place about 10 years ago in the UK. One of my older cousins, I'll call him James for privacy reasons, had just passed his driving test. He was maybe about 18 at the time. James and his family were quite well off, so he had this big black pickup truck that was open at the back. Now, he's always been a bit on the daring side. So when he got told by a few of his mates that people had reportedly seen an odd woman in a cream nightgown wandering the country roads late at night, of course James wanted to go out and look for her, thinking how funny it would be if we actually found her. Bear in mind, this was not the kind of place anyone would typically walk, as there was nothing along these back roads. No pathways, no houses, no barns, nothing. Just empty country lanes, surrounded by trees, fields, and bushes. There was nothing for miles on end. This woman was said to be walking along these empty roads, and she would be all by herself, not even walking a dog or anything. Just spotted alone, really late at night. James said he was going to go look for her, and he asked who wanted to come along. Me being stupid and thinking I was real tough, I said yeah. So did one of my other cousins. We'll call her Sarah. She was about 6 months older than me, so we were pretty similar in age. My mom didn't like the thought of me going, so she came too. She's the sort of person that's very young at heart, so she was down for anything. Anyways, all four of us piled into James's pickup truck. He was driving, my mom was riding shotgun, and Sarah and I sat in the open part at the back of the pickup. I'd say we were out on the back roads for about 30 minutes before we came onto the road that she was meant to be on. All of a sudden, James started shouting. I can't remember what he said exactly, but I imagine it had something to do with the woman, as we did end up finding her. Sarah and I stayed really quiet while James drove past and stopped his truck. The woman almost looked drunk. She was messy and dirty and was walking quite strangely. James and my mom were looking at the windows, whispering to one another, probably wondering what the hell this woman was doing out here at this time. Sarah and I were still kind of hidden, peering over the side and looking at this woman. She was staggering towards us, when out of nowhere, she started full-on sprinting toward the truck. Sarah and I started screaming and shouting, then crying out of pure terror. James then floored it down the road to get us out of there. All four of us were in complete shock. I didn't say anything on the way back. I don't really remember much after that either. Never really found out what happened to that woman. I haven't seen James in a very long time, but I probably will soon, so I'm going to ask him more about it. I'm sure he'll know. I'll be able to give you an update with more details. I dread to think about what would have happened if she had actually caught up to the truck. My parents were supportive of my decision not to go to college, but they made it clear that I'd be expected to begin working directly after high school. I would have preferred to have a little time off, but I knew I was pressing my luck. Just 2 weeks after graduation, I began my first job at McDonald's. It wasn't the job I'd hoped for, but it was a job nonetheless. I stayed there just long enough to find a full-time position as a line cook at a fairly small restaurant. The business was close enough for me to walk, and the people who owned it were very cool. The pay wasn't much more than McDonald's, but I did have insurance with them, a perk that would benefit me if I broke my arm riding my bike or something. After I left there, I bounced around for several years until I came upon a great position at one of the large chain restaurants around here. The job came with a lot more responsibilities and paid much better. In a lot of ways, it was a world I was unprepared for. This was where I'd find out that I was capable of doing the right thing, even if my job was at stake. At this point in my career, I'd become fairly accustomed to the way things happen in the food industry. In a lot of ways, a restaurant is like a family. The employees spend a lot of time together even when they're not on the clock, and they come in on their days off to socialize and sometimes even date one another. The managers are effectively the parents of the family. They do all they can to keep their underlings happy even at the cost of propriety. I've worked at places where the bosses would regularly buy alcohol for their minor employees and party with them. As you can imagine, things get weird on occasion. That had always been off the clock though. This new place I was working at took things even further than I was used to. Just my first day there, I was shocked to see how close the male managers seemed to be with the employees, especially the female ones. I'd only been on the clock for a few hours when I came out of the kitchen to discuss something with the manager. He was standing in the bar area, talking to a couple of the wait staff. Sitting in front of him was a hostess. I looked up from my paperwork to see him giving this 17-year-old hostess a very sensual shoulder massage. This was out in the open, mind you, in a restaurant full of customers. I was shocked. I asked my question and he continued doing it. He'd obviously been doing this sort of thing for a long time and had become very comfortable doing it, as had the other employees. Although I didn't approve, I kept my opinion to myself. My first day wasn't exactly the right time to rock the boat, you know? Besides, the girl didn't appear to mind too much, despite it being very creepy. I let it go and went on with my work. Sooner or later, I knew a time would come where that sort of thing would bite him in the butt, but that time came a lot sooner than I'd expected. From there on, a few months went by. I learned my job for the most part and was really enjoying it. As sous chef, part of my job was to handle the supply orders for the kitchen and the rest of the back of house. One evening after the dinner rush, I was preparing the order while the rest of the cooks shut the line down. Once again, I had a question, so I made my way to find the same manager. I checked the dining area for him, but was told he was in his office. I headed back into the rear of the building where the offices were located. The door was cracked open. This always meant it was okay to come in, so I didn't bother knocking. When I entered, the manager had one of the servers trapped in a corner and had his hand placed on her chest. I wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but the girl looked very distressed. I cleared my throat to get his attention. The manager turned around quickly and had a very shocked look on his face. With his focus now elsewhere, the girl took the opportunity to run away. She hurried out of the room. I could see she'd been crying. I knew I'd just seen something I wasn't supposed to, but I pretended that I hadn't. He gave me this sort of questioning look and asked what I wanted. I told him, and he gave me the shortest answer possible. The tension was hanging in the room, and I could feel myself beginning to choke on it. I thanked him and rushed out. Just as the girl had, I avoided him for the rest of the night. It gave me a sick feeling as it ate away at me. I couldn't handle it anymore. I told my girlfriend what I'd seen, and she helped me to process what I'd witnessed. My conscience told me I needed to inform corporate, although the girl involved was an adult. The company, as well as I, would be included in any lawsuit, should one be filed. Before that, though, I figured I should hear the story from both people. Was there any chance I'd misread the situation? I wanted to know. The next morning, I called the girl that had been involved and asked what happened. She was understandably reluctant to talk about it, but she made it clear it was not consensual. I asked if she was pressing charges, and she told me she just wanted to forget about it. I assured her I had no problem backing her up if she changed her mind. She thanked me, but her silence made the problem that much worse. I didn't want to drag her into something she didn't want to be a part of, but I also didn't think I could keep quiet either. It was clear my manager was a predator, and probably not doing it to just her. Staying quiet could also get me fired. I decided I'd wait to speak to him first. A few nights later, I went into the office and confronted him. At first, he tried to deny it. That was until I told him I'd spoken to the girl. He admitted he'd done it, but made it out to be a mutual situation. Something told me he was lying, so I continued to press him. He began to tell me how well I'd been doing, and even offered me a promotion. I declined. I wanted to find a way to resolve this situation. I had no idea what the solution could be, but he promised that he'd figure it out and get back to me. I came back to work that Monday hoping to find things would have been fixed. Instead, they had only gotten worse. I was preparing for the dinner rush when a member of the waitstaff brought me the bad news. The server he'd assaulted had been fired the night after I'd spoken with him. The server who told me this said the fired server was crying and mentioned me, quote, shooting off my big mouth. This made me livid. I approached the manager about it, and he pulled me into the office and closed the door. Before I could say anything, he reminded me that he was the boss, and he was in charge of who was hired and fired. If I didn't want to join her, I would get my attitude in check. I was too shocked to reply. I walked out of the office and closed the door behind me. It took a moment to regain my composure, but when I did, my mind was pretty clear. I told my girlfriend what I'd decided. The following morning, I made myself a pot of coffee and called up the district manager. He sounded angry, but thanked me for informing him about the situation. I hung up and waited for the fallout. There was no news until I got to work at around 4:30 or so. I knew there may be some conflict from my boss, and I prepared accordingly. To my surprise, the assistant manager was there instead. He didn't say anything to me, but I could tell by everyone's demeanor that something major had happened. After closing, the assistant manager got us all together and announced the manager had quote-unquote moved on. There was no mention of why, of course, just that he was sad to have to leave on such short notice and apologized for being unable to say goodbye. It was all the usual corporate spin. Nobody but myself and the assistant manager knew what was going on at the time. When the truth did eventually come out, I was shocked by the way I was treated. I won't pretend I didn't expect a little pushback, but I was unprepared for the overwhelming amount of hate I got, even after I explained everything I'd seen and heard. Most of the employees showed nothing but disgust for me. I'll be honest, I felt the same way about them. The idea anyone would stand up for a predator was unimaginable to me, not to mention the most stringent of defenders were all female and called themselves friends of the victim. After a while, all the hate became too much for me. I took another job downtown. Never got the full story of what happened to the manager. All I know for sure is that he lost his job. Not exactly the result I'd had in mind, but I don't regret my decision for 1 second. This is something weird and kind of creepy that happened to me just a couple of weeks ago. It was a Thursday night, and I had just gotten done with some shopping. I went to a couple of stores to get some groceries and some other things after work. By the time I left to go home, it was around 9 p.m. or so. I drove on the highway for a few miles and then exited onto a quieter road. While I was on this road, I was just driving like usual, when out of nowhere, the car behind me began honking profusely. I looked back and just saw headlights in the dark and what appeared to be a regular old sedan. At first, I wondered if they were even honking at me. There were no other cars around though, so it had to be. It was really weird because I couldn't think of any reason why they would be honking at me. I was just driving down the road at a normal speed. In fact, I checked my speedometer, and it said I was going 58 in a 55. I was driving around the speed limit. Did they think I was going too slow or something? I knew for a fact I hadn't cut them off or anything. Maybe whoever was driving just accidentally hit the horn. I've done that myself a few times before. About a minute went by, and they honked at me again. Now I was even more confused than before. They were driving behind me, sort of close but not right on my bumper. A few seconds later, they honked once more. I started to pull over to the side of the road to let them pass me by, but as I did, the car behind me did the exact same thing. Was it somebody that knew me? I couldn't tell who was driving, and I certainly didn't recognize the car. Clearly, they were not passing me though. They wanted to stay behind me for some reason. They honked again, as we were now going less than 40 miles per hour, nearing the side of the road. I went back onto the road and sped back up again, and they did the same. I really didn't know what this person was doing. The only thing I could think to do was just keep driving home. By this point, it was only a couple of minutes away. The car behind me returned to honking several more times before I made it to my street. When I turned onto the street where my house was, the car continued following me. This made me kind of nervous. I still didn't know what was going on. When I got to my house, I pulled into the driveway. The car followed me and pulled in right behind me. Now I was worried. I still couldn't tell who was driving the vehicle. It was so dark out. I stayed inside my car and did not want to get out. The person back there could be dangerous or something. I thought they were going to get out of their vehicle. I wasn't really sure what to do if they did. Maybe they would explain why they had been honking at me. Possibly there was a logical explanation. Maybe my tire was going flat or something, and they wanted to make sure I got home safely. I knew that certainly wasn't the case, though. I was just being hopeful. A few minutes went by, and I remained in my vehicle. Surprisingly, so did the other person. After 5 minutes of this stalemate, all of a sudden the car backed up quickly and made it out to the street. They then drove away at a hurried speed. I got out of my vehicle and looked around. None of my tires were flat or anything. My car seemed completely fine. I went inside, so confused about the situation. Since then, I haven't seen that car again. I still wonder, though, who was it, and what did they want? Why did they just leave without doing anything? Have you guys ever heard of Clubhouse? It's a fairly new social media site that's pretty hot at the moment. Clubhouse is essentially an audio version of Twitter. You can enter various chat rooms with different discussion themes, and you can chat or just listen in on topical conversations. I tried it out for the first time not too long ago, after one of my friends was raving about it. I didn't expect to be that interested in it, to be honest. I did not have high hopes. I did, however, think it might be a good tool for businesses to listen in on business-like conversations or offer a bit of interesting insight. I wasn't very familiar with social networking sites myself. I've only ever used Twitter and a very tiny amount of Facebook. Once I started using Clubhouse, though, I found the experience to be rather fun. Conversations took place in real time, and it was very free-flowing. One thing I really liked was the fact that recording was prohibited, so everything felt fresh. There were no repeats, and it was cool to hear what famous people were talking about in their rooms. It gave you a kind of behind-the-scenes passage into their personal lives. Before I knew it, I was completely hooked. I was in and out of different chat rooms all night long, listening in. Sometimes I would even speak my mind. I have to say more often than not, though, I was just a listener. I spent most of my time hopping from room to room, and ended up discovering some pretty niche topics, unpopular rooms, and even some mysterious content. For example, I remember this one I found where nobody was talking at all. All you could hear was the sound of someone tapping away at a keyboard. It seemed to be a room where people were logged in working together in silence. Maybe something to do with telework that was on the rise at the time, or perhaps something else was going on. Either way, it was pretty weird. There was another room where someone would just repeatedly chant Buddhist sutras. I started off feeling a sense of wonder as I listened in, then quickly became overcome with a sense of sleepiness. I had to leave. I also entered some overseas rooms and listened to conversations in English without understanding much at all of what they were saying. It was just fun to listen in. There were many times I lost track of time and ended up staying up very late, hopping from room to room listening in. One night I entered a room that was created by someone called Mr. Z. You couldn't tell the gender from the profile pic. It was just a completely black icon. My best guess was it was someone from abroad. I thought I would hop in and see what they were talking about. I joined the room. At first, I thought it was one of those silent rooms again. Then I realized I could hear a faint voice. Someone speaking. A man and a woman. Their voices were so faint that I couldn't make out what they were saying, let alone what language they were using. It sounded like someone had left the chat room open on a desk or something. Even though I couldn't make out what they were saying, I could understand the tone of it. It was increasingly becoming something hostile. Are these two live streaming an argument? I wondered. It certainly sounded like a lover's quarrel or something to me. I wondered what would happen next. I kept listening to this room. I listened in for a while longer. I was getting bored, though. I went to change rooms, but just before I did so, I heard the woman of the argument scream. It was so loud that I instinctively removed my headphones. The scream basically pierced my eardrums. What the heck was going on? I turned the volume down a little and put my headphones back on. By the time I could hear again, the screaming had not stopped at all. At the same time, though, there was a dull thudding noise. It sounded to me like someone hitting something very hard. After that, the woman's screams stopped altogether. The only sound I could hear was the sound of a male voice, panting very heavily. Next came the sound of him walking around the room and rummaging around for something. It sounded like he was rooting through a cutlery drawer or a toolbox, perhaps. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't stop myself from listening. Then there came a strange, clicking, grinding sound. I realized after a few moments what that sound might be. It sounded like someone sawing something. I gasped as my mind put together a picture based on all the noises I was hearing. A very disturbing picture. I had to ask myself, was I listening to the sounds of someone being murdered and then dismembered? I suddenly felt nauseous. I took my headphones off again and ran to the bathroom. When I came back, I went to check my phone. I was expecting some amateur director or actor to come on and explain that what I'd just heard was some special effects works or something they were working on for an art project. All I saw when I looked at my phone was a notification that they had closed the room, essentially ending the live stream. Obviously, I have no way to confirm if what I heard was an actual crime. It could have been something fake made up to scare people. Well, if that's the case, it certainly worked on me. One thing I will say is that I searched for that account and the room again. Not sure why. Out of morbid curiosity, maybe. More likely out of a desire to prove what I'd heard was fake. Whenever I searched for that account, though, it always turned up 0 results, and I never saw that chat room again. If it was a prank, it was a very one-time thing, to a very small amount of listeners. To me, that just doesn't seem worthwhile. I was left with that disturbing mystery. Although I really enjoyed that app, that experience put me off of ever using it again. I felt very aware of the fact that the internet is full of strangers, and you never know what you might find. It was like I just lifted up a beautiful rock and saw what lived underneath it, a ring of squirming things that operate in the dark. I'm very wary about what I do online now. I got transferred to a rural area of Kanto with work. It wasn't the worst timing in my life, to be honest, because my child was about to start kindergarten, so it felt like the move wouldn't disrupt our lives too much. We enrolled our child into a kindergarten there, and over a short space of time, we were introduced to a few of the parents. I was surprised when I recognized one of the faces in the crowd. It was someone I went to high school with, who will herein be referred to as A. It was a surprising coincidence, to be sure. The truth of the matter was that A and I were not very close at all. We were just in the same classes at school. I'm sure you can understand what I'm saying. Just for clarification, I'm a man and A is a woman. Bear that in mind for this next part of the story. One weekend earlier in this year, I got a knock on my door as I was having a lovely dinner with my wife. At the time, we weren't expecting any company that night. We went to the door and looked through the peephole and saw a strange man standing outside. I opened the door expecting it to be a neighbor needing something or stopping by, but it was not. "Hey, I'm A's husband. You know why I'm here, don't you?" I didn't know what to say to this guy. Of course, I had no idea why he was there. My only thoughts were about getting back to my dinner. He said some other stuff that I really didn't understand or care about. I very quickly became impatient with him and his conversation, so I cut him off mid-sentence. "Look, dude, do you need something?" As soon as I asked that, I knew I had pushed him to the edge. "Yeah, I'd expect that kind of attitude from a guy like you. Yeah, you're the kind of guy who thinks it's fine to put your hands all over someone else's wife, huh?" He was close to yelling. I could tell he had come here to cause a scene and try to embarrass me. I just stood there in shock. I had no idea what he was talking about. Oh great, I just met the local lunatic, I thought to myself. I heard my wife padding down the hall toward the front door to join us and see what was going on. She must have heard the commotion going on. The guy at the door thrust a piece of paper at both of us and ordered us to read it. I could tell from the first glance that it was a printout of some kind. The printout turned to be from his wife. It was her blog postings, apparently. As far as I was concerned, she was just an acquaintance of mine from my old school days. I looked through these printouts, trying to make heads or tails of what this man was accusing me of. What I read utterly shocked me. I found out the printout was a catalog of lies. His wife had imagined a relationship between she and I. It was as if she had written down all her fantasies. I need to tell you a bit about what I saw in those pages, so I'll list out a few things she said. "I was reunited with him today. I had such a crush on him in high school. Apparently he moved here through work. What a wonderful coincidence, huh? I know where he works and what window he sits by. It's so good to have him so close by again. You know, when his wife stepped away for a few moments at kindergarten, he asked me to give him my email address, and I did. It was such a thrill. From that day on, I received emails from him every day. He even took me out to dinner and asked me to keep it a secret from his wife. I get on well with his wife kind of, but I like him too much to stop all the fun. I just went along with his lies. I did as he asked. I can't believe he sends me such dirty emails while keeping a straight face when I see him and his wife at the kindergarten. He even told me he would take some paid time off and asked if I wanted to go on a drive with him to a secluded area, if you know what I mean. I did want to go with him, so we met up and it continued to go on and on like that. She listed many personal details about me as well, which I hadn't shared with anyone, either online or in person. I had no clue as to how she found out about them. Needless to say, I did not check into a hotel with her and did not do any sexual activities either. I didn't send her any erotic messages and I didn't even ask her for her email address. It was all lies. Her husband was not interested in hearing my side of the story though. He just said things like, well, if it's not you, then who else moved to our area she went to school with? Who has the same name as you? Who works where you work? Apparently, these rumors had been spreading for a while. It didn't feel great to know we were being pointed at and spoken about behind our backs. The friends we thought we had made were all thinking I was cheating on my wife, and I was not at all. I found out after the fact A's blog post began to include plans for her and I to run away and elope together. In her words, we'd promised each other we would abandon our current families. This all came to a head when a friend of theirs had contacted her husband to let him know about her blog posts. The husband apparently didn't even know she kept a blog. He became furious when he discovered what she had been writing and confronted her. She doubled down with her delusion. He said she cried as she told him about it. I can only assume those were tears of embarrassment but not guilt of cheating. She was innocent of that, no matter what her fantasies said. Those tears and her inability to tell the truth led the angry husband to my door. He was just there to yell at me. It looked like he wanted to go further than that. I showed him my phone and my emails, but it made no difference to this guy. He just didn't want to see what he didn't want to see. Said I could have deleted all the emails and calls, I could be using different accounts, etc. He was adamant I had really done all those things on his wife's blog. It wasn't until my wife stepped in that he was willing to listen to the voice of reason. After her reasoning with him, he packed away his little printouts from his wife's bogus blog and left. I was confident I was going to be proven innocent, and I had no fear at all. I received an invitation from A and her husband to meet up at a family restaurant to discuss the issue further. I guess some people might find it a bit weird of me and my wife to agree to meet with them, but let me just say, when you've been accused of something you know you're innocent of, and you feel all the eyes of the community have been placed on you, you would be eager to clear your name. We headed to the restaurant. It was a neutral setting with many witnesses. I saw the husband there with all his printouts once more. He wasn't alone, though. There sat next to him was the cause of all my problems, A from high school. My wife and I didn't come empty-handed, though. We had receipts, cell phone records, credit card statements, timesheets, and business trip information, the whole 9 yards, and none of it matched her blog posts. I had an alibi for every occasion. As if a light went on in the husband's mind, he turned to A. If you're not talking about this guy, then who the hell are you cheating on me with? I was convinced A was about to say something like, I just made the whole thing up because I was bored or something. We expected her to say she'd made it up. Instead, she gave her husband the name of some other guy I didn't know. I asked her who he was and why she was saying it was me. I noticed there was a silence on their side of the table. The name she spoke had significance. I looked at her husband and he looked pale. Are you talking about my brother? Yeah, surprisingly, she was having an affair with her husband's brother, and she decided that she would pin all the blame on me and get her husband to attack me. We started to scream and shout about the reasons for her affair with his brother. I went ahead and asked some further questions that had been on my mind since her husband came to my door. Well, why the hell did you involve me at all? Why did you make up all that stuff about me? Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused? All she did was wail like a scalded toddler. I knew I would never get a straight answer. She eventually blurted something close to the fact that she wasn't happy about her brother-in-law's age difference and social status, and apparently she really liked me too. She didn't feel any embarrassment at all admitting all of this. As I walked out the restaurant door fuming in anger, the husband approached me and apologized. He made a big show of it too. He didn't really need to do that. The following day, a care package was delivered to our door. Contained some expensive sake and stuff. A's daughter was absent from kindergarten and eventually left the school altogether. They then moved away shortly after. I always wondered about where they ended up and what happened to them. I live a little bit out in the country. Most of the roads near where I live are very quiet and surrounded by woods or farmland. There's a highway that goes out into more civilization, but other than that, I mostly travel on these quiet roads. One time, I was driving back home a little bit after midnight. I'm usually not out that late, but I believe it was a Friday or Saturday night, and I didn't have work the following day. I had given a friend a ride home from a local bar. Just to show how rural things are out here, the local bar was almost 10 minutes away from my house. I had already dropped off my friend at his place and was on my way back to mine. I was traveling west on a road that was not far from where I lived. I had maybe 5 or so minutes left before getting home. As I drove down this road, I suddenly heard the sound of something impacting my car. I couldn't tell what it was or what had just happened, but the impact was very significant. It was so weird. I slowed down and pulled the car over. I looked around, but it was really dark. Mostly woods were surrounding me on both sides. After I stopped, I got out of my vehicle and started to examine it. It almost sounded like a rock had hit the back side of my car, but I hadn't seen anything. I walked around, and when I got to the rear of the passenger side, I saw a dent in it. It was a little bit above the wheel, and it did appear as though it was possibly a rock that had hit my vehicle. Where did it come from, though? Just as I was thinking about that, I looked up about 100 feet back. I could see there was a figure standing in the road. It looked like a man had just emerged from the woods. As soon as I saw him standing there, he threw something at me. The guy had a really good arm, if I'm being honest. A rock flew right towards me and just barely missed my head by a few feet to the left. It flew off into the woods. Now I knew what had hit my car. The only question left was why. I wasn't going to stick around and wait, though, for this guy to continue pelting me with rocks. I ran to my car and to the driver's side and jumped in. As I was getting into the driver's side door, I noticed the man was now sprinting toward me. He was running, and I put the car into drive. I sped out of there. The man had made it to within 20 feet of me when I left. He attempted to throw another rock as I fled, but luckily I managed to escape without any further damage. I don't know what he planned on doing to me. I got home and called the cops. After that, I haven't experienced a similar situation. It's just so bizarre to me. I don't know why anybody would ever do that. I also don't know why anyone would be out there on foot in the first place. It was a very rural stretch of woods on both sides of the road. I'm hoping that guy doesn't try doing that to anyone else, because they might get seriously injured. This was the early part of the 2000s. I was working as a cook at a Pizza Hut during the evening and taking classes during the day at a community college. On an unusually slow Friday night, a delivery driver and I were told to go home early. He and I had hung out together before and figured this was a great opportunity to do so yet again. We both went home to clean up a bit, then met back up at the store about an hour later. From there, we walked a few blocks to downtown. Our first stop was my favorite restaurant for dinner and a few drinks. It was 10 p.m. when we were seated. After a massive dinner and a few beers, we left and headed to a small bar just around the corner. This was the pattern for the rest of the night, hopping from bar to bar in search for some entertainment and a pretty girl or two to take home with us. Everything had been going well until we came upon a small club at the end of an alley. Dancing wasn't something that interested either of us, but all the pretty girls and their dresses kind of did. In this story, I'll refer to my coworker as Luke. Luke was an outgoing and fun guy to drink with. At work, he was very professional and willing to help out without ever having to be asked. Just as we were about to head inside, Luke stopped me and pointed at a group of people a few yards away. I could see 3 girls talking to a dirty, unshaven-looking man. Luke walked toward the group and I followed. We approached and Luke asked the girls if the man was bothering them. They looked reluctant to speak, so Luke took the initiative. He walked up to the guy, stuck his index finger in his face and yelled at him, calling him all sorts of names, then told him to leave people alone and just go away. The man quietly mumbled and sort of cowered away into the darkness. I never expected to see him again. Luke took this opportunity to chat the girls up. They thanked us for getting the bum, their words, not mine, to go away and introduce themselves. I stood back and watched with equal amounts of jealousy and admiration. His confidence amazed me. Before I knew it, we were walking inside the club with the girls. I joined them at a table, while Luke went to the bar to order a few drinks. He returned a few minutes later with a pitcher of beer and 5 mugs. Everyone took turns pouring themselves a glass. Luke continued getting to know the girls. According to them, they had been stopped out front when the homeless man approached them and asked them for money. They denied having any, and the man continued to harass them. That's when Luke and I showed up. As the night moved on, everything looked to be going well for both of us. I had moved over to a separate table with one of the girls, and we were talking about our classes and majors. Luke was at the first table, still talking to the other 2. When last call finally came, the girls slipped off to the restroom. Luke said they wanted to keep the night going and had agreed to come back to his place for some more drinks. I hoped that meant we were going to get lucky. We stood around for about 15 minutes before we realized they weren't coming back. I was understandably disappointed, but Luke was absolutely enraged. He was spitting and cursing through clenched teeth. Now this was a side of him I had never seen before. I tried to calm him down, but nothing seemed to work. I slipped him a $20 bill in hopes this would soothe his ego, but he refused to take it. I assumed he was just going to have to sleep it off. We left the club and I pulled out my phone to call for a cab. At the very least, we'd save a little bit of money by sharing one, and maybe even laugh a little bit about our misfortunes during the ride home. I made the call and then turned to Luke to let him know the cab was on its way. He was already gone, though. I thought maybe he'd gone in search of the girls. In his state, I was worried he might take things too far. I looked around for him as fast as I could. I pushed my way through the crowd in a frantic search for this guy. Suddenly, I caught sight of him off in the distance, having a very animated conversation with the homeless man from earlier. I ran in that direction as fast as I could. As I got closer, I could hear him screaming at the men, yelling all sorts of nasty things. The man looked terrified. I was about 10 yards away when Luke hit him. I reached him and tried to pull him back, but he threw me aside and began beating the man. From my place on the ground, I could hardly attempt to draw his attention away from the man. He kept up his vicious attack. The homeless man was curled into a little ball on the ground, while Luke kicked him repeatedly in the head and chest. It all became too much for me. I got back up to my feet and just ran away. The thuds echoed behind me as I fled. The shame I felt at that time will never go away from me. The cab was already waiting for me when I turned the corner. I jumped in and barked at the driver to go and cried quietly to myself all the way home. It's not a story I enjoy telling, but it needs to be said. My weekend was spent locked up inside my apartment, terrified the cops were going to show up at any moment and associate me with the attack on the homeless man. I purposefully avoided any news or social media and ignored all incoming phone calls. I even considered turning myself in for a few hours when Monday came around. I knew I'd eventually have to face Luke as well. Had I not been so strapped for cash, I may have even quit. That's how far I was willing to go to not have to see him again. At work, I kept my head down and just did my job. Luke and I happened to be the closers that night, so I waited until it was just the two of us. I mentioned the incident to him, and he claimed to have no memory of it at all. I didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. There was no way he was blacked out. I thought he may have been messing with me, but when I brought it up again, he gave a look of complete confusion. I closed up the shop as usual that night and did my best to move on. Luke and I continued to work together on a regular basis, and I kept a friendly facade, but deep down he made my skin crawl. I didn't want him to be near me. Just a few weeks after that night, he invited me to join him and another guy from work to go out again. I declined and made up some weird excuse. I think he got the message though, because he never asked again. Thankfully, that year ended rather quickly, and my time at school was over. I transferred to a larger university across the state and never saw Luke again. Even as I write this, I have no idea what became of the poor man. I might never know, and I'm afraid to find out what I might find if I actually go looking or snooping for information. If he could do that to that guy, what could he do to me? To be honest though, I don't really care anymore. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life in prison if it means I can rid myself of the sense of shame. I'm too much of a coward to find out what happened in the end, but the weight I've been carrying is driving me crazy. Running away that night is the biggest regret of my life. It's a curse I'd never wish upon anyone, not even someone as cruel and evil as Luke. So the story occurred the day after Father's Day of 2022. After putting off writing it for quite some time, I decided to sit down and finish my incomplete draft and share this experience with you all. This may not be the most terrifying story of all time, but it was definitely an unsettling encounter for sure. My sister, who's a few years older than I, is known to go out with her friends. She tends to stay out pretty late. We're talking past midnight to about 2 a.m. or so. This night in particular was no different. I hopped into bed and drifted off to sleep between 10:30 and 11 p.m. I'm guessing that sometime after midnight, I was woken up to the sound of our family dog. He was barking at the front door. You could hear my sister's keys jingling as she was unlocking it. Not too long after I eventually passed out, I suddenly awoke once more to the doorbell ringing repeatedly. At this point, I was in a total daze and very perplexed as to what was going on. One minute I was in a deep slumber, and the next second in my groggy and agitated state of mind. I was trying to figure out why the hell the doorbell was going off over and over again. For a moment, my brain dismissed it as my sister coming home and just forgetting her keys. But wait, she had already returned home by now. I had heard her come in through the door a while ago. Okay, so then who was actually at the door at 3 a.m.? After it kept going for another minute or so, I heard my mom storming down the hall, our anxious dog scrambling to get to the door. I poked my head out of my bedroom to see who it was. Before she was close to opening it though, she stopped. She felt something was off about the situation. My sister threw her bedroom door open. She was also very irritated. She paused to look at me standing at my door and confirmed to herself that I wasn't the culprit. Mind you, all of our bedrooms are upstairs, and so are the speakers for the doorbell. It literally comes from the hallway, so you absolutely can't miss it. She asked who was at the door, to which my mom responded back that she didn't know. She scooped up our dog and quietly ran back down the hall to the master bedroom, where the windows faced the front of the house. She was checking to see if it was my dad, who may have forgotten something and turned back around to grab it. He had just left for work. His car was nowhere in sight though. Footsteps could then be heard running up and down the stairs that led to the tiny porch where our front door was located. Picture this. You hear frantic ringing of the doorbell. No knocking or pounding at the actual door. A few pauses, then more ringing, then more pauses. Then you hear someone running up and down the stairs. It was just a cycle of that for nearly 20 minutes. It was really weird. I was instructed to bring myself and my cat to the front room, where my mom and sister were huddled, still trying to figure out what the hell was going on. My sister had called 911 to report what was happening, and they were also on the phone with my dad. He had full view and access to the security cameras at our house, and told us there was an Asian woman outside, running over our steps to peer at our doorbell, perhaps to check and see if we had one of those Ring doorbells with a camera embedded into it. She was the one ringing the doorbell frantically. The ringing eventually stopped. The thing we weren't aware of though, until my dad figured it out in the camera footage, was that the woman was laying down on our front porch off to the side, as if she was waiting for someone to open it up. Perhaps to truly appear as though she needed assistance and wasn't feeling well. Maybe she was readying for a possible attack. It was really odd behavior. At first, we weren't sure if she really needed help or what, but after viewing the cameras, it was clearly obvious she did not, and had other intentions in mind. Our neighborhood is pretty safe, and nothing like that had ever occurred as far as we were all aware. The fact that she didn't go out of her way to knock or pound at the door, or even yell out an emergency or go to a neighboring house for help, was very odd. You could see her holding her phone too. Funnily enough, my dad also said that as he'd pulled out of the driveway to head off to work, he'd seen a suspicious figure dressed in all black, walking from a dark corner of the street towards our home. I'm still not sure to this day why out of all the houses in my neighborhood, we were targeted specifically. Eventually, she did fortunately give up and go away. My mom made sure to watch her through the windows in the house though, to see where she went. Lo and behold, from out our sliding glass door, my mom could see her getting into a car waiting in the shadows down the street, where there were no streetlights at all. There was someone already in the vehicle as well. Someone who was most likely a getaway driver. They drove off. We had a really close call that night. I don't know what they had planned, but thank God it didn't work. So every night for the past 2 months, between the hours of 2 and 3 a.m., I've been hearing this really weird sound. It sounds like someone pedaling a really old bicycle around my house. There's a road really close by my home, and I live on a corner, so we do hear traffic coming and going, but it's quite rare. I do live somewhat in the middle of nowhere. Because it started happening so often, I began to get more and more curious. I got up one night when I heard the sound of that old bicycle coming, and tried to see if I could see what it was from my window. Even though I could clearly hear the sound, and my ears were telling me it was right out there in front of my window, I couldn't see what it was at all. As the nights went by, I started to create a picture in my mind of the route this old bicycle was taking. It seemed to approach from a distance, on the left turn of the corner, then go down the right side of my house. After that, I couldn't hear it for a while. A couple of minutes later, I'd hear it approach again from the distance on the left. This weird loop or circle went on for roughly an hour. It was the strangest thing. It had been going on for quite a while, and because I could never see what was causing the sound, I began to worry about my own state of mind. I wondered if maybe I was just hearing things. Maybe I was under some real stress that I wasn't aware of. I invited one of my best friends over one night and told him about the sound of the old bicycle. I felt so stupid sharing it out loud. It really sounded like I was having a crazy hallucination or something. Thankfully, my friend did not make fun of me. He listened and was very interested in finding out the source of this noise. He suggested that we wait for the sound to approach, and when it came close enough, to try and get out in front of it and see what happened. I was interested, but I think the beers we had been having had given me some extra confidence. I wanted an end to the mystery of that noise. It was so irritating. I just didn't understand how something unseen could be making so much noise, and I wanted to find out for myself. Having my friend with me was the final push I needed. The one thing I wasn't so sure of was standing in the way of the source of the noise. I didn't think that would be such a good idea. My friend really wanted to do it though, so we waited until 2 a.m. I hoped the noise was going to come like normal, because otherwise I would clearly look very crazy. I almost thought it wasn't going to come at all, but just after 2 a.m., the sound began to approach. We left my house and went out into the dark night. There were crickets chirping, and there was a little breeze blowing through the trees. We stood there, listening to this old bicycle sound approaching, but seeing nothing on the road at all. After a few moments, the sound passed right in front of us, then went down the right-hand side of my home and out of earshot just like always. My friend was amazed by what he'd heard. I was happy that I wasn't losing my mind at least. When that noise went down past my house to the right area, he asked me what would happen next. I told him the noise would come back soon, coming from the left. He took a couple of strides out into the middle of the road and stood there smiling at me with his hands on his hips. He stood there waiting, and I didn't feel like standing next to him. There was some part of me that didn't want to be there. I'm glad I listened to that part of me. A few moments passed by, and the bicycle sound began to approach from the left again. It slowly approached as usual, and the tension I felt escalated more and more. It gradually arrived to the place where my friend stood. The moment it reached the spot where he was standing, the sound suddenly disappeared altogether. We were both amazed. I was so glad it was gone now. I could sleep through the night peacefully. We both went back inside, quite relieved. I went to bed, but I still didn't know what it was. I really didn't care that much, though. It was gone now. 3 days later, I heard some quite sad news, though. My friend had been hit by a car, broke his right arm and his right leg. It was a serious injury, but thankfully not a life-threatening one. I visited my friend in the hospital, and he said that when the car approached, he was crossing the road. He had enough time to react, but when he got to the center, he felt like his body had turned to stone, and he couldn't move at all. All he could do was watch as the car plowed into him. I don't know if him standing in front of the noise of that mysterious bicycle had something to do with what made him freeze, but he's doing better now. He's out of the hospital. Months have passed since that night he stayed over. The thing is, though, the noise came back. It's really driving me crazy, and I can't sleep at all. It's all I can think about. I tried to go out into the road to see if I could put a stop to the noise, just to get some sleep like my friend had done before. Nothing happened, so I don't know what I'm going to do. When I was in college, I, like most people, didn't have a whole lot of money. During the summertime, I would work a job, and at college, I did have an on-campus job as well. I didn't get that many hours or that much money for it though. I didn't have time for a normal or even part-time job while I was at school. I had quite a bit of homework, and school was very difficult for me, so I had to spend a lot of time studying during the day. During my junior year, I really wanted to make some more money though, so I decided to go on Craigslist and look for some fast jobs I could do. I went on one day and looked under the general labor section. Those would be good jobs for me. I was a pretty fit 21-year-old guy. Any kind of job like yard work or something like that was what I was hoping for. Soon I saw an ad that simply said yard cleanup. Well, that was exactly what I was looking for. I clicked on it. There weren't many details at all though. It just said, need someone to help clean up my yard. Will take a couple hours and pay $100. The ad had only been posted an hour earlier. I responded, and soon the person got back to me. I agreed to the job, and they asked me if I could come over on Friday night. I asked what time, and they said 9 p.m. This was kind of strange to me. I mean, you'd expect to be doing yard work during the daytime, right? I should have questioned them further and asked why so late at night, but I didn't. I was afraid that if I did, they would get mad and find somebody else. I really needed that money. Plus, I was free at the time, and it's not like I had to go to class the next morning or anything like that. I agreed to it, and they gave me the address. On Friday night, I put the address into my phone and drove down to the location. I'd never been to that area before. It was almost 20 minutes away from my house. The location was a home with a pretty decently sized yard. It was in a residential neighborhood, but I couldn't tell a whole lot about the area. It was nighttime and really dark, and there were only a couple of dimly lit street lamps around. I let the person know I was there, texting them. I got out of my car. I was about 5 minutes early and started walking up to the home. There was a 2-story house that looked pretty average to me. There were some overgrown bushes in the yard, as well as leaves and such. I walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. All of the lights in the home appeared to be off, which was kind of strange. About a minute went by and nobody came to the door. I knocked on it, thinking that maybe their doorbell might be broken or something. After knocking, I still heard nothing though. I waited and double-checked on my phone that I was at the correct address. Nobody had responded to my earlier text either. I knocked one more time, but still no one came to the door. Then I heard something out in the yard. It sounded like footsteps. They were off to my right, coming from almost the side of the house. I looked over, but it was very dark, and there was a tree obscuring my view. I couldn't see anything. I took a couple steps back. The footsteps were a way away, but clearly in the yard of the property I was at. When I moved back, the footsteps stopped, so I called out, asking if anybody was there. I thought maybe it was the homeowner, but I didn't get any response. I was starting to feel kind of creeped out by this situation. I heard the footsteps start moving again, and I couldn't take it anymore. I started moving away. I didn't look behind me. I walked all the way to my car and jumped inside. I locked the doors and looked out to the yard, but I didn't see anyone there. I checked my phone one last time to see if there had been any response yet. Still nothing. I left and started driving back to my college apartment. When I was still on that quiet street though, I saw a car appear behind me. I hadn't seen exactly where it had come from, but it looked like it might have actually come out of the driveway of the home I was at. The car followed me off that street and on to the next one. When I got back on the highway to go back to campus, the car did as well. It stayed with me when I took the exit too. By then, I was getting really suspicious. I kept driving, and when I got a mile from campus, the car finally stopped following me. It took a left while I took a right, and I was able to make it back just fine. After that, I decided not to go on Craigslist anymore. I don't know if the car that followed me had anything to do with the ad or not, but I really feel like it did. I just don't have any concrete proof. What I do know is that the experience was very strange, and that the person never attempted to contact me at all after that. I still don't know who was walking behind the tree. They definitely heard me when I called out to them, but they didn't respond. I'm glad I decided to leave when I did. Due to the nature of my job, I never found a serious relationship. I've had some semi-serious flings, but nothing that lasts more than a few months or so. It's one of the few things about my job that I don't really like. While I'm still somewhat young, I'm using this job to travel and see the world. In the 3 years that I've worked here, I've seen just about every major landmark in the United States, and even got to visit some other countries as well. I'm just now getting to the point of my life, though, where I'm trying to settle down. Or maybe I'm just lonely. I don't really know. A few weeks ago, I had to travel to the other side of the country for work. The city that I was staying in was fairly large, and I figured that since I was going to be staying there for a week or so, maybe I could try and find some companionship. A friend of mine told me to check out Tinder. I must have been out of touch, because I thought Tinder only worked for your hometown. I didn't realize it was based on your current location. I set up my app and started swiping, as they say. I worked all day on that afternoon, and when I was checked, I was surprised to see how many matches I actually had. Since it was early enough in the evening, I decided to try my luck and see if I could get someone to go out and grab a drink with me. The first few conversations failed miserably. I then messaged Jen. She seemed like a free spirit and someone I wouldn't mind hanging out with. After a few minutes, I asked her if she wanted to go grab a drink, and she was totally down to meet. We scheduled for 8:30 at some local bar. I talked to one of my friends before meeting her, and he joked around for me to be careful about meeting women online. We both laughed, but I was honestly putting zero stock into this. I was just looking for some company, and then who knows? If we really connected, maybe we could hang out together again. I arrived a few minutes early, and by chance she happened to be arriving at the same time. We both embraced awkwardly outside the bar and had a good chuckle about it. We made our way inside for a drink. The first thing I was happy about was that the woman meeting me was the exact same as the woman in the Tinder profile. I feel like I hear stories all the time of people getting catfished or whatever. So it was nice to see the girl in person that I actually thought I was talking to. A few hours into our date, we were getting along very well, making each other laugh. I don't know, it just felt really good. A few drinks in, and she started to give me those friendly touches on the arm or on the hand. There was something about those soft and delicate touches that made me feel comfortable, that maybe this was developing into something. I had to keep reminding myself that I didn't live here, though, and kept telling myself that I couldn't get in too deep with this girl. I think it's worth noting that at this point of the night, I had zero doubts or red flags about this person. Close to midnight, she leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. As I smiled, she whispered that we should go back to my place. I could feel my heart racing, and I'm not gonna lie, that is what I wanted. I nodded and we caught an Uber back to my Airbnb. Before heading inside, she paused for a moment. I asked if she was okay, and she said in a somewhat embarrassed voice that she'd meet me inside. She said she didn't want me to see, but she was a smoker. She was trying to quit, but it was a long process. I assured her I didn't really care, but she was persistent that I not see her smoking. Not wanting to upset her, I went inside and started getting changed into some comfortable clothes. A few minutes went by, and I noticed she still wasn't inside. I went and looked out the front window, but she was nowhere to be found. I stepped outside and shouted her name a few times. There was no response at all. The house I was renting had this small wraparound porch in front of it. On the porch was a bench, so I sat down and messaged Jen on the Tinder app. While I was waiting for her to respond, I started getting kind of nervous. After all, I didn't know this area that well. I wondered if maybe this wasn't as safe a neighborhood as I thought it was to be in. The thoughts of something horrible having happened to Jen started to flood my mind. I heard some commotion coming from off to the side, so I turned around and looked through the window into my rented house. There she was, clear as day. Jen and two other random dudes. They seemed to be sneaking around inside my home. I instinctually ducked down. I could see Jen whispering something to them, but I couldn't hear what it was through the thick walls. I saw her pull out her phone, and she started to text. Seconds later, I got a message from her saying, "Hey, where'd you go? I'm inside now and I can't find you." I didn't respond. One of the guys stood in the living room, constantly looking around and over their shoulders. The other guy was now not in view, which made me somewhat nervous. Now, I should have called the police right there and then, but in the moment I couldn't think straight at all. I was trying to put puzzle pieces together in my head. After a minute or two, I saw the other guy, who I couldn't see a moment ago. He was carrying a bag of some kind. It looked pretty full. I realized what was happening. I was pretty sure I was getting robbed, or at least the house I was staying at was. I saw the man with the bag head over to my laptop, which was on the desk in the living room. My entire life was on that laptop. I watched him follow the wire from the back of the wall, and then he unplugged it. I couldn't let him steal that. I messaged Jen back and said that I'd called the police and they'd be there in less than 30 seconds. Obviously, that was a lie. I hadn't even called them at all yet. I wanted to see how she'd react, though. She screamed at them, saying that they had to go or something. The three of them ran out the front of the door, running directly at me. Thankfully, they couldn't see that I was crouching over in the corner, behind the bench. I sprinted inside and saw my laptop was still there. My wallet was also right next to it, which contained all my credit cards and about $500 in cash. Luckily for me, this thief was either an idiot or completely blind. I called the police and told them everything that happened. No surprise, that Jen person was completely fake. We contacted the owners and tried to figure out what they'd stolen. Didn't look like anything too valuable, though. Maybe some random pieces of art or silverware. I don't even know. They were all just from Home Goods or TJ Maxx or something, so they weren't really valuable things anyway. I stayed at a hotel for the rest of my stay and completely deleted my Tinder account. What disturbs me the most is that this woman is still out there, tricking people into letting her into their homes and robbing them. My sincerest hope is that I never interact with her again, and that I never have to return to that city for work or for any other reason. This story happened almost 15 years ago, when I was about 20 years old. And although this occurred when I was quite young, the images from this experience are permanently planted in my mind. A few of the details are hazy now, but to give some background, my family and I lived in a nice suburban neighborhood, about an hour outside of Chicago. On this particular day, I would be in the care of my then 15-year-old sister, and her best friend as well. My mother would be running to the store. She gave us the normal safety talk and made it clear we were not to go outside. She then departed, and my sister and her friend, not even 5 minutes later, suggested we go on a walk around the neighborhood. I distinctly remember my sister opening the garage door, seating me in my bright pink kid's Jeep, and beginning our walk around the neighborhood. We lived in a safe and primarily retired community, that kind of neighborhood. We began going around the block, with my sister and her friend obviously having a blast. They were getting a thrill out of their rebellious behavior as they saw it. I remember that as we turned the street and continued through the neighborhood, We made it about a quarter of the way down when we saw an older woman walking towards us. She was about a football field length in front of us. We all stopped dead in our tracks as we noticed she was wearing an odd, long tan coat. My sister and her friend gave each other a look, and we sat there in place. The woman, being ahead of us, held all of our attention. After only a few seconds since noticing her, she realized that we could see her. In turn, within less than a minute of catching her gaze, she began charging at us, yelling at us down the sidewalk. My sister grabbed my pink Jeep and her friend, and then held me in her arms as we ran through the backyards, being chased by this woman. We made it back to our backyard and ran inside through our French doors. As quickly as we could, we immediately locked the set and scrambled inside. We heard a large bang and then turned to see a tall, large man with broad shoulders hitting the back door, staring at us and looking upset. This is the point in time where my memory turns hazy. I don't remember what happened after, but I do remember my sister calling the cops and my mom returning home and scolding my sister and her friends. When the cops arrived, the man was already gone, and my mom blamed the two for liking to start drama, being that they were teenage girls and all. This happened over a decade ago, and we to this day don't know what happened to those two. We don't know who they were either, as no arrests were ever made. My sister and I are still close, but we haven't talked about that experience in years. I can't forget that vivid memory I have, though, of us being chased and genuinely thinking we were doomed if we hadn't locked the door just in time. Jeez, that was a really horrifying experience. This happened to a housemate and I a few years back. We all lived in one big house with separate bedsits and shared kitchens and bathrooms. One of the guys was super racist to this poor black kid, who I'll call A, that lived on the ground floor. A was a lovely guy, learning to be a doctor in my city. The abuse from this old white guy, who I'll call B, culminated over the course of a few months. One day, I noticed they were having a screaming match, or more accurately, B had started screaming abuse and A had dared to argue back. At that point, B stormed off upstairs to his room. I went downstairs to make sure A was alright and was chatting with him when B suddenly barreled down the staircase, crowbar in hand, and started trying to smash the back of A's head. He was stood at the bottom of the stairs. I managed to jump in the way and started a struggle with the man. Somehow, I managed to wrangle it off the guy. I can't even remember how. That's how intense it was. I backed into a corner as he began trying to attack me. I managed to get a swing in with the crowbar and hit him in the face. I called the police after he fled and dissolved into a panic-ridden bawling, holding the crowbar behind myself until the police arrived and arrested the bastard. Thankfully, I was okay and only got minor injuries. B got jailed for a spell. I moved out of the house soon after A did, and out of the city entirely not long after that. Seeing B out and around the town free after he got released gave me panic attacks, and I felt like I couldn't stay there anymore. I feel so much better having a flat of my own these days. This happened when I started living alone. It wasn't long after I got my apartment. Man, I really loved that apartment. I can still remember the layout of the place even to this day. Anyway, I remember I woke up in the middle of the night and had the sudden urge to use the restroom. I got up. It was somewhat weird though, because for some reason I felt like I was being led, if that makes any sense. What I mean by that is I usually get up and swing my legs off the bed, then take a couple minutes rubbing my eyes or checking my phone or whatever. When I got up that night, I found my feet immediately, and as soon as they touched the hardwood floor, I started going to the bathroom, almost as if I was having a disembodied experience. I headed in there, shut the door, and hit the lights. As soon as I hit them, they went out, and the bulb needed replacing. Suddenly, I was reminded of all the creepy and weird stuff I'd been reading online. I'm not ashamed to say I was beginning to freak out a little. Yeah, I felt a shudder caress my shoulder blades. Naturally, I began to panic and immediately tried to get out of the dark bathroom. I chucked my weight against the door and was fumbling for the lock in the dark, but the door refused to open. My bathroom lock was a bit weird in that you kind of had to push and twist it to get it open. So as much as it seems like I was overreacting, I wasn't. It was just one of those things that if you panicked, you couldn't work it right. At this stage, I was still new to my apartment, and I was groggy as hell. Just as I was thinking, I was getting worked up to a point where I couldn't go back. Something else happened. I heard someone whisper right in my ear. It was a voice saying something like, "Get out." I know that sounds so cliché, but I actually started to cry in fear. I was a young woman living all alone, and I didn't understand what was happening right now. I really didn't know what else to do. You might act like I should have, and say you would have done the perfect thing if it happened to you, but I was too scared. There were too many tears, and lots of pushing and pulling with the door. I wanted nothing but to get out of my bathroom and rush back to my bedroom and jump straight into my bed. I could see myself turning on all the lights, rummaging around to find my TV's remote control, and surrounding myself with light and noise. I imagined that after a while, the noises of everyday life would make me forget about whatever was in the bathroom with me, because I felt like I was certain I was not alone. While I was imagining escaping the bathroom, I managed to fumble the lock open. I readied myself to shoulder barge the door open. The moment after I heard the lock click, the door popped open slightly and slid into its natural position, as if it were naturally left open a few inches. As the door swung outward, I could see there was something in the gap, even though the light of my bathroom was out and there was no other light in my apartment. I knew there was something there on the other side of the bathroom door. Whatever it was right in front of me. All the intentions I had of leaving the bathroom went away instantly. There was a shadow out there, and I didn't want to be anywhere near it. For a split second, I swore I could see the gleam of whites of someone's eyes. I keep saying it, because I know that whatever that thing was, it wasn't anything like me. Didn't feel human at least. All I can explain is that I thought for certain it was not just a home invader. I was certain it was some sort of supernatural entity. In the quiet of the middle of the night and darkness, I summoned the courage to draw myself toward the gap in the door. I felt this strong urge to look out and see if I could notice anything further. I didn't see anything at first, and the figure appeared to have disappeared. I should have accepted that as a blessing in disguise, but I couldn't pull myself away from the gap in the bathroom door. I saw a jet black shadowy figure moving in an amazingly fluid way. It was there. I saw whatever it was at close range. Don't ask me to explain what it was, because I don't really have the words. All I can say is that it looked like a shadow person or something. I slammed the bathroom door closed, me now trapped in the bathroom, the place I so desperately wanted to escape just moments ago. Well, it had now become a safe space for me. I locked the door. I don't care if you call me crazy, but I ended up spending the night in my bathroom, curled up in the fetal position. I tried to get as much sleep as I could. As soon as I could see the morning light filtering in through the gaps in the door, I managed to gather the courage to leave the bathroom. I went to my parents' house after that, and I'd been like a parasite since that day to them. I just get so weirded out when I'm home alone. I don't like that feeling, or the possibility of encountering whatever that was again. I don't know if I can bring myself to live alone again for a long while. I live in a fairly small and quiet town, all by myself, a little bit out in the country. The story I'm about to tell you about happened a few months ago. One night I was sleeping when I was woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember that as I woke up, I could hear my phone vibrating on the nightstand next to me. I ignored it and just tried to go back to sleep, but whoever was calling me called again and again. After the third or fourth call, I finally woke up completely. At that point, I had been kind of half asleep and wanting to go back to bed. I hadn't yet really realized how strange it was to be receiving so many random phone calls at this hour. I looked at the phone, and it simply said it was an unknown number. This was really odd. Now that I was awake, I could tell that whoever this was really wanted me to answer. I accepted the call and said hello. At first, I heard nothing on the other end. Then I began to hear the sounds of heavy breathing. It was very deliberate. I asked who it was multiple times, but all I got in response was the breathing noises. This had to be a joke. How else could I explain this? I was pretty sure that was the case at least. I mean, who calls someone up at 2 o'clock in the morning and just breathes on the other end? They'd probably found some way to not make their number show and were playing a prank on me. I said something like, "Ha ha, very funny," then hung up on them. I went back to sleep, and to my surprise, they actually did not call me for the rest of the night. I woke up the next morning for work at my normal time. It was about 7 a.m. or so. After getting up, I went to my kitchen. My kitchen is kind of at the front of the house, and that's when I noticed something on my front window. There was a post-it note, and it was sticking on the outside. I found this really odd. Obviously, that hadn't been there the night before. It was in obvious view of anybody who would have been looking, and somebody had to have put it there recently. I walked outside and plucked it off the window. There was writing in pen on the sticky note, which simply said, "Call me back." I got the chills when I read that. Obviously, I connected it to that call previously that I'd gotten at 2 o'clock in the morning. This was really strange. I don't live in a city where there are tons of people around. Like I said, I'm a little more out in the countryside, and the houses are spread very far apart. I can barely even see my neighbor's home when I'm in my driveway. My driveway is really long too, so for somebody to be on my property, which had multiple no trespassing signs on it, this was really bizarre. I went to the police that day, just letting them know what happened. I didn't really feel like I was in danger yet, but I thought I should let them know about the situation because of how suspicious it was. It's a quiet town, you know, and these things don't happen very often. It very well could have been some guy in the neighborhood pulling a prank, but I'd never had any pranks pulled on me like that before. I couldn't really think of anybody who would do something like that to me either. I did receive strange phone calls one more time, but today it still remains a mystery as to who it was, and I haven't received any more strange calls since then. Taking a vacation and visiting cool and exotic places is really awesome, if you can afford it, of course. Unfortunately, when I was in my late 20s, I could not afford such a luxury. I worked 40 to 50 hours a week to basically just pay my bills. I know that's scary enough in itself, but that's not the story I'm about to share. Instead of spending money I didn't have to travel somewhere else, I decided to use my first ever paid vacation from work to have what they call a staycation. If anyone isn't familiar with that word, it's exactly like what it sounds really, a vacation where you just stay at home. I planned on using this extra time to actually catch up on some housework. For the record, I rent this house, and I don't own it. I would get all my cleaning and laundry done, and would catch up on some shows I had been neglecting, maybe even play some video games, and catch up with friends I hadn't seen in months. That all sounded so good to me, but better than anything else was the fact I didn't have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning to go to work for an entire week. The first few days, I'll admit, I didn't really do anything at all. It was glorious, actually. On Wednesday or Thursday, I don't remember exactly why, but I noticed a bunch of teenagers outside my house. It was in the early evening. I was a teenager once, so honestly I didn't really care if they were just kind of lingering outside, just as long as they weren't messing with any of my stuff. Couldn't care less, really. I was getting ready to leave at around 7:30 to meet some friends for drinks. As I was leaving, I noticed the teens were still outside, just doing their own thing. It was at least 10 kids if I remember correctly. As I was backing out of my driveway, I noticed a few of the kids now standing at the bottom of it. I rolled down my window and very nicely asked if they could move for a second so I could get out and leave. Well, apparently, this question was way out of line. One of the kids marched right up to my car and yelled at the top of his lungs. He said they were not going to let me leave. All the kids started laughing, and I just started to feel annoyed. My mood was starting to shift less polite now. "Come on, guys, can you just move over for a second?" They all started to laugh again. Sounded like a bunch of coyotes cackling, really. The same little punk that spoke last time spoke again, and said in a mocking voice, "No, us guys cannot just move." The laughter spread amongst all the teens. I realized I was getting older when I resorted to simply saying, "Okay, well, I'll just call the cops then, and see what they do about this." The punk kid just stared at me with this horrible look. One of the other boys shouted from the back and said, "Yo, man, let's just get out of here." Within seconds, the whole group had dispersed, but the last one to leave was that punk kid who had been mocking me. He blew me a kiss as he ran off with his friends, and they peeled out of there. I was insanely annoyed, but I was happy the whole ordeal was over. That night at the bar, I was telling my friends about the encounter, and they all sort of groaned. They proceeded to tell me how much they hated the teenagers around that area. All I could think about was that one song Teenagers by My Chemical Romance. We all hung out for a little while, and then I decided to head home. It was around midnight or so. Once I was home, I started getting ready for bed when my doorbell suddenly rang. I stood still for a moment, trying to think if there was any reason why my doorbell would be ringing at this hour. I thought maybe it was one of my friends, but that didn't make much sense. They would have called or texted me. Seconds later, the doorbell rang again. I had all the lights off downstairs, so I felt comfortable sneaking around, knowing that whoever was out there wouldn't be able to see me. I looked out the window of the living room, and standing there on my doorstep in the middle of the night was that kid from earlier, along with two others. My first instinct was to go out there and give them a piece of my mind, but that's when I noticed one of the teenagers was standing there holding a bat behind his back. If this kid had a bat, then the other two must have had something as well. I didn't feel like getting jumped by a bunch of kids, and I did the only thing I could think of at that moment. I just called the police. I'd let them deal with this issue, standing right on the other side of the door. I called the police and left the line on speakerphone as I informed the dispatcher of what was going on. My logic was that these goons would hear me calling the police and flee, knowing that I meant business. I could not have been more wrong. Once I hung up with dispatch, the kids started going nuts, claiming I was a coward and a few other choice words. All three of them started to bang on my door with the bats they were carrying. That punk kid from earlier took his bat and used it like a pool stick, drove it right through the window of my door. Thankfully, the police showed up right after that, and I saw those kids flee into the night. The cops weren't able to apprehend them, so I just gave them my statement and told the officers a description of those teens, the ones I remembered seeing at least. They told me they would be on the lookout for them and that they would handle it. I'm not sure if they really did handle it or if the kids just never came back, because after that night I never saw them again. I always wondered though, what were they planning for that night? Did they just want to scare me? Or were they truly some evil kids? Truthfully, I'm happy I don't know that answer. I only stayed at that house for another 5 months before I eventually moved out. I consider myself lucky that in those months, I never saw those teenagers in my area ever again. When I was in high school, I lived in a small town in Lynchburg, Ohio. It's one of those towns where everyone knows everyone. Back then, we didn't have all the cool stuff kids have nowadays, so we would always be outside doing something. Like I said, small town, with not much to do. One night, I decided to sneak out with my boyfriend for a late-night drive on a back road called Stoned Road. It's where all the kids would get together, hang out, and smoke some weed. We'd all just talk, and after a bit, we'd go our separate ways. My boyfriend was driving, and I was in the passenger seat. My 2 friends were in the back seat as well, and we were heading back to town now. These roads have woods on both sides, and are very dark and curvy. They're not traveled very often, which is what makes it such a good place to do those activities. As we were heading back to town, we rounded a sharp curve when on the right side of the road, out in the middle of nowhere, we saw a fire and 10 to 15 people around it. They had these crazy, scary big masks on, and they were all in black clothing, chanting. As we were going by, we were just staring at them. They stopped their chanting and stared right back at us. Their heads followed us from the time we saw them until we couldn't see them anymore. I yelled at my boyfriend to step on the gas and get the hell out of there. It was just so scary. We didn't see any other cars or anything out there anywhere, and there were no houses nearby either. We were just talking about how freaky that all was, and debated on whether or not we should turn back around and see what was going on there. Maybe we could find out more about what they were doing. Somehow, I actually managed to talk my boyfriend into turning back around and going back. I really wish I didn't. As we were driving back, we were now looking for them, but we didn't see them anywhere. The fire had been put out too. We knew that we weren't tripping, but we couldn't figure out how they just disappeared like that. We drove down a bit more, knowing we'd already passed the area. We turned back around, and we're all just talking, saying how crazy that had all been, when all of a sudden my boyfriend slammed on the brakes. I looked ahead to see what was going on, thinking maybe there was a deer there. It was one of those freaky people in the masks, standing in the road, carrying a large stick with something red all over it. He also had it on his mask too. He had his hands up, telling us to stop. The man in the mask started walking up to my window. I screamed at my boyfriend to keep driving. All of a sudden, the guy smacked my window so hard it left a crack in it. He began to yell at me. "What did you see? What did you see?" He started chasing us as we began to drive off. The rest of them were nowhere to be seen. After a few minutes, we were finally thinking we were out of there, when suddenly 2 cars came flying up behind us. They had their bright lights on and were honking their horns at us repeatedly. We fled until we arrived at the middle of town and didn't stop until we got all the way back to my house, making sure they didn't follow us all the way in the process. We have no clue what they were doing or what we witnessed, but they were obviously doing something they didn't want us to see. I was so terrified to sleep that night, but thankfully nothing else happened. We still did go to Stoned Road just to smoke, just not so much after dark anymore. We definitely didn't go if it was too late. I can't explain exactly what it was that we had seen that night. I just know I'm glad we got away and never saw those people again. People can be so crazy, so be safe out there and watch out if you ever travel on dark back roads. In the middle of the night, you might actually see something you would never want to. I'm going to tell you a horrifying story of the next door neighbor I used to have. I live in a single-family home with my wife and our dog Sparky in a residential neighborhood. There are quite a few different houses on our street, and we have 1 acre of land, as do most of our neighbors. We've lived here for 5 years now, ever since getting married. Our next-door neighbor had been quite a jerk since the very day we moved in. He had been nothing short of a nightmare and started living next door to us about a year after we'd arrived. His name was Dan. I know that he was recently divorced, and I understand that can be hard. It's okay to be going through a difficult time, but that was no excuse for his behavior. I'm only guessing that that's what caused him to act the way he did. To give some examples, I would say most houses on our street are pretty nice and well maintained. They're not all that large, but the grass is green and mowed frequently. Most people have a nice landscape and flowers. The first time I talked to Dan, he insulted our home, saying we should replace all the flowers because they were so ugly. He also made bad comments about my car, a Ford Fusion, saying it was terrible. He wasn't joking either, like my wife thought at first. He was dead serious. She soon found out for herself when she was outside in the backyard once. She said he told her our house was the ugliest on the block and began to harass her as well. When I went outside, I saw him standing in his backyard seemingly drunk off his ass, telling me to fuck off. After these first few interactions, I tried to stay away from Dan. The next time I talked to him was a month later, when he came over to tell us that we needed to keep our dog inside at all times. We would sometimes have Sparky out in the front yard or backyard on a leash. The leash would be attached to a stake in the ground. We didn't have a fence around our property at all, but Sparky's leash was not even nearly long enough to come close to reaching past the property line. Dan claimed that he hated dogs and did not want to have to see it in our front yard. I basically took my turn and told him to fuck off. He walked away angry as hell, and after that we didn't interact. He still made his presence known, though. He would start leaving his stuff on their property. There were no fences, but there were pretty obvious property lines. Anybody with common sense will be able to tell you where it changed from our yard to Dan's. He would just leave his old junk in our yard. One day I'd had enough and moved these things over about 10 feet until they were back on his property. I was thinking of even having a fence put up because of him. I didn't want to let him win. The very next day, my wife came inside in the evening and told me that Sparky was missing. He had been out in the yard on his leash like he often was. The leash was still there, as was his collar, but he was gone. We thought he'd somehow slipped out of his collar. Dogs can do that sometimes. I didn't know how else it could be explained. I took to the streets and started searching all around the neighborhood for Sparky. We went to several neighbors' houses and asked them if they had seen him at all. Nobody had. We were worried like crazy and didn't know how this could have happened. For hours we searched the area until about 9 p.m. When we got back home, I went into the backyard as my wife went inside to call more neighbors and ask them. That's when I heard a faint bark. I thought maybe it was a neighbor's dog at first, but I had this feeling it was Sparky. I walked over to where I'd heard it, which happened to be in Dan's backyard. I called out Sparky's name and heard the barking again. I ran over and heard that it was coming from inside Dan's shed. I tried opening it, but there was a large lock on it. I couldn't get it open. I ran to Dan's house and pounded on his front door like crazy. He didn't answer, though. I was knocking on his door for 5 minutes without a response. After that, I called the police. When they arrived, they heard Sparky barking from inside the shed. A short time later, they were finally able to open it. Sure enough, he was inside. We pressed charges. He didn't get that heavy of a penalty, though. I think he got probation. He had to move out of the neighborhood as well, which I was really glad to see. I'm hoping that I never see him again. This happened when I was a kid. During that time, I lived with my family in a 2-story home on a typical residential street. For some reason, I had always thought that our next-door neighbor was really creepy. I didn't have a good reason why, though, because I was just a kid, and I never really interacted with him or anything. Heck, I didn't even really see him that often. I didn't really want to, though. The guy was short, sort of thin, and didn't go outside very much. He also didn't seem that friendly. I really didn't know a whole lot about him. All I knew was that he gave me a real bad feeling. Well, one night, my brother was at his friend's house, and my parents went grocery shopping. I was about 12 and was home alone doing some homework. I know that I had quite a lot that night, or else I would have gone with my parents to the store. It was dark out, and I was in my bedroom on the 2nd floor. Probably about 30 minutes after my parents had left, there was a sudden knock at the front door. Immediately, something about this seemed off to me. It was 8 p.m. and quite dark out. Who would be knocking at this time? I knew for a fact that we weren't expecting anyone. I sat there in my room, thinking of the possibilities. They began to knock again. I left my bedroom and walked over to my brother's bedroom. There was a view of the front door from there. When I went over to his window and peeked out, I saw the next-door neighbor. The guy was standing right there on the front step. What could he want? I didn't know. What I did know was that I was obviously not going to open up the door for him. I stayed where I was and watched him. He was just standing there, looking around. I saw him press his face up against the window. Then he stepped back and casually started walking away. He cut through the grass back towards his yard. I thought that he would be gone then, and I started to feel better. I returned to my bedroom, only to be interrupted about a minute later. I heard what sounded like somebody at the back door. I could kind of see this area from my bedroom window, so I looked out to see what was going on. I saw him trying to open the back door. Thankfully, it was all locked up. He stayed at the door for a while before finally walking away. I was really scared. This guy had actually tried entering our home. I had been right to think he was creepy. After a few minutes went by, I went downstairs to make sure he was gone. When I got down there, as soon as I entered the dining room, I saw him looking in through the window. He looked right at me and then slipped out of sight. That was a really scary moment for me. I turned and ran all the way back upstairs. I had no cell phone back then, so I had to go back downstairs to make a call. For several minutes, I was too scared, until finally I got the courage to leave my bedroom. I went back downstairs and called my parents, who were luckily already on their way home. When they got home, I told them all about it. My dad went over to talk to the neighbor, but he didn't answer the door. We considered calling the police, but did not in the end. We should have, but the next day my dad went back to the guy's house. This time he did answer and denied everything. After that, I was terrified of him. I didn't want to be left home by myself. My family and I ended up moving from that house across town, less than a year after this. We didn't move because of the man, though. It was because of my dad's work. I'm just glad we moved away from him. I'm not sure why he tried to get into our house, but I'm really glad that he was not able to. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment. I live on the first floor, and this is something that happened not too long ago. In fact, it was just a few weeks ago, and is still very fresh in my mind. I lived in this apartment building for a little over a year. Even though I've lived here for a while though, I really don't know many of my neighbors. I know a couple, but most of the people here kind of keep to themselves. Everyone I've interacted with has been very nice though. The building is pretty large and I'm not sure exactly how many people live here, but I assume it's quite a lot. One night I was by myself, watching a movie. It was pretty late at night, around 11 p.m. or so. I was in the living room on the couch when out of nowhere, there was a knock at my front door. I wondered who could be knocking on my door so late at night. I paused the movie and got up from the couch. When I got to the front door, I checked. My next door neighbor was there. I recognized him. I really didn't know him all that well, but I had said hi to him in the hallways once or twice. I unlocked the door and was about to open it to see what he needed. I had no reason to think anything suspicious of him. As soon as I unlocked the door though, I heard him walking away quickly. By the time I managed to open it, he'd already disappeared. I even heard his door slamming closed moments later. I didn't see him though. I just shook my head and went back to my living room. That was very strange, but whatever. Maybe 20 minutes later though, it happened again. I was sitting on the couch when I heard a knock on the door. I walked over faster this time, but when I got there and looked out the peephole, I could see him running away before I even tried opening it. Now, this was really odd. I didn't know what he was doing. For the rest of the night, he did not come back. The next morning, as I was leaving my apartment to go to work, I had the thought to ask him what the deal was. I stopped at his door and knocked, and he did answer. He was really friendly and seemed completely normal. I told him about the night before and asked him what was going on. He acted all confused and said he had no idea what I was talking about. I told him I was sure I had seen him, but he still denied it and said it must have been somebody that looked like him or something. I wasn't really buying this. I just agreed with him to be nice and then left. I got back from work that afternoon, and things were pretty normal for the rest of the day. Fast forward to that night, though. I went out onto my balcony just to briefly see how the weather was. I wasn't out there for very long and went back inside. We had balconies on the first floor, but they were about 2 feet above the ground. It's the same layout as the people's balconies up on the second and third floor, just not very high up at all. Makes it so everybody can have a little outdoor space that's the same. After I went inside, I was in my bedroom when I suddenly heard my sliding door from the balcony opening. I first went toward the noise and looked out to the living room. I saw my next-door neighbor entering my apartment. I ran to my bedroom door and closed it. I locked it as well. Moments later, he arrived and tried to open it. I wasted no time. I got out my cell phone and called the police. I yelled at him that I was phoning them, but to my surprise, he still tried to open the door. He even began throwing his whole body weight against it a few times as well, but said nothing to me. After a few tries, I heard him give up and start walking away. He was gone. The police showed up a while after that, and I reported the whole thing. At first, my neighbor tried to deny it, but there were security cameras outside which proved his guilt. I'm really glad the cameras were there. I haven't had to worry about him since, and he's not allowed to go near me. I still live in my apartment, but always make sure to lock the balcony door. This happened about 11 years ago, back when I'd just broken up with a girlfriend of mine. Let's call her Y. About a week after our breakup, I started to get these strange texts from an unknown number. Let me just sum up the very first message they sent me. Hi, this is T. I'm someone that works with Y. I've heard that you dated her before, and I'm quite infatuated with her. I'm wondering if maybe you could give me some advice or something? My first reaction was, what the hell? Who the hell does that? Why would this guy even know my number or about my relationship at all? And why text me randomly with such a creepy vibe? It was actually a bit longer than my summary. It was much more in-depth about his love for my recent ex. I thought about just ignoring it, but by that point I had a couple beers on board, so I decided to reply. Honestly, I found it kind of funny in a way. I said something like, I haven't been in touch with Y, but you know that this might not be the best timing. Still, if you like her that much, I guess it's up to you. Let her know however you want to. I got a reply about an hour later. Thank you very much for your encouragement. I'm so grateful. I'll do my best. As you might have guessed, I didn't reply to that one. From then on, I got a text from this random guy every single day. It was always so cringy as well. Thank you so much for your words of encouragement. They really give me the strength and courage I need to step up. I didn't reply to any of these sorts of texts, obviously, but this guy would text me even if I never replied. It was always telling me this ongoing story. I summoned the strength to speak to her at work today. We had a big talk. It was really great. Another one came through after. She bumped into me on the way to work. It was so great, my friend. We talked about all sorts of stuff besides work. I didn't really need to know all this stuff, and this guy just sounded kind of weird. There was something strange about the way he was phrasing these things. Again, I didn't reply. I can't lie, it was sort of intriguing for a while to get daily reports of some random guy's life. It was around this point when the context of these texts changed abruptly, though. Why doesn't Y notice how I feel about her? She must have loads of boyfriends or guy friends or whatever. So why does she never pay attention to me? Why do they always laugh at me when I try to speak to her? God, I hate girls with loads of male friends. Shit, I thought. What have I gotten myself into? I should have told this guy to leave me alone ages ago. Before I could even think of what to do, he sent me another text. I just thought of a great idea, my friend. I'm gonna get some guys together and have them attack her on the way home from work tonight, and then I'll jump in and save her. That'll really get her attention on me, won't it? The way me and Y ended things was bad, don't get me wrong. But that still didn't mean I wanted some weird guy to stalk and obsess about her or get some people to fucking attack her. I had to let her know what was going on. I sent her a text and explained everything about her coworker's plans for her after the night shift, about everything else he'd said too. I even offered to come pick her up and take her home. Her reply was unexpected to say the least. The guy you're talking about doesn't work here. I don't have any male coworkers. The only male coworker I have is the owner of the store. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm leaving with some friends tonight and there are some police nearby anyway, so I'm sure it'll be fine. It was quite a relieving message, if not a bit cold. I was glad she would be safe, but the guy who was emailing me was genuinely making my skin crawl now. If he didn't even work with her, how did he know all this stuff about me and her? I sent him a text. Hey, look you creep, I told Y about your little plan, so don't lay a finger on her. Got it? He didn't reply. When it started to get dark outside, I started to get a bit twitchy. I was thinking of my ex working the night shift. I was also thinking of that weird guy. I was worried that something bad was going to happen. I checked my phone over and over to see if he'd replied, but the rain had started to fall. It soon passed 11 p.m., his proposed time of attack when she was supposed to be getting off work. My phone was still silent. Nothing from him or my ex. I began to relax when suddenly I got a call from my ex. I answered it immediately. She was crying and in a panic. Whoa, what's going on? I'm on my way home and I'm by the station. A guy has been following me the whole time. Now I was in a panic too. I'm too scared to look behind me. The line then abruptly cut. My doorbell rang. My heart was racing. I ran to the peephole. It was my ex at the door. I quickly opened it and let her in. She lived around the same area as me, so I guess that's why she immediately came to my house. She was as white as a ghost and was crying, covered in rainwater. She told me to lock the door immediately. "Did the person following you see you go into my apartment?" I asked. "I don't know. I guess so. Maybe. He was right behind me when I got here." I ran out to my balcony and looked outside. There was no sign of anyone out there. I grabbed my phone and called T's number. They picked up right away. "I'm calling the police. I have all the proof I need to show them. If you try anything stupid tonight, you'll regret it." I couldn't hear a single word in response, just the sound of the rain crashing down in the background and heavy breathing on the other end. Then the line cut. I knew that he must be out there somewhere in the rain. I know I should have contacted the police sooner, but when you're so young, it's the last thing you want to do. I was also a bit of a dick and troublemaker when I was that age, so I was scared of getting in trouble with the police. I sat with Y and kept her company all night. I convinced her to go to work the next day and to be ready to go to the police if anything strange happened. We shot nervous glances at the door all night while the rain lashed at the windows. I was expecting to hear something outside or the doorbell ringing at any moment, but thankfully the whole night passed by without further incident. The next day, I got a huge text. It went something like this: "I'm truly sorry. I don't actually work with your ex. I went to her shop and saw her there and fell in love at first sight. A couple days later, I was at a local restaurant and I saw her there with her friends. They were talking about that recent breakup you guys had. She didn't seem to be very fazed by it. They were all drinking and they got up to go to the bathroom, so I took my chance. I went over and I went into her phone and I grabbed your number. I'm sorry for everything I did. After this weird confession, nothing happened. I didn't hear from T again. Nor did Y either. I don't know the guy's true identity or even what he looked like, so I couldn't do anything about him. I couldn't report him. I couldn't warn anybody about his behavior for the future. All I could do was give the number to the police. I did, of course, but nothing came of it. This didn't impact me as much as it did Y, but so far it's the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. So, to T, on behalf of myself and Y, I hope we never interact with each other again. I love the beach, and I wish I could go more. Last year was the first time in years that I was able to make a trip with my family to a small town on Cape Cod. This was exactly what I needed in my life at the time. I was just feeling really depressed. I don't know if it was because of the state of the world or the fact that I had been single for 5 years at that point. But whatever the reason, I just needed some freedom and peace of mind. My brother's wife's family owned a home that was right on the ocean, and this place was amazing. It was quiet and peaceful. All the houses on the street that they lived on had their own private beach areas, so you could legitimately go to the beach whenever you wanted. I would wake up at 6 a.m. and drink my coffee down on the beach. Then, after dinner, I would go down again and just stare at the moon and stars reflecting off the ocean. This was my routine just about every day on that vacation. One night, I went down to the beach a little after 11 p.m. or so. I set up my chair and just listened to the waves gently crashing. I kept turning around, though, because I thought I could hear the sound of something shuffling around behind me. My first thought was that some sort of animal must be digging around in the sand for food or something. I did remember one time at the house I'd seen a few foxes that lived somewhere near the area. Perhaps it was an animal like that. I kept squinting into the darkness, but I didn't see anything. It became apparent to me that whatever it was I was hearing, it was nothing to be concerned about. The night continued, and periodically I would hear the noise again. Every time I would turn around, but I would see nothing there at all. A little before 1 a.m., I had to head back inside for a minute to grab a drink and use the bathroom as well. I planned on staying out there for this one last beer. When I got back to my chair outside, though, I felt like it had moved position slightly. I couldn't be sure, though. I sat down and tried to focus on the beauty of nature itself. The moon and ocean were drawing my attention, but something just kept nagging at me. I'm not one to give in to emotions or anything like that, but I certainly felt off for some reason. I remained outside for another 15 minutes or so, and during that time, I continued to hear that strange shuffling noise multiple times. I decided it was finally enough, and I was going to go inside and try to go to bed. I grabbed my chair and started walking toward the house. When I was only about 15 feet away from the back door, though, I noticed there were footprints in the sand, and they led from a sand dune pile to the house. I knew for a fact these footprints did not belong to me or anyone in my family. The footprints stopped short of the house and looked like they turned around and ran back to the beach. My mind started running wild. I started to think about those weird noises I'd been hearing all night. I couldn't shake the possibility that I'd heard a person behind me. I had the crazy thought that when I went inside to grab a drink, that's when the person made their way to the house. They must have noticed me coming back out, and they hadn't expected it, so they turned around and fled. I really got myself freaked out, and now I couldn't relax at all. I was paranoid there really was a person outside, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to wake everyone up, because for all I knew, I was just being crazy, and nobody really was out there. I triple-checked that all the locks were locked, and I sat up in the living room watching Disney Plus all night long. I started binge-watching the Marvel movies just to try and get my mind off the paranoia. At some point, I fell asleep. I woke up a while later because of the TV. I turned the TV off, feeling much better than I did earlier. I was just laying there on the couch, now in complete silence and darkness. I was just about to slip away back to sleep when I began to hear something faintly. I listened in for a second and thought I could hear the sound of a doorknob. I grabbed my phone and shined the flashlight at the door. The doorknob was ever so softly shaking back and forth. It was undeniable. I quietly crept over to the door and looked out the peephole. It was a man I'd never seen before, wearing something covering his entire face. He was just standing there trying to turn the doorknob. The scariest thing about this is that he seemed to be looking directly at the peephole. He obviously would have no idea I was looking at him, and yet it was almost as if he were making direct eye contact with me. I quietly ran back to the couch and decided to phone the police. As I was doing this, I looked back and noticed the doorknob was not shaking anymore. Before I could feel any comfort at all, it was instantly ripped away. I looked over at the window and very clearly saw the man peeking through with cupped hands. I could feel myself trembling. The man was only there for a second before he ducked down and slipped out of sight. I connected with the police and told them what was going on, and immediately woke up my family as well. I told the cops everything when they arrived, and I remember them being in the area for the next few days. From what I understand, they were never able to catch the guy. Some people in this world are just nuts, I guess, and do things for the sake of doing them. We didn't know this guy at all, and he had no reason to try and break into our home. He still tried all the same. I never went back to that ocean after sunset on that trip, and going forward, I have no desire to visit that beach after sundown again. I'm supposed to be returning to that Cape Cod house again this summer, and I'm a little scared. I think the chances of encountering that creep again, though, are slim to none. If anything crazy happens though, I'll be sure to write an update and let everyone know I'm safe and sound. This is something that happened to me in the 1990s. My name is Jennifer, and I had recently moved into a house in a pretty typical neighborhood. It was about 30 minutes outside of a major city, and I was renting a smaller 2-bedroom home. I lived by myself at the time and had a cord phone that was attached to the wall in the kitchen. That was my only phone back then, and I didn't even have a cell phone at all. I remember one night I randomly got a call very late. It was sometime after 10 o'clock, I believe, but I don't remember the exact time. Obviously, it's very unusual to get calls at that hour, especially from like telemarketers or something. I guessed it must have been from a family member, or even a friend perhaps. I answered it, but when I picked up the phone, it was a man on the other end I didn't immediately recognize. Hello? Hi, is this Jennifer speaking? I said yes, and asked who this was that was calling. He didn't really answer me. The guy just started rambling. He said I was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and described me in vast detail. He went on and on about how much he liked me. I thought this was really weird, because I didn't even recognize this voice at all, and had no idea who he could be. When I asked him again who he was, he didn't answer me. When he refused to tell me who he was, I started to feel really uncomfortable about things. I ended up just hanging up on him. It was one of the strangest phone calls that I had ever gotten. Clearly, this guy had seen me before somewhere. He described enough of me for it to be sure that he really did know me, and he also knew my name somehow. I knew all the people at my job, though, and he didn't sound like anybody from there. I just had no idea who it could be. I was hoping he wouldn't call back, but of course he did just a short time later. It was only about 10 minutes after I'd initially hung up on him the first time. When I answered the phone, I heard him begin talking again, and almost hung up on him immediately. What he said in that split moment, though, shocked me so much that I couldn't do so at all. He said he was already there, and to let him in. That was followed shortly by a knocking at my front door. Whoever this guy was, he was right outside my home. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even want to look out to see who this man was. I was too scared. My blinds were closed anyways, so I couldn't see him. I didn't say anything to the man. He repeated himself, and finally I mustered up the courage to ask him to go away. The man said he wasn't going anywhere, and I heard him begin knocking once more. I told the man I was going to call the police if he didn't leave, but he didn't seem to be bothered at all. In a taunting tone, he said, "Well, what are they gonna do?" I hung up on him after that and dialed 911. I told the operator what was going on, and I was told that somebody would be out there shortly. After I got off the phone with the police, I did not hear any further knocking. The guy also didn't call me back. After maybe 10 minutes, the police got there. An officer knocked on the door, which at first I thought was the man again. I checked out the window, though, and saw it really was an officer. I let him in and informed him about what happened. He looked around my front and backyard, searching the entire property. Unfortunately, the man was long gone. He must have left after I called them. The officer asked me a few questions and said he would be around the area for a while. If something happened, to call again immediately. I did feel slightly better, but not a whole lot. I knew this guy was still out there somewhere. I was afraid he might come back and be angry. Maybe he'd even try to break in this time. After the police left, about 20 minutes or so went by when I heard a knocking at my front door again. My heart sank, knowing it was the same guy coming back. There was a slim chance it was the police again, though, so I carefully and slowly crept toward my front window. I moved the blinds just slightly, just enough to see who was out there. I couldn't get a good view at all, but I could tell it was not the police officer. When I saw this, I moved away from the window and ran back to the phone. I called the police again and told them the man had returned. I was only on the phone with the police for a minute or so. After I got off the phone with them, the man called again. He was still knocking on the door as well. I answered his call, wondering what he wanted now. "You shouldn't have called the cops on me, Jennifer." He then asked me to let him in again. I really didn't know what to say, and I was really nervous. Eventually, I just hung up on him. Only a minute or two after this, I heard voices outside my house. The officers had come back, and it sounded like this time they'd actually caught the man. I went to my window and looked out. Sure enough, it was true. When I saw the guy, though, I couldn't believe who it actually was. It was my next-door neighbor, a guy who lived all alone in the house next to me. His name was Dan, and I'd only spoken to him in passing a single time before. He must have been observing me whenever I went outside. Sometimes I would go on walks in the neighborhood or do yard work. What a creep that guy was. I was able to get a restraining order against him, and luckily after that, I never did see him again. This is something that happened not too long ago. I got a call on my cell phone from a brand new number that I didn't recognize at all. Most of the people I know show up as their name when they call me. But recently I graduated from college, and as such I knew lots of people now. I'd made many friends over the years, so perhaps there was a chance this was somebody I knew, but didn't have their number. People get new phones and numbers all the time. I answered it, and the person on the other end simply said hello. I asked who it was, and I heard a man speaking. The man said he'd received my number from one of my friends and hoped I didn't mind. I said, "Okay, well, who are you?" I was positive that I had no clue who this guy was. When he didn't answer me, I hung up on him. It was a pretty strange interaction. Something about this guy, I could just tell he was weird for sure. I thought that would be that though, because he didn't call me for the rest of the day. The next day though, he texted me. The text said, and I quote, "You can tell a lot about somebody by looking them up online, you know?" I didn't know what he meant by this. Was he saying that he'd looked me up online? I had social media accounts on things like Instagram and Facebook, and people could see things about me if they wanted. I responded to the guy asking him what exactly he meant. I told him he was being really creepy as well. The guy did not respond to my texts, at least not right away. The next time I was contacted by him was actually the following day. He sent me a few messages. When I saw they were images, I immediately got a bad feeling. I opened them up to see that one was of my apartment complex and the other was a photo of my car. It looked like he had taken the pictures himself. My car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This was extremely weird. Now, somehow he had found out where I lived. I didn't know what his point was by showing me this, though. Was this guy bragging about being my stalker or something? After that, I blocked him. The craziest thing, though, is after I blocked him, I haven't been contacted by him ever since. Obviously, he couldn't reach me with that number because it was blocked, but he didn't reach out to me on social media or anything. He didn't even try to threaten me. I mean, I'm glad he didn't, but I also don't know why he even did any of this in the first place. It all remains a bit of a mystery to me. The university I go to is a little bit weird. There's always a ton of graffiti on the walls in the men's room. I remember one time I went in, and one of them caught my eye in particular. It was on the 4th floor of one of the buildings on campus, and the building was pretty old, not like the more modern ones on the other side. I had to use the men's room on the 4th floor that afternoon because all the other ones were full. As I was reading some of the graffiti I mentioned previously, I guess most people read what's written on the walls in the bathroom like me. I mean, there really isn't all that much to do in there, is there? There was the usual kind of stuff you might expect. I found my eyes drawn to one in particular, though, written in small writing in the corner. There were some numbers, and those numbers were the following: 183450298. The last number had some dots after it. They were written all spaced apart, and it didn't seem to make much sense to me. One thing that really piqued my interest about this one was the fact it was somewhat hidden. Unlike graffiti you might see in a football stadium bathroom or a truck stop, these numbers were tucked away from the natural places your eyes might look, almost as if it was a little secret. That to me was pretty interesting. I wondered what it meant and who it was intended for. Somehow, the numbers seemed a little familiar to me too, but I couldn't quite place from where I'd seen them before. It dawned on me that one of the sets of numbers at the beginning was a part of my student number, hence why I was able to recall it. Huh? That's weird. I decided to take note of the other numbers as well, and see if I could find out if they were student numbers too. If so, I planned on trying to find out who they were, and what, if any, correlation they had with my student number. I searched the other two numbers, and found out that something had happened to the other two students. They'd both gotten into accidents and died. It was weird, but I wasn't exactly sure what to make of this. A few days went by, and I found myself in need of the bathroom again. I was near that building, so I decided to head up to the 4th floor once more. I don't know why. I just felt like checking out that graffiti again. I went to the same stall and sat down, and looked at the corner where I'd seen it before. I was slightly surprised to see there was something new written down. 183 finished. 450 finished. 298 not done. There were a couple other numbers that I can't quite remember now, but they all had different little phrases next to them. I knew one said something like a little bit longer. I recognized one number amongst the other new ones though. 361, one of my friend's ID numbers. His number had the words not yet written next to it too. I remembered that he'd gotten into an accident recently on the road when someone ran into his motorbike and he still hadn't woken up yet. I was really worried about him, and about what not yet meant. It was too much of a coincidence for me. After I visited him at the hospital, I went back to our university and into the old building on campus. I went back to the bathroom on the 4th floor and headed into the stall with the numbers on it. I found my number and used some Tipp-Ex or whiteout to cover it up. I was scared something might happen to me. I was scared somebody was looking at this and doing something to people or something, and I wanted to be on the safe side. Yesterday, I headed back up there again. I wanted to make sure that no one had written anything new. I didn't want to see my number there yet again, but I was shocked to see that not only was my number back, there was something else written on the wall as well. It was something I hadn't seen written down until that point. It said, "Do not try to erase your number." I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, and I don't know what to do about this either. I've been thinking about informing the police and the school faculty, and I'll update if anything else happens. I just hope that nothing does. Guys, this is a little bit of an unusual story and/or situation, and I'm not sure if this is the right platform to be sharing this. I don't think it'll be out of place here if I share my experience, though. Maybe I'm wrong, and you can decide if I am. I won't be naming names or locations in specific to maintain my privacy. Anyway, this all happened to a place that was very close to my heart at the time, and if I'm honest, a place that I really miss. It was my mother's coffee shop. Like with any restaurant or bar, there were many regulars. My mom had this one regular at her coffee shop, a customer who used to come in at the same time every day. It was always right on the dot like clockwork. She noticed one time there was a difference in his regularity. He stormed in at a different time than usual and asked if he could use the restroom. Of course, my mom said, "Please, go ahead." She waited for him to approach the counter and order his usual, but he didn't that day. He left just as quickly as he had entered. No coffee for him that day. Sadly, that was the very last time my mother saw him, because unfortunately, the young man chose to end things for himself. He chose to leap from a very tall building nearby. My mother wasn't exactly his friend. I mean, even though he was a regular, they never struck up any form of deep conversation or anything. He was just kind of there, and so was she. No one really understood why he'd done what he did. There were some rumors that reached her ears from the coffee shop. She'd heard he'd been deceived. I'm not sure if it was a money thing or a romantic thing. I guess it doesn't matter now. It could have just been a rumor as well. Well, shortly after her regular passed away, strange things began to occur at her coffee shop. Customers complained quite regularly that they couldn't gain access to the bathroom because it had suddenly been locked from the inside. They would complain there was someone in there who was taking way too long. My mom at first chalked this up to a bunch of coincidences, but as her customer complaints came in more and more regularly, she found it harder to defend, especially when she finally opened the bathroom door one time, only to find that nobody was there. She said that whenever she opened the door with her master key and went to investigate, she felt as though a presence was in the bathroom with her, or if someone had just left past her. I have to admit as well, when I helped out on shift at my mom's cafe, I did often feel as if there was a presence with me. I don't know if I can really put the feeling into words. It was just like somebody was there watching me. My mom couldn't stand it. She didn't feel right in her own cafe. She thought it wasn't great for business either, so she decided to call in a priest to bless the place. I know that sounds a bit rash, but honestly it seemed necessary. I think it cost my mother a lot of money, but it was for her own sanity and comfortability. We didn't exactly know what the going rate was for an exorcism or whatever the priest did. I feel as if it's hard to say, but maybe it was not the best deal. It was this exorcism and/or blessing that proved to be the cafe's downfall. Our intention was for it to clear the air, start fresh, you know? However, the reputation the place got after that priest showed up was really unexpected. Before we knew it, we were accused of being haunted, and we were listed as a creepy location on the internet. Sadly, my mother had to close the place and put it up for sale. It was about 6 months after the strange goings-on began. As soon as it was listed, another more established company jumped at the chance and rented out the building. 2 months later, it was closed to the public and back on the market. It would sell. Then after a few months, I'd see it online again. No matter what type of business ended up owning the place, it seemed they would only own it for a short while before it was back on the market once more. It was very weird, and still is. As far as I know, it continues to this day. I know it sounds a little bit strange, but I feel as if that young man's grudge or residual energy is trapped in that old shop, and any business that opens its doors there is doomed to be haunted. I wonder what his thoughts were during his final visit to the cafe. Why does his soul linger there if it really is something paranormal? I wonder, why does he choose the bathroom to occupy? There's a toilet stall in my school's bathroom that doesn't open. It's just always locked, it seems, and no one really can say why. It's the bathroom on the first floor of the north building, and the stall that won't open is the furthest one from the bathroom door. It's locked up tight, and it doesn't budge at all. It's pretty weird, to be honest with you. The north building is rarely used, and the rooms in that building aren't even being used for lessons currently. It's become more of a storage location. Due to the fact that not many people use that building, of course it wasn't long before creepy rumors began to spread around our school. There was a rumor going around that if you knocked on the door that never opens, something would knock back. The kids at the school said the paranormal lurked beyond that door, some kind of spirit or ghost. They said even that if you asked if anyone was there, you would get a response too. It seemed like all everyone was talking about was that stall door. Of course, no one could really agree on what the reply would be though. I heard many different things and exaggerations. Well, one day I decided to go see if those rumors were true. A couple other boys from my class wanted to test their mettle as well. We arranged to meet on the first floor of the north building when the sun went down. We didn't need to wait long after school for it to get dark, since it was during the winter. All of the restrooms in this building were supposed to have the same layout, I guess, because the shape of the building never changed from floor to floor. That bathroom, though, had this kind of weird atmosphere. I don't know how to put it, really. Just felt like there was a presence there. It was very quiet that day. You could have heard a pin drop in that bathroom. The first thing I noticed was the closed stall. We all headed over to it. Some of the boys were braver than the others, and some immediately tried yanking on the door handle in an attempt to wrench it open. No matter how much they pushed and pulled, the door didn't seem to budge. We thought we might be able to take a look at whatever was inside that stall by standing on the toilet and the one next to it and peeking over the wall. We quickly realized, though, that that was going to be impossible. It was boarded from the top of the stall door to the ceiling. Well, there was only one more option we could try, knocking on the door to see if the rumors were true. We didn't know who should knock first. No one really wanted to volunteer. My friend went over to the door and just started knocking. I began to feel a strange surge of chills race through me. At the very moment he knocked on the door, I put it down to the fact I was feeling more than a little nervous. We all stood there in silent anticipation to see if a ghost really would reply to my friend's knocking. But of course, no response came. He turned around and faced the rest of us with a sly smile on his face. He then shrugged and said, "Guess I'll try this then. Is anybody there?" The only response we received was the sound of the tap dripping in the sink on the other side of the room. "Alright, well, I guess the rumor's false, guys," he said. After that, the tension in the room began to dissipate. We all calmed down a little and began to joke and crack wise about the situation. "Guys, I'm gonna take a break and then we're getting out of this super scary bathroom." Most of my friends took a whiz. At that same time, my friend was showing off his confidence by whistling as he went to the bathroom. It had a completely new atmosphere when suddenly a noise cut through the bathroom. It was a creaking sound that I recognized immediately. I couldn't physically bring myself to look in the direction of that noise. Guys, I think the stall door is open now." We all agreed, but not one of us wanted to turn to face the stall. No one dared to look back. I was the closest one to the door that never opened, and after I'd finished relieving myself, I shook off my fear and turned to face it. One of my friends had beaten me to it, though. I heard him scream and watched him run out of the bathroom. This, of course, set off mass hysteria between us, and we all started screaming and running too. We left the bathroom and ran to our friend, who'd gotten out first. He was sitting down on the floor with his back against the wall. "Hey man, are you okay? What happened?" Questions like that we fired at him from all angles. When he replied, it was quite shocking. "I don't know, guys. I saw something in there. There was like a small shrine, an altar to worship of some kind." "Why would that be in there? It's a bathroom stall." We all looked at him skeptically. "It really was there, I swear." We all wanted to go back in there to see if we could see it. We all formed a line and slowly opened the bathroom door. As soon as we were back in, we could all see the stall door was closed again. That was really shocking. We thought we were the only ones in the building, and we had just left the bathroom a short time ago. It didn't seem possible for it to be closed again without someone interfering. We went over to the door and all had a go at trying to pry it open again, but it wouldn't budge. It was sealed up tight, almost as if it had never opened at all. Thing is, we'd all experienced it. It was a very weird experience, and one that left us with more questions than answers. It turned out the rumors were not true about hearing a reply from the other side, or hearing someone responding to you or knocking on the door. But the thing is, I couldn't explain what happened there in that afternoon. It seemed there definitely was something strange and creepy in that stall. If there was some kind of altar for worship in there, what exactly were they trying to worship? Why would you keep it hidden in a bathroom stall at a place at our school? None of it made any sense. A few weeks went by and we all kind of forgot about what happened. I think for me personally, the reason I forgot was because I couldn't process it well, and my brain just wanted to get rid of it. It was occupying too many of my thoughts. My friends and I decided to have a sleepover at my house, since my parents were going to be gone for a while. This story took place over 10 years ago. My mom told me she would be going to Mexico to visit some family members that were ill. She wanted me to stay and feed and take care of the dogs, so I agreed. She told me she would be leaving on Friday night and would most likely be back on Monday. Since I was 14 at the time, of course I was happy to have the house free of adults, even for a few days. On Friday, she lent me some money and told me she'd ordered a pizza and to tip the driver. She left at around 6, and the pizza got there at around 7. I tipped the driver and he left. At around 8 p.m., I decided to call up my friends and see if they were trying to hang out. I didn't want to be all by myself for the entire weekend. My friends will call Omar and Louis. They agreed to come over and hang out for a while. We all kind of lived in the same neighborhood, so they could easily bike over to my house. They got there at around 8:30. We stayed up playing 2K and Call of Duty together, like most teenagers do. We stopped playing at around 11 p.m. or so, and were kind of getting bored. We decided to watch a scary movie. I told them they could go ahead and pick one, while I went and put some popcorn in the microwave. While I was putting the popcorn in, I suddenly heard a giant bang in my backyard, like something had just slammed into our fence. My kitchen is at the back of the house, and there's 2 big windows in the back, so if something was there, for sure they would have seen me. I thought it was probably my dogs in the backyard, so I shrugged it off at first, and we started watching the movie. Mid-movie, we began to hear a knocking on my front door. This startled us, so I decided to go see who it was. When I went over to the door, I was surprised to see a girl no older than 19. She was banging on my door, telling me to open it. I could hear her begging for help, saying that somebody was after her. As you can imagine, my friends and I were all scared shitless. Louis decided to run over and open the door to help her. As he did, she pushed the door open and knocked him down. 2 other guys rushed in right behind her. When this happened, I knew right then and there they were going to rob us. That's when Omar and I ran upstairs, which was probably the dumbest thing we could have done. Louis got up there quickly and followed us, and the girl followed us too. The 2 guys stayed behind and tried to steal anything they saw, including my Xbox. Omar and I ran up to the attic, but Louis was a little bit chubby, so he didn't quite make it. He ran into my room and put his body against the door. Luckily, the girl didn't see us going into the attic, but I think she did see Louis run into the room. She probably assumed we were all in there. She began pounding on the door and throwing her body against it. All of a sudden, we were completely surprised when Lewis threw it open and tackled her. That's when he started jumping on her. That's when Omar and I decided to get in on the fight and started to yell that I'd called the cops and they were on their way. The guys ran out, and the girl got roughed up a bit. Lewis got off of her, and she joined them in fleeing. They ended up leaving, and we decided not to tell anyone what happened. They only really got the Xbox, and nothing else at all. We couldn't really get any sleep for the rest of the night though, but we were happy we'd managed to scare them off. I'm really grateful that all of us ended up being okay, and that it didn't get any worse than what it ended up being. Last year, I moved to another city after finishing high school. I assessed several college options and decided on one that would have me moving roughly 3 hours away. I found an apartment where I would be able to live without roommates. It was in a safe part of town, with a reasonable rent too. It was also close to some attractions in the city, which was an added bonus to me. It would still allow me to have a reasonable social life. For the first 4 months or so, it was pretty great. There were absolutely no problems or safety concerns of any sort, and I managed to become good friends with a guy who studied at the same college as me. Coincidentally, he lived around 5 minutes away from me, so we would often hang out at each other's places. One night, just as winter started, he had called me over to play some video games and hang out. We had a pretty chill night, drank a few beers, and had a few good laughs as well. We enjoyed ourselves quite a bit. At around 1 a.m. or so, we decided to call it a wrap, and I headed home to my apartment. When I got back home, I decided to head out to the balcony that overlooked the entrance of my building. I wanted to smoke a cigarette. I vividly remember looking around and seeing absolutely nobody at all. It was a cold winter night, and it was not the weekend, so understandably everyone was back at home. There was a car or two passing by, but other than that it was dead quiet. Once I finished my cigarette, I decided to call it a night and get ready for bed. I was understandably confused then when I heard a short ring at my doorbell. I stood in the center of my room for a solid few seconds. Confusion and a little bit of fear washed over me. I soon snapped out of it though, and decided to tiptoe over to my door and try and see if anyone was outside. My immediate thought was that my friend must have come over to drop something off I might have forgotten. Then I thought to myself that he surely would have texted me or called. I probably listened in for half a minute or so when the person once again rang the doorbell, then softly knocked a few times. I was stood still and didn't want to make a sound so I wouldn't give away the fact that I was at the door. I could hear the stranger pacing around for a few seconds before he stopped altogether. I waited for any sort of noise, but it was completely quiet, and that's when I decided to look at the peephole and see that the person had hopefully left. I picked up the cover of the peephole and took a look. My legs pretty much went numb as I saw a hooded figure looking straight in. He was holding the zipper of his hoodie as if to hide his face all the way. All I could really make out was his forehead and his eyes. He must have either heard me lift the cover or my heavy breathing, because right away he moved from the peephole and then said, "I know you're at the door." By this point, I was pretty much shivering in fear, but I mustered up the courage to say I was calling the cops. He then began to laugh and said, "Yeah, sure thing, big guy." He proceeded to wipe away the door handle with a sleeve before walking off. I understandably called the police. When they came over, they actually informed me I wasn't the only one he'd been doing this to. He'd been doing this for at least a month now. They also suspected him of at least one home invasion, where a father had to chase him out of the home. I crashed in my friend's house for around a week or so after this. It took a while for me to feel comfortable going back to my own apartment. It's been a year now, and I haven't heard any further news about him. He could have been arrested by now, but as far as I know, he hasn't been. I find it more than likely that he simply moved to a different area. I'm not sure if he had any violent intent or not, but either way, I hope we never run into each other again. The story I'm about to share takes place approximately 6 to 7 years ago. I had recently gotten out of a long-term relationship and moved back to my hometown with a buddy of mine. He was living by himself in a house he'd recently bought. He had plenty of extra space, and so he gave me a great deal on rent. I remember being very appreciative of the offer, just because so much of my life had changed. I had gotten out of a relationship, started a new job, and now would be in the process of moving. Living with my friend Calvin was pretty fun right off the bat. I think the first night after I officially moved in, we cracked open a bottle and just had some drinks. I'm not normally a big drinker. I remember being hungover the next day at the job I'd just started, no more than a week prior. All of my single friends were on Tinder and trying to convince me to join. I wasn't into social media, and the thought of meeting someone randomly on an app did not seem very appealing. Also, the stories they told me about their various interactions and encounters certainly didn't make it any more enticing for me to join. I decided to hard pass on doing this and was looking forward to being single for the first time in a long while. It was not out of the ordinary for Calvin and I to have people over at the house on weekends. We never really had parties, but we would have 5 or 6 people over if there was nothing else going on. I remember one night specifically, we had more than just a few people over. Each person we invited brought a friend or two, and a few people at the house asked if they could set up a table to play beer pong. We didn't care. Let everyone have at it. One of my really good friends, Kelsey, came over that night to see the new place and hang out for a bit. We hadn't seen each other in at least a year, and I was excited to see what new was up with her. We sat down on the couch and talked for at least 45 minutes, updating each other about our families and what was new in our lives. I grabbed us both a drink and sat back down. That was when she said, "I saw you took the plunge, huh?" I looked at her confused and asked what she was talking about. She smiled and responded, "Tinder, you dummy. I came across your profile. I didn't swipe right because I didn't want to be weird, but you could have picked some better pictures with a better resolution." "Very funny," I said. She looked at me kind of confused, as I told her I was not on Tinder at all. "Well, if you're really not on there, someone's using your name and your pictures. I didn't read your profile, but it was definitely you and definitely your name." I looked at her dumbfounded. Well, that's pretty creepy. You think you could find it again, maybe?" She wasn't sure. She called over her friend. "Hey, Kristen, come here. Can you get on Tinder and keep scrolling until you find him? Maybe try and limit it to local or something, so it's not as many accounts." Kristen knew what was going on and gave the thumbs up. She went back over to the pong table, and we moved on with our conversation, switched to updating the playlist that was playing on the speakers at the party as well. In the middle of a big laugh about one of the songs we chose, Kristen came over and said, "I think this is you, buddy." It was me for sure. She had matched with this fake profile. I asked her to scroll through the photos. There was one really old one from when I had Facebook, a couple of pictures from my Instagram account I had not posted anything new on for at least a few years. The profile did have my name, but there was not anything in the bio. I don't recall if it even said anything at all. I asked Kristen if she could message them and ask for their number. She did, and to my surprise, the person responded instantly. Instead of providing a number, though, they had her go to an Instagram account. I had her send it to me, so Kelsey and I could figure out what was going on. I figured it was just going to be one of those Instagram bots or something that said for only $4.99 we'll give you 10,000 followers or whatever. When we got to the account, though, I was very surprised. It was not private. The profile picture was a picture of my face with my full name. I started to get a little angry and a bit concerned. I immediately went to message the account and said something along the lines of, "Stop using my name and photos." I told the account I had come across this page as well as that Tinder account, and I'd be reporting it to the police if it was not taken down. We waited 10 minutes or so, and there was no response. I put my phone away and decided to just have fun with my friends for the rest of the night. It was relatively uneventful. A couple of friends crashed on the couch, and we ended up cleaning up a bit before deciding we would save the rest for the morning. I remember putting on Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors as I cleaned up my room and got ready for bed. Even though it was late into the night, I wasn't feeling that tired. As soon as I got into bed and turned on my fan though, I passed out instantly. At about 3 a.m. or so, my phone buzzed loudly. I usually kept it on silent or do not disturb, but I must have completely forgotten with all that business earlier. There was an Instagram notification from the fake account. It was just a smiley face. Even though I was half asleep, I typed back demanding again that they delete the account and stop using my name and photos. I fell back asleep. I woke up the next morning and had another response. It said, "Anything for you." Very creeped out and annoyed, I noticed the account did not have my profile picture anymore. It was just a black circle, and my name had been removed from the profile. I thought that would be the end of this annoying BS. The topic honestly slipped my mind for a while, until the following weekend. I had the house all to myself, and wasn't feeling all that great. I wanted to stay in bed and relax, while Calvin went out to a bar and restaurant downtown. I was in bed watching TV, when I got another alert on my phone. It was another Instagram message from the same account. "I know where you are," smiley face. I looked at the message, trying to think of what to respond with. Before I could respond though, an image popped into the chat. It was a picture, the outside of Calvin's home. It looked like it was taken from across the street, but it was hard to tell the exact location. The only lighting was the streetlights outside. I got out of bed and made sure all the lights were off and all the doors and windows were locked. Thankfully, they were. I didn't respond to the message. I don't know why, honestly. It was probably because I was terrified and didn't want to have a confrontation if someone really was outside. I didn't want them drawing any closer to my abode. I sat there in silence, with just the TV screen on and the volume on mute. I was anxious, hoping I would not receive anything else. I didn't for another few hours. I think 2 or 3 hours later, I felt another buzz from my phone. This time it said, "I know where you sleep," smiley face. My heart sank. I had a baseball bat under my bed, and I grabbed it. My phone lit up again. This time there was a picture of a window. It was impossible to make out exactly which one, but I think they were trying to insinuate they were outside my window. I grabbed my bat and flung open the back door. I screamed that if they came anywhere near this house or our dog, I would tear them to shreds. I also said the cops were on their way. I slammed the door shut and locked it, terrified that I'd even gone outside alone. We didn't have a dog, but I thought that might deter someone if they were actually out there. Only 15 minutes later, I heard the front door rattling and the door swinging open. I readied myself to take a swing with my bat. Calvin asked me what I was doing, and I explained the entire thing to him. After debating if we should call the cops or not, we decided to block the account and see if anything else would happen. Thankfully, nothing ever came of the incident, and I didn't receive any other scary messages or have any other friends telling me they found fake profiles of me. I know you're probably thinking that was my last experience with Tinder, but you're wrong. About 6 months later, I did rejoin, and I have various different stories for a different day. Thankfully, that was my worst experience on the app. Last month, I decided to sell my big TV with an attached TV stand on Craigslist. I got a new TV that's slightly larger and mounted on the wall. The old TV had this large stand, and I just kinda had it in the dining room. My wife had been asking me to get rid of it for a while, but I thought I could get some money for it, so I put it up on Craigslist. For a few days, I got no interest at all. I was seriously considering lowering the price on it, because to be honest, it wasn't that great of a deal. Right as I was about to, though, I finally caught some interest. A man reached out and told me that he might want to purchase it. He asked if he could see it in person, and I told him only if he was serious about this. He said he was, so I gave him my address, and we arranged for him to come over and look at it. The arrangement was for the next night at 7 p.m. I live in an average-sized 2-story home. It's just me and my wife. Because the TV and stand were kind of bulky, I really didn't feel like lugging it to my car to drive to some local parking lot. I figured it wouldn't be that big a deal that I was giving my address to him. The next night at 7 p.m., I waited for the guy to show up. After 30 minutes went by with nothing, I sent him a text asking if he was still coming. He responded by saying he was on his way, and I kept waiting. By the time he actually arrived, it was 8 o'clock and pitch black outside. When I saw his car, I was immediately disappointed. He had arrived in a small 4-door sedan, and there was no way the TV or the stand would fit inside of it. I watched the car drive slowly in front of our house, but then it passed by. I thought for a moment that maybe it was not him after all, or maybe he was confused on the address. He later parked a ways down, almost out of sight. I wasn't sure why he'd parked so far away, but whatever. The guy then walked up the street, and I met him at the front step. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, and appeared to be in his 20s. I invited him in and showed him the TV and the stand. They weren't too far away from the door at all. I asked the guy if he wanted to buy it. The guy just stood there and looked at it for a few moments. Then he said that he would buy it, but he didn't get paid until Friday and would have to wait until then. I was pretty annoyed by this. I started walking the guy to the door, kind of leading him out. I asked why he would even come over today if he wouldn't be able to buy it. The man said he just wanted to see it. He then walked out my front door and back outside. We said goodbye to each other, and I shut the door. During this whole meeting, my wife had been upstairs in our bedroom. I sat down on the living room couch and turned on the larger mounted TV. My wife rushed downstairs and asked me why the guy had gone into our backyard. I was so confused. I asked her what she was talking about. She told me that while she'd been upstairs, she saw out the window when the guy left. He'd walked straight around our house and into the backyard. I went down to the front window and looked outside. I could barely see within my vision that his car was still there down the street. I didn't know why the guy would be back there. I went around to the back windows and looked out of them. At first, I didn't see anything. I asked my wife if she'd seen where in the backyard he had gone. She told me he'd disappeared behind a bush. I kept looking through the windows. Eventually, I turned on a light outside and leaned over. I looked out towards the bushes and could barely see the man crouching down and hiding. I could only see a small part of him, but that was enough. I cracked open the window just a tiny bit and yelled out that if he didn't leave right now, I was going to call the police. Just seconds later, the man got up and sprinted away. I went to the front of the house and looked out the window. My wife and I watched as the man sprinted all the way back to his car. He sped off like a bat out of hell. After that, I took the listing off of Craigslist, and I also reported the incident. I regret giving that guy my address, and I really should have known better. I'm glad that my wife actually saw him behind our house, because who knows what his plans might have been. So I'm 30 years old, live with my parents, and used to have my own house. Got divorced when we were 27 though, and lost the house in the divorce. I still go to work, and so does my elderly mom. She only works 2 days a week though at the same restaurant she has been for 40 years. And those 2 days are Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're always good about locking the door once the sun goes down, but on Mom's work days, she goes to the casino after work and comes home quite late. Because of that, we leave the door unlocked so she can come in without any hassle. I like to take advantage and lounge around on the couch with the place to myself. Our couch is located right next to the door. You can always hear the door jiggling when it opens, and it makes a very particular noise, like swollen wood pressing against each other. At some point, I began to hear the door open. I saw it starting to pop, thinking that it was my mom. Sometimes she puts her things down and brings in groceries, so she'll pop the door open just a bit, pick her stuff up, and come in after. I looked over and saw it was cracked open about 3 or 4 inches. In that moment, I made eye contact with a person, obviously not my mother. The door lingered for a moment, then slammed shut. Honestly, I was kind of freaked out. I ran over and opened the door without putting myself in the doorway. I leaned out a little and tried to look around. I couldn't see anyone there, but I did hear the crunch of gravel of someone running away. Now, the scary thing is, I'm a bit of a redneck, and we live almost an hour away from any other civilization. I slammed the door real quick and ran for my Glock 26 in my room. I went back to the door and put on the heavy latch. I waited for 30 more minutes in the living room, gun at the ready. My mom finally pulled up, and I unlocked the door for her. She walked in, and it was almost like nothing had ever happened. It was such a scary experience for me, though. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with, and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.